Chapter 1070. Fire God's Calm Heart. A moment later, Blazing Devil carried a box back and respectfully held it before Li Chia. Li Chia didn't glance at it before he took it and said, "Where is your devil wish?" Blazing quickly carved it down and gave it to Li Chia. Li Chia casually took it and then he got up, wanting to leave. "My lord." At this time, Blazing couldn't help but open his mouth to say something. Li Chia glared at him and said, "Say it, don't waste my time." Blazing took a deep breath and bowed towards Li Chia. "This lowly one wants to ask my lord, what is waiting for us in the future of this world?" Li Chia indifferently stared at Blazing in response. "What do you think? Or rather, what kind of world do you wish for?" "I don't know." Blazing hesitated for a moment to come up with an answer. "A world where we are free. It is not difficult to find out. Just personally climb the evil-slaying platform, right?" Li Chia spoke without emotion. "If you want to reach the best step, then take it slow." Blazing turned silent. In the devil world, anyone could climb the evil-slaying platform. However, there were different levels of steps. No one knew what would happen after going up there. Li Chia ignored the guy and went back on his palanquin. The girls immediately carried him away. After they left, Chen Baojiao smiled cutely. "Young noble, this is killing two birds with one stone. You found out what you wanted to know and obtained a treasure as well. Just part of the process, this treasure is actually incidental. I want Heaven Relinquished to come find me." Li Chia revealed a faint smile. "If the Heaven Relinquished Devil King finds out, I'm afraid he will go all out against you," Li Shuangyan commented. Just looking at the wooden sword Dark Saint was enough to know how powerful he was. An existence like him was definitely at the God King level. However, he was actually afraid of Heaven Relinquish. From this, one can extrapolate how frightening this person must be. Li Chia calmly sat there and leisurely replied, "He won't." With that, he handed the box containing the Fire God's Calm Heart to Chen Baojiao. "Use this item well, it will be quite beneficial to you." Chen Baojiao opened it to take a look. It surprised her quite a bit because it contained a beating heart. "Do I have to eat this thing?" She was quite creeped out by the thought of doing so. "This is not a heart." Li Chia gently shook his head. "This is a Fire God's Calm Heart. Although it is called a heart, it was formed from the fusion of the extreme flames underground. It's powerful but not violent, hence the word calm. It is gentle like jade yet brimming with endless explosive power. It is very suitable for your tyrannical spring physique." After hearing his explanation, Chen Baojiao carefully checked it again and found that it was not truly a heart. The rhythm was not a heartbeat but rather the pulsing of a divine fire. It seemed to contain an endless fiery power that could explode and destroy an entire world. Imperial soldiers embark on an expedition while dark cultivators climb the evil-slaying platform. At this point, Mei Su Yao, who had been quiet, added, "Just what kind of worlds are they going to? Is it outside of the 9 worlds?" Mei Su Yao knew more than the other girls. Her Eternal River School had several records about the lesser Imperial Devil world that other lineages were not privy to. After hearing Blazing Devil earlier, all kinds of feelings rose in her heart. The records back then uncontrollably popped up in her mind, but she had no answer, so she had to ask Li Chia. Li Chia's eyes became serious and full of longing. He answered, "Who knows about what is outside the 9 worlds? Is it the legendary 10th world?" She asked softly because she knew quite a few things from Li Chia. He had shown her secrets unknown to others across the eons. Even her school knew very little about them due to their scarce records. "The 10th world." Li Chia gently shook his head. "This is not that simple. Perhaps no one knows where they are going to, outside of the Imperial soldiers and dark cultivators who have actually embarked on this journey to a, maybe, different world." Li Shuangyan and the others listened carefully, especially Bai Jianjun. She tried her best to understand the secrets within using this rare opportunity from listening. Only when one goes to that world would they be able to know what it is. He ended with a profound glimmer in his eyes. The lively Chen Baojiao asked, "Even though I don't know any of that, why is it that dark cultivators have to go on the platform and Imperial soldiers have to go on their expedition?" Li Chia couldn't help but smile. "Why is it that cultivators have to compete for the heaven's will? Why do so many people break their heads from fighting just to vie to become an immortal emperor? You can think of it as our will or an external temptation. In short, this is their aspiration. Just like us who embark on the road to the throne, We tread forward knowing that there might not be a way back, knowing that we might become nothing but heaps of dried bones paving the path for another. The girls turned quiet after hearing this. For millions of years, too many people had tried to become an emperor, but only one could succeed each generation. Let's move on. Does young noble need to find a treasure or spirit medicine for Miss May as well? Chen Baojiao didn't wish to dwell on this heavy topic and smiled coquettishly. Compared to her time back at the Jewel Pillar Sacred School, the current Chen Baojiao had become very lively. She was already enchanting enough, but her youthful fire made people's hearts sway even more as they became lost in insanity from her beauty. I'm already satisfied with learning so much by following young noble. Mei Suyao smiled. She was as pretty as always, especially in her simple yet transcendent state that was so close to the origin. Suyao does not lack treasures. He smiled. If she wants treasures, she actually does not even need to come here. Mei Suyao smiled back. It was true that she followed Li Qie and carried his palanquin not for treasures, but because Li Qie had given her something that was more precious than any artifact. Okay, we have traveled for quite a while so we should stop and take a bath. Li Qie stretched and smiled. Nice try. Chen Baojiao coquettishly quipped as her face became red for some reason. A huge forest could be found in the southern region of the Devil World. It was lush with green vegetation of a single type. These plants resembled an old tree with leaves and thick branches. The most noticeable aspect was that there were crimson fruits growing from these trees. Each of them was only the size of a thumb. They were translucent and red like carnelian gemstones. The even more shocking part was that these gem-like fruits exuded a fragrance similar to the intoxicating scent of fine wine. Even strong-willed cultivators couldn't help but swallow their saliva after smelling them. Monkeys were hanging around these trees and fruits. They were around the size of cats. They had golden fur, but when they opened their eyes, an evil energy would surge, as if it could devour the soul of just about anyone. Many cultivators stood outside of the forest, but no one dared to enter. They could only drool and watch. The reason was very simple. Those monkeys weren't actually monkeys but rather dark cultivators. The moment anyone entered, they would instantly be attacked by the horde. Someone looked at the red fruits on the trees and murmured, "It would be so nice if those dark monkeys weren't guarding this forest." A virtuous paragon from a great power gulped as well. Right. According to our sex writings, these are dark wine fruits, really good stuff that can ferment into immortal wines. This wine can calm the mind and remove evil. It really is incredible. The cultivators standing outside all wanted to go pick these fruits, but their lack of courage prevented them from doing so. Of course, the numerous corpses under the trees were a deterrence as well. Prior to this, many cultivators went inside, but they were besieged by the monkeys. Even a virtuous paragon would be ripped into pieces in the blink of an eye against a large group. Thus, they were relegated to mere spectators. At this moment, they saw a young man enter the forest. He was very young and extremely handsome. His eyes were his most outstanding aspect. They looked just like precious gems, profound and moving as though they could speak. Anyone would instantly be attracted to his eyes. A cultivator from the Grand Middle Territory shouted, "It's Shen Menghui from the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. Just like the rumors, he truly has unparalleled potential. Unfortunately, he was born in the wrong era, or rather too late. If he was born 10 years earlier, I think he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Jikong Wudi's group." An older cultivator commented while watching this young man enter the forest. Chapter 1071. Shen Menghui is going in. Many people held their breaths while watching this young man enter the thick forest. However, a strange scene unraveled. After he went inside, his gaze swept through the nearest dark monkeys. The monkeys continued to hang on the trees in a sleeping state. How can this be? People found this astonishing since the monkeys closest to him didn't attack. One thought for slumber. A paragon from the Middle Territory murmured, "He is truly the descendant of the divine ancestor." After being personally taught by him, Shen Menghui can instantly bring these dark monkeys into a state of dreaming where they can't wake up. So heaven-defying. These dark monkeys are so violent, but he can hypnotize this many at once. Maybe he really is qualified to compete for the heavens will against Jikong Wudi's group. If only time waited for people. A youth commented in awe. Shen Menghui was the current main descendant of the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. Back then, their heavenly prince was killed by Li Qie at the Dao Academy, so they had to choose another successor. In the end, the young Shen Menghui actually won the spot. He was able to show off his skills among his many senior brothers and sisters. Outside of being the descendant of the divine ancestor, it was also because of his exceedingly high talents that were even greater than the deceased heavenly prince. Thus, even though he was only 18 years old right now, he already had extremely incredible achievements. Some speculated that within 10 years, he would be able to catch up to the rest of the supreme geniuses. In fact, many in the middle region held him in great esteem despite his late debut. Both his fame and cultivation were much weaker than Jikong Wudi's group, but since he was taken in as a disciple by the divine ancestor, he had an unparalleled advantage compared to the others. The divine ancestor was rumored to be the most powerful existence in the ancient kingdom. He was an untouchable god king. No one had seen him over the long years, so people didn't know just how strong he currently was. For someone who didn't come out for many generations to still decide to take Shen Menghui in as a disciple showed just how great his talents were. Shen Menghui carefully picked the dark wine fruits. Despite putting the nearby monkeys to sleep, he didn't dare to act carelessly lest he wake some of them and get trapped in their siege. While people were watching him pick these fruits, someone else shouted, "Fiercest is here." People turned their heads. Sure enough, a palanquin was being carried closer. They saw Li Qie sitting on it and didn't dare to share their thoughts. Li Qie posed there like a supreme devil king with an evil flame capable of shattering the sky. Each of his gestures could destroy gods and devils. Even his gaze affected the temperament of this world. People quickly retreated like a tide since they didn't dare to be close to him. Those with weaker cultivations felt their legs trembling and even had the urge to kneel. Even though he was in his devil king form, everyone knew that it was Li Qie sitting up there just like how he used to be evil Buddha a while ago. In our generation, only fiercest would enjoy such great treatment. Even an eternal existence was impressed by Li Qie's style on top of the palanquin. Of course, envy was in the air. Jealousy ran even more rampant among the younger generation. The sword goddess and extremely pretty beauties were acting as palanquin bearers. Just how domineering was this behavior? Such romantic luck drove others red-eyed insane from jealousy. Only fiercest had the ability to act like this in this day and age. Li Qie was in repose and let the girls carry him into the forest. All the dark monkeys jumped down and kneeled on the ground the moment he entered. It was a grand scene. At this time, the horde of monkeys could only prostrate to worship the supreme devil king. This sudden change made Shen Menghui jump from shock because even the monkeys that were mesmerized by him woke up right away and joined the ceremony. He didn't dare to linger and decisively left the forest to avoid being surrounded by the monkeys. He stood outside of the forest and watched Li Qie's back as Li Qie was carried into the forest, a scowl on his face. His eyes turned cold while gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. Nevertheless, he refrained from doing anything. Even though he had never seen Li Qie before, in his mind, the guy had always been his enemy and the enemy of his kingdom. For every disciple in the Azure Mysterious Kingdom, Li Qie was their eternal foe. It was a feud beyond reconciliation. He had killed too many of their kin and even the previous main descendant. The most frustrating part was that he even stole their imperial life weapon, the Imperial Violet Hammer. Getting a defining weapon stolen was a huge humiliation for any imperial lineage. Vengeance must be obtained for their kingdom. Baz! Not long after Li Qie entered the forest, a mirror suddenly emerged in the sky. A holy light poured down on Li Qie's location. This development left the girls with serious expressions. They were ready to attack at a moment's notice. However, nothing else happened after the holy light fell down. Fools! Li Qie batted his eyes and murmured, "Thinking that I'm a fake devil king, so they want to disperse my evil aura with that holy light." So it turned out that someone among the crowd secretly used a treasure to illuminate Li Qie with a holy light. Everyone here knew that Li Qie was a fake, so someone wanted to ruin his disguise. Once the dark monkeys discovered that Li Qie was not a devil king, he would be torn into pieces by their endless numbers. It could be said that whoever tried to do this was truly cruel. He wanted to push Li Qie to his death. However, this holy light was essentially ineffective. Outsiders didn't know that Li Qie was capable of pretending to be heaven relinquished due to his devil heart, not just because of his engulfing evil aura. At this time, the girls carried the palanquin back. Li Qie slowly turned around with a sweeping glare. Shit, which idiot was it? Many people were quivering in fear and quickly retreated after seeing Li Qie turning back. Some people even raised both hands and cried out, "Young noble Li, it wasn't me." The crowd was pale with fear. Who didn't know about Fiercest's notoriety? This was someone who would massacre a whole race after an unfriendly exchange. The Blood Devil tribe being slaughtered by him was the best and most recent example. Who did it? Come out now, don't make young noble Li take action himself. Even the expressions of those from the previous generation paled. Who could stop Fiercest once he began to rampage? Even a god monarch was child's play to him, let alone them. Shen Menghui was shocked at this moment and looked around as well. People were walking backward to maintain a safe distance. Some even raised both of their hands to show their innocence. No one dared to escape, however. Once they ran, they would instantly become suspect and there would be no chance for absolution. It wasn't a big deal to be killed by Li Qie, but if this fiercest fella decided to bring his anger to their sect as well and start a massacre, then they would be the eternal sinner of their sect. I am a reasonable person. Come out now and admit your mistake. It is not too late. Li Qie spoke softly while sitting on his palanquin. The crowd kept staring at each other, but no one dared to speak up. Eventually, people started yelling, "Whoever did it, just come out, don't bring everyone else down with you." But who would come out at this moment? It was clear as day to everyone that it would be a suicidal move. It seems like I have to wash my hands with blood to remind some people about what I can do. Li Qie's eyes turned cold and he immediately stood straight up. In the blink of an eye, his terrifying evil flames surged and turned into black wings. They spread, seemingly capable of blotting out the world. At this moment he was a supreme devil king with complete control over life and death. Young noble Li, it definitely wasn't us. It must be some insidious wretches around here. Countless people were scared out of their minds. It's not like they hadn't seen Li Qie's ruthless means before. The cowardly and weak were frightened enough to kneel on the ground. They couldn't handle the terrifying pressure of the evil energy. The crowd was silently cursing all the ancestors of whoever tried to scheme against Li Qie just now. This was simply dragging them down as well. They were nothing but fishes in a barrel if Li Qie decided to unleash his wrath. The pale crowd didn't want to die here, but they didn't dare to run either. Li Qie glanced at the group and slowly spoke. "Su Yao." Mei Su Yao acknowledged the command and her figure flashed. Bang! Next, someone was thrown to the ground. Pop! Her palm flipped and easily took out a treasure mirror from the person's fate palace before throwing it down on the ground. The paled suspect was lying on the ground, petrified. After seeing the person's clothes, someone immediately commented, "A disciple from the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom." In just a second, people glanced over at Shen Menghui. Chapter 1072. Azure Mysterious 8 Ancestors. Due to her innate immortal bone, such a method couldn't deceive her eyes, so she was able to instantly catch the hidden perpetrator. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the person being caught. It would have been miserable if Li Qie took it out on them. They didn't want to say anything after seeing the perpetrator from the ancient kingdom. Earlier, the group was secretly cursing the perpetrator and wanted nothing more than to kick him to the front. But now, they really didn't want to offend the ancient kingdom. It was still a sect with 2 emperors. Moreover, their descendant, Shen Menghui, was right here. The captured disciple was pale and horrified. Li Qie was a mortal enemy of his kingdom. As its disciple, he naturally had the responsibility to eliminate Li Qie. Thus, after Li Qie entered the forest, he wanted to reveal Li Qie's fake identity as a devil king so that he would fall prey to the dark monkeys. This would have been a great contribution. Alas, he didn't expect that his method was useless. Li Qie remained unaffected while Mei Su Yao caught him. Shen Menghui was startled as well. This was adding a formidable enemy to the kingdom. An imperial lineage having to resort to this type of scheme. Li Qie was too lazy to care and commanded, "Since you dared to move against me, learn the taste of death. Slay him." After hearing this, the crowd could finally breathe easy. They no longer needed to be the scapegoat. In the face of death, this disciple didn't care for anything else and yelled, "First brother, save me." Shen Menghui's expression darkened. He quickly walked to the front and shouted, "Wait!" As the ancient kingdom's descendant, he couldn't stand and watch as a disciple from his kingdom was publicly executed. Moreover, this disciple had asked him for help. If he didn't do anything now and just watched the execution, how could he maintain his place in this world? How could other disciples trust and respect him? What, you want to save him? Li Qie averted his gaze and spoke dismissively. Shen Menghui took a deep breath and bowed towards Li Qie. Sir, our disciple was ignorant and has offended you, please forgive him. He knew full well that Li Qie was a sworn enemy of their sect, but at this point, he had to acquiesce. There was a great saying, as long as the verdant hills remain, there is no lack of firewood. He just needed to endure this anger and bow to the enemy. Forgive him? Is it so simple? Li Qie spoke dismissively while sitting up high. Shen Menghui took a deep breath and replied, Our kingdom is willing to compensate for the disrespect. Just say the words and we will try our best. I am someone who does not show mercy to those who want to kill me. Li Qie smiled, however, since you are showing such sincerity, I will be a nice guy just once. Bring immortal Emperor Qing Xian's true treasure here and I shall spare him. Shen Menghui's expression soured after hearing this. This was blatant extortion. An emperor's true treasure was a priceless item, the defining treasure of their azure mysterious ancient kingdom. Not to mention a common disciple. Maybe even a descendant like him was not worth a true treasure. Sir, this is unreasonable extortion. Shen Menghui deepened his tone. A terrifying aura swept through the world, causing people to shudder uncontrollably. The 8 old men immediately stood in front of Shen Menghui. They were quite aged and didn't have much time left, but the auras exuding from their bodies were still quite formidable. Someone blurted out, Azure Mysterious 9 ancestors. No, 8 ancestors. The crowd quickly created a gap between themselves and these old men because they knew a battle was about to begin. Ancestors. Shen Menghui was ecstatic to see the 8 ancestors and became relieved. The ancient kingdom had a group referred to as the 9 ancestors. These were 9 extremely powerful beings. Of course, it didn't include the most powerful one, the divine ancestor. However, there were only 8 left in this group because back at the heavenly corpse burial ground, the 8th ancestor died to Li Qie's hands. It was precisely for this reason that the two sides had an irreconcilable feud. You are Li Qie. One of the 8 ancestors coldly glared at Li Qie, who was sitting haughtily on his palanquin. And Li Qie gave him a look. Another ancestor threatened. Junior, it is not too late to let go of our disciple. Otherwise, you shall suffer the consequences. The ancestors naturally wanted to kill Li Qie. However, they weren't completely confident. Li Qie didn't want to waste his breath with these ancestors and commanded, Too much nonsense, kill him. The 8 ancestors weren't happy with this response. They were famous characters that were treated with respect no matter where they went, but right now, even though they were personally here, Li Qie didn't give them any consideration at all. It was simply a slap to their faces. Goddess May, you must think twice. Another of the 8 ancestors stepped up and raised his voice. Suddenly, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. The crowd moved even further away from the inevitable battlefield. Once they were at a safe distance, their apprehension turned into an eagerness to watch the fight that caught the breath in their throats. Chapter 1073. Lacerate Mei Suyao smiled elegantly after hearing this ancestor. This faint smile exuded an incomparable beauty that swayed the minds of others. It was not without reason that people called her the prettiest girl in the mortal emperor world. Think twice. She gently shook her head. Fellow ancestors should be the ones to reconsider. If you want to fight, this junior will take you on. One person against 8 ancestors. Just how confident was Mei Suyao? Moreover, she spoke with such an insipid tone. This made many people quiver. They now understood that she was more powerful than they imagined. Perhaps even more powerful than Jikong Wudi. The 8 ancestors from the ancient kingdom were rattled. Mei Suyao, a junior, wanted to fight the 8 of them alone? This was truly not putting them in her sight at all. One of the ancestors laughed out loud from acrimony and coldly uttered, Very well, the Eternal River descendant is indeed incredible. It seems like this old man will have to check out your school's supreme techniques. Mei Suyao was not afraid. She calmly stood there like an elegant fairy. If elders want to fight, I am ready. Such a nonchalant demeanor revealed her confidence and power. Suyao. At this time, Li Qie, who had been sitting loftily on his palanquin, waved for her. She didn't say anything and retreated to his side. Such a scene left countless people envious and jealous. The #1 beauty in the mortal emperor world was listening to each of his commands in such an obedient manner. This romantic luck was simply a lifelong pursuit for many people. In their eyes, a life having a beauty like that would be a life without regrets. Lichia raised his brows with disdain and dismissively said, "Good, since your azure mysterious ancient kingdom is acting so bullish, nothing can be better. I like slapping others who exaggerate themselves with no bounds the best." With that, he gently waved his sleeve and ordered, "Children, tear them to pieces." Screech, the dark monkeys kneeling on the ground instantly pounced at the 8 ancestors. Their torrential numbers became a devastating onslaught. "Kill them!" The 8 ancestors were aghast and screamed as they attacked in unison. With a strike that carried enough power to move mountains and flip seas, split the sky and boil the ocean, they swept away the majority of the dark monkeys. Screech! In just a moment, the screams of the monkeys echoed everywhere as the horde frantically tried to kill the ancestors. The 8 were immediately surrounded by the ocean of monkeys. Only monkeys could be found around them. Even their screeching howls were enough to kill a common expert. What was even more frightening was that the dark monkeys that came out from the depths became increasingly powerful. In the back, monkey monarchs and even monkey kings were rushing forward. One dark monkey was most likely not that powerful, but an endless number of them was truly frightening. Even a paragon could be easily torn to pieces. Plus, killing a dark cultivator at the Devil World was an extremely difficult matter. Boom! 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 The 8 worked together to attack again, but due to the continuous onslaught from the monkeys, especially after the Monkey Kings joined the fray, they were overwhelmed and forced to retreat. What's more was that after they split a group of monkeys apart, these monkeys would regenerate after a split second and continue to kill. The ancestors were injured after a while. Some had scratched arms while others were bitten on the chest. One had his shoulder pierced completely. These powerful ancestors couldn't stop the continuous onslaught and began to falter. The crowd was trembling even though they had evacuated to a safe distance. Moreover, more monkeys jumped from the thick forest to join this battle, as if they were endless in numbers. Open! This battle was too drawn out for their liking. The 8 ancestors grew furious and worked together to use an imperial weapon, unleashing its power completely. Boom! The weapon flew to the sky and swept away a large group of monkeys, causing their howls to ring throughout this world. Imperial weapons are truly invincible, someone murmured after seeing the successful attack. However, it was too difficult to kill creatures like dark monkeys at the Devil World. Even the sweeping Imperial weapon failed to do so. Squeak! The sharp cries of the monkeys echoed again. In an instant, another wave of attacks surfaced to tear the ancestors apart. Rumble! Under the crazed attacks from these monkeys, the ancestors had to shift from offense to defense. They couldn't unleash an endless amount of Imperial power since it required a huge amount of blood energy. Once the weapon shifted to defense mode, the monkeys couldn't break through the weapon despite the relentless barrage. This was the strength of an Imperial weapon. It was not so simple to penetrate once it was readied. At this time, Mei Su Yao took one step forward with a righteous Grand Tao. The stars began to move with the sun and moon. The reincarnation cycle of life and death was accompanied by the 6 paths. In this Grand Tao, a new generation was born with a single thought, as if billions of creatures in yin and yang were merely part of the entire system. The beginning and end existed at her whim. Alea Heavenly Fragrant Tao. This was the Grand Tao that Mei Su Yao cultivated. She had reached a level of profundity that made even Li Qie nod approvingly. Baz! She closed her fingers and myriad existences began to change. The stars were moved in the sky along with the other celestials. With a simple gesture, all defensive lines were no more. The Imperial weapon seemed to be flipped over and the 8 ancestors lost control. Boom! The weapon was shot into the sky as if a giant threw away their Imperial weapon. Ah! Screams immediately rang out with blood splattering everywhere. Without their Imperial weapon, the 8 ancestors simply couldn't stop the waves of monkeys. They were eventually unable to hold on any longer and finally, the first ancestor fell. Ah! More screams came about shortly afterward. All 8 fell as their flesh was mangled and blood flowed, true to Li Qie's command from earlier. The crowd trembled after seeing this scene. They knew Li Qie was pretending to be a devil king, but no one thought that he would be able to order the dark cultivators in this realm. Keep in mind the sheer number of dark cultivators here. Some of them were even comparable to god kings. Moreover, god kings had no way of killing these beings. If Li Qie could order them, then who would be able to stop his terrifying wishes? It would truly be meet God, slay God. Meet devil, slay devil. An old paragon shivered and commented, one thought to become Buddha, another to become devil. Why is he so heaven-defying? At the Buddhist funeral plateau, he was able to control its power. And now, at the devil world, he can order the dark cultivators. It looks like he can rampage wherever he goes. Mei Su Yao was another cause for astonishment. She immediately flipped over an imperial weapon with her first move. To do so required an overwhelming amount of force. She is definitely much stronger than Jikong Wudi. Someone else whimpered. Alas, even a genius as strong as her had decided to follow Li Qia. This made many people here feel a cold chill. Remember that she came from a lineage with 3 emperors. Gaining her favor matter was much easier said than done. Yet Li Qia managed to recruit her. From this, one could imagine just how powerful and terrifying he truly was. After tearing the 8 ancestors apart, Li Qia waved his sleeve and ordered, "Okay, all of you can return." The dark monkeys receded back into the thick forest like a tide. They crawled up the trees as if nothing had happened. People held their breaths while watching this scene. Silence was commonplace with some in the crowd losing control of their legs from fear with blanched expressions. Paragons from the previous generation were astounded as well. They would rather oppose imperial geniuses like Jikong Wudi instead of Li Qia. He looked at the blood flowing on the ground and insipidly stated, "How disappointing. I actually thought that the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom would have some more powerful characters show up. After half a day, only these 8 geezers actually came to play." Shen Menghui escaped. Chen Baojiao spoke. Back during the fight between the ancestors and the monkeys, Shen Menghui noticed that the situation wasn't favorable, so he escaped without a care for anything else. Let him. I actually want to see if there are any more powerful existences here and if they would dare to protect my enemy. Li Qia revealed a nonchalant smile. Chapter 1074. Dark Maxim Palace in the depths of the Devil World was a mountain that stood tall. It was not particularly towering or large, but it still gave the feeling that it was suppressing the heavens. Even gods and devils would retreat before its grandeur. There was a palace at the summit. It was completely black and made from unknown rocks, giving it a very mysterious feel. There were no luxurious decorations or immortal lights that soared into the sky. It could even be said that the palace was rather coarse and unadorned. The black pebbles acting as the foundation for the palace weren't polished, making it seem that they were found and built on site. However, such a seemingly simple palace gave off a suffocating pressure. Anyone who gazed at its presence on top of the mountain would feel this oppression. The gate to this palace was forever locked, so no one knew who was staying inside. Dark Maxim Palace. This was the most mysterious place in the Devil World. The majority of the dark cultivators here didn't dare to come close to it. Legend states that this palace used to be the location where the master of the Devil World gave orders to all of its inhabitants. Later on, it was also the gathering place of Devil Kings. However, newcomers hadn't seen the opening of the palace yet. No one knew the situation or what was inside. There were many cultivators at the base of this mountain right now. They wanted to try climbing to the top. There were rumors that the Dark Maxim Palace contained the Devil World's ultimate treasures and weapons. These weapons were even above Immortal Emperor true treasures. A tale claimed that as long as one could open the palace, they would be able to obtain the spoils inside. Since the opening of the Lesser Imperial Devil World, a large group of people had come and tried, but they couldn't even climb to the top. Those who were able to still couldn't open the palace. There was no lack of god monarchs among them either. At this time, the spectators were quite excited at the base of the mountain because the current climber was Jikong Wudi. They wanted to see if he would be able to open the Dark Maxim Palace or not. Outside of the many experts, even Heavenly Emperor Lin, Zhan Shi, and the Jewel Pillar Mortal King were here. Before Jikong Wudi, they had climbed to the top but failed to open the palace. However, this was not a shameful matter to them because there were no records of anyone having succeeded before. Thump, clank, thump. Different sounds rang from the summit. Jikong Wudi activated different types of peerless methods to try and tap on the gate of the palace. However, regardless of his knocking, the palace remained closed. Eventually, Jikong Wudi also gave up and descended from the mountain. He accepted his inability to open this palace. No one mocked his failure due to the history of the inaccessible palace. It was not at all surprising for Jikong Wudi to fail. The real masters have all tried. I'm afraid this palace cannot be opened by anyone. Someone murmured. Maybe one person can. His friend added. Fiercest might be able to. He is an unfathomable person, even climbing the prime peak back at the God War Mountain. Maybe he will create another miracle and open the Dark Maxim Palace. The mentioning of his title alone caused many people's expressions to change. Another quietly spoke. I heard Fiercest has turned into a devil king. I wonder if he will come here or not. When the title Fiercest was brought up, many people here turned quite unhappy. The first to show a visible shift in demeanor was the mortal king. His enmity towards Li Qie was quite immense. Jikong Wudi's expression turned cold as well. Zhan Shi and Heavenly Emperor Lin, on the other hand, were fine with it. Zhan Shi's expression remained aloof while Lin was as nonchalant and comfortable as ever. Even Fiercest will not be able to open the Dark Maxim Palace. The mortal king coldly uttered with an oppressive momentum that soared to the sky. Anyone would be wary of him at this moment. His battle intent was surging as he entered a peak state like a war god ready to enter a life or death match. It was a very suffocating aura. Perhaps he was not the strongest among the supreme geniuses, but he was definitely the type who would never accept defeat. His overflowing self-confidence prevailed regardless of victory or defeat. The speakers here immediately closed their mouths the moment the mortal king spoke. The more timid ones didn't dare to add their own opinion. Of course, there were also those who were dissatisfied with his bullish attitude. An expert quietly muttered, If you want to act cool, then go find Fiercest and then do so. What did you say? The mortal king gave a chilling glare with a soul-deterring force. Even an expert would obediently shut up under this pressure. The king snorted and was determined to have vengeance. Recently, he had been fighting against the imperial troops non-stop. He used blood to train himself and was confident that he had surpassed his weakness. Thus, he was quite eager to challenge Li Qie again. Being thrice defeated by Li Qie had been extremely humiliating to him. He could never breathe easy until he finally killed Li Qie. Brother Jewel Pillar, Brother Jikong, save me. While the mountain was quiet, someone quickly ran over and shouted from the distance. This person instantly reached the area and noticed that everyone was here. He acted as if he had just seen his saviors and let out a sigh of relief. The escapee shouted, Brother Jewel Pillar, lend me a hand. Brother Menghui. The mortal king was surprised to see this person. Even Jikong Wudi nodded his head in greeting. The three had a good relationship. The king and Shen Menghui were especially close. After all, Shen Menghui came from the ancient kingdom that had 2 emperors. Anyone would be happy to befriend him. Moreover, his master was the most powerful ancestor, the divine ancestor. This was a mythical god king. Furthermore, the mortal king's school was far weaker than the ancient kingdom. In the future, he would require its assistance in many areas. Earlier, the mortal king was very uncomfortable, to the point of being annoyed when someone brought up Fiercest. But now, after seeing Shen Menghui running here with such a ragged appearance, his eyes lit up. It was time for him to release this anger on a punching bag, whoever they might be. Who hurt you, Brother Menghui? The mortal king spoke oppressively and raised his voice. Don't you worry. No matter who did it, we will seek justice for you. In his eyes, it didn't matter who hurt Shen Menghui. He was itching for a fight against an expert to sharpen himself, to use their blood to polish his will to fight. He needed this sensation. The stronger the enemy, the more exciting it was. Me. A languid answer came about. A palanquin was being carried into everyone's sight. At this time, Mei Suyao's group was bringing the palanquin to the base of the mountain. Li Qie sat on the palanquin and looked down on all existences as a supreme devil king. Fiercest. Someone shouted. Li Qie's transformation into a devil king was not a secret at this moment. Is that really Fiercest? Others took a meticulous look at him and couldn't see how this devil king ahead was related to Li Qie at all. This devil was full of tyrannical evil energy. However, true experts understood that Li Qie was using the same principle as when he transformed into Buddha. This was the embodiment of the famous phrase in this area. The crowd begrudgingly stared at the girls that were carrying his palanquin. Jikong Wudi's eyes became quite profound. Who knew what he was thinking at this moment? There had been rumors of him trying to court Mei Suyao but being met with rejection. Another rumor stated that the Space Trample Mountain had gone to the Eternal River School to propose a marriage, but the school refused as well. Jikong Wudi himself did not talk about this matter, but some insiders knew that he was indeed interested in Mei Suyao. Even the unmoved Zhan Shi and the relaxed Heavenly Emperor Lin put on dignified expressions. Putting the dual-blade beauties aside, just Mei Suyao alone was more powerful than them. Bai Jianjun was once on the same level as them as well. But now, both of the girls were willing to carry Li Qia's palanquin. This had an extraordinary significance. Despite losing to Li Qia before, both Zhan Shi's and Lin's hearts sank again. They once again realized that they had been underestimating Li Qia. Chapter 1075. Saber against a mortal physique. At this time, the mortal king was ruthlessly glaring at Li Qia. His expression could even be described as unsightly. In his eyes, the perfect phrase to describe this situation was, "The road was always narrow for enemies." Earlier his words were full of bravado, but now, his heart was a bit shaken after seeing Li Qia. Even though he had techniques to deal with Li Qia, he was not completely confident. And it wasn't just him. Jikong Wudi, Heavenly Emperor Lin, and Zhan Shi were uncertain as well. From beginning to end, they hadn't seen Li Qia's true power. No one knew what realm he was in or what kind of merit laws he cultivated. They couldn't formulate a strategy due to the lack of knowledge about his openings and flaws. Li Qia glanced at the group from the palanquin and slowly said, "Very good, today is truly a nice day. Everyone is here already. What great timing." In just a second, everyone was holding their breaths. Some quietly left since they knew that wherever Fiercest went, a bloodbath would soon follow. They naturally didn't want to be caught up in the mess. Jikong Wudi's group, on the other hand, didn't want to leave. If they left the moment they saw Li Qia, they would become laughingstocks. Others would think that they were afraid of Li Qia. How could they compete against him for the heaven's will in the future if that were to happen? Li Qia cheerfully smiled at the group and spoke in an insipid tone. "I heard some people want to step in for the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom." Zhan Shi and Heavenly Emperor Lin were still relaxed, but the mortal king had gone too far. He already spoke tough words. It was the same as water that had been thrown out. If he acted timidly at this moment, it would be a great blow to his prestige. "Brother Li, it is better to get rid of enmity than adding to it." Jikong Wudi spoke as a mediator. "Brother Meng Hui was at fault, so he will apologize to you. Everyone can just take a step back and bask in the immensity of the heaven and earth. What do you think, Brother Li?" "Apologize." Li Qia smiled. "Unfortunately, all pretenses have been shed, so what's the point of apologizing? If saying sorry was good enough, then why do cultivators still fight and kill?" Li Qia looked at Jikong Wudi and emotionlessly declared, "I'll let this go if you hand Shen Menghui over. Otherwise, I won't wait till the heavens will competition. I'll just kill all of you right now." Such contemptuous words left Jikong Wudi astounded. In the contemporary times, who would dare to speak to him like this? "Li, don't think you are invincible." The mortal king finally lost his cool and shouted, "I know you are very powerful. Fine, I'll fight you right now. If I lose, then I will have nothing else to say. There's no need for my young noble to fight against someone like you." A cold voice resounded as the mortal king finished speaking. Chen Baojiao came out with a challenge. "I'll take you on." Her challenge was not an impulsive decision. Prior to this, the sacred school had been spreading a rumor saying that she was its disciple and a perfect match for the mortal king. She had long wanted to settle this score, so after meeting the mortal king here today, how could she restrain herself given her fiery temperament? Li Qia only chuckled and didn't say anything. He let her do as she pleased with an obvious doting demeanor. "I want to challenge Li." The mortal king spoke coldly. She quickly interrupted him and uttered, "You are not worthy. Let's go." The mortal king was visually exasperated by this development and provocation. Anger immediately sprang up inside him. In the past, the Chen clan did not have a high position in the Jewel Pillar Sacred School. Now he, as the sect master, was being gravely disrespected by Chen Baojiao. How could he ever stand this? "Fine, I also want to see what kind of laws you have learned at the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect in the past few years." He snorted and a divine saber appeared in his hand. "Enough to slay you." Her tyrannical immortal saber left its scabbard. Clank! The blade's resonation filled the sky. She attacked right away with a slash that split apart the void. An eternal scar had already formed, even before she finished her move. River crossing first slash. This was an attack from her 8 sabers technique. The tyrannical saber instantly made it dozens of times stronger. However, the river was not the victim of this move, it was the stars in the sky. Even gods and devils had no place to hide. The mortal king was startled. He shouted and his own saber emitted a brilliant light. His attack resembled the rising of 1,000 suns that emitted enough heat to scorch everything. His technique was quite on point. An all-incinerating flame capable of rendering all creatures to ashes ignited on the blade. Soul-burning saber. Xie glanced at the saber technique and said dismissively, "The Jewel Pillar Sacred School doesn't have a technique like this." Clank. A clash resounded in the sky. Even though the king's saber was quite incredible, it was far weaker than Chen Baojiao's own. He was not a match for her in regard to the Tao of the saber. Otherwise, Xie wouldn't have chosen her as a saber maid. One slash came down and multiple suns exploded. Amidst the hymns of the blades, the king's saber was split in 2. Even though his blade had a great origin, it couldn't compare to the tyrannical immortal saber. Boom! Boom! The mortal king quickly retreated right when his saber broke. He summoned various treasures including a pagoda, a heavenly seal, an immortal rope, and treasure mountains. All of these items were activated by his powerful blood energy, and immediately went straight for Chen Baojiao. Only his powerful and plentiful blood energy would be able to support so many treasures at once. Chen Baojiao didn't try to dodge this furious attack. She snorted and swung her blade down across the sky with the momentum of a surging river about to break through a dam. Hatred Aqua Second Slash. The next move of the 8 sabers technique. All of the king's attacking treasures were annihilated. After several explosions, they were ripped asunder by her blade. Such a domineering and fierce style made everyone take deep breaths. They had forgotten that she was a charming and beautiful girl. Thump. Right when she was cutting the treasures into pieces, the mortal king attacked by heavily slamming his hands down like a divine bludgeon. Light exuded from his body with the emergence of his inner physique. It resembled a supreme deity that suppressed innumerable devils in hell in a frightful manner. He finally activated his hell-suppressing godly physique and used his hands as a weapon. He ferociously struck Chen Baojiao's blade. Bang! Due to the immeasurable weight of the physique, Chen Baojiao went flying even though his direct hit couldn't shatter her blade. Although she landed on her feet, the force resulted in many cracks on the ground. So what if you have an immortal physique? In high spirits, she soared to the sky again. Clank! She slashed down once more. In the blink of an eye, this attack pierced through myriad realms, causing stars to fall and yin and yang to split. The ground was torn asunder by this attack along with the sky. The slash carried the power of an endless army. Handleless Third Slash. A cry of lamentation against a handleless earth. This third technique was an extremely powerful and direct attack. With the help of the tyrannical immortal saber, it could slash through all things. The mortal king's expression sank. He let out a roar and his figure quaked. Layers of defenses emerged around his body. A divine mirror appeared in front of his chest to protect him. Clank! The slash descended and the defensive layers were cut down like tofu. Eventually, even the God King level mirror that protected his chest was shattered by this attack as well. The momentum of this saber slash was too strong. Despite having endless weight, the king was still sent flying from the force of the slash. He heavily slammed into the ground, creating a large pit while spurting blood. Without the mirror protecting him, even his tough body would have been chopped open. Tyrannical immortal saber and heaven-traversing 8 blades. Xie nodded gently and said, "This is a crowning technique and a supreme saber. To be able to exert such power, she isn't letting their prestige down." The saber was the invincible weapon of the tyrannical lion monarch while the 8 blades technique belonged to the martial ancestor. People thought this technique was created by the martial ancestor, but in reality, this wasn't the case. Both the saber and the technique had the same heaven-defying origin. Even the lion monarch and martial ancestor didn't really know where they came from. The crowd was astounded by this scene. Many people knew about Chen Baojiao's half-completion immortal physique. However, she hadn't even used it yet but was already able to send the king, who was using his physique, flying. This was too scary. Of course, they didn't know that she had gained some ground with her saber technique as well as mastery over her saber. Even without the tyrannical spring physique, she was still very formidable.
Very good, strong enough.
The mortal king thought that he could compete against Chen Baojiao's immortal physique. However, he was already losing before he even saw it. This completely infuriated him. Chapter 1076. The unstoppable Chen Baojiao. The spectators turned silent after seeing the furious king. They all knew that he had been training hard at the imperial border. They thought he would be able to challenge Li Qie, but he couldn't even defeat Li Qie's saber maid. How could he challenge Li Qie then? Jikong Wudi and the other geniuses were slightly trembling too. The more astonishing part was that from start to finish, Chen Baojiao didn't even use her immortal physique. There had been rumors that the dual blade beauties were both at half completion with their physiques. Some had even seen it with their own eyes. However, the mortal king was already at a disadvantage before Chen Baojiao showed it off. Once she activated her physique, she would be even more frightening. Clank! Clank! A burst of metallic sounds appeared. A thick and heavy armor covered the king's body. This happened in an instant. The armor seemed to be made from immortal steel and emitted a golden sheen, making him look even more sacred, especially when he activated his immortal physique. In this moment, he looked like an unbreakable man of iron. Good armor. Even Li Qie had to praise after seeing it. Nowadays, not too many people can craft armor specifically for the health-suppressing physique. Even Jikong Wudi's group had solemn expressions after seeing the armor. They knew their stuff, so after seeing the incredible divine metal, it was clear that even a God King level weapon wouldn't be able to break it. As for imperial weapons, one blow alone wouldn't be sufficient. This type of armor in conjunction with the king's immortal physique could definitely double his combat prowess. Eat this! The furious king lunged into the sky and took his speed to the limit. He then descended like a blazing meteor. Although speed was the weak point of the health-suppressing physique, this was only something Li Qie or other geniuses like Jikong Wudi would say. For other experts, the mortal king was still very fast. They couldn't even catch glimpses of him. Rumble! With his meteoric attack, the entire world shook and rumbled. If he were to slam onto the ground, it would definitely lead to a disaster. Many people immediately retreated even further away from the battlefield in shock after seeing this. The half-completion health-suppressing physique had an unfathomable weight. This weight combined with that celestial momentum would have an inconceivable impact. In the face of such a ferocious strike, Chen Baojiao made no attempt to dodge. Clank! The tyrannical saber lit up and unleashed an unstoppable slash with an aura that soared to the sky. It was an incredibly decisive and fierce slash. She was like an unstoppable overlord with the crushing desire to fight until death. Overlord Fourth Slash. This attack heralded the arrival of a tyrant that had the power to flip over mountains and shatter the world. This slash had an indescribable might. Nothing else could claim to be tyrannical in the face of this attack. Boom! The saber glint flashed for countless miles after the sonorous blast resounded. When it struck the mortal king's armor, fiery sparks flew like a volcanic eruption. It illuminated the area in a majestic manner. The saber was sharp indeed. It left a deep cut on the armor. However, her overbearing blade still couldn't overcome his hell-suppressing physique. The saber energy began to disintegrate and dim after the direct blow. Boom! Due to the suppression of the physique, Chen Baojiao fell from the sky. Meanwhile, the physique continued to suppress the tyrannical saber. Chen Baojiao didn't evade and fiercely met the offense directly. Boom! 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 Chen Baojiao was pushed back through several peaks. Thump! Eventually, her blood energy soared. With one foot stomping on the ground, she barely stopped the attack from the immortal physique while her saber was still stuck in the king's chest. Activate! After her shout, the area in front of her lit up with the emergence of her inner physique. At this second, her tyrannical spring physique erupted. Her blood energy frantically increased. The power of the Grand Tao and the worldly energy in the lesser imperial devil world seemed to be pulled in by her as she became the center of a terrifying storm. An inexhaustible power poured into the storm's center. She became a storm goddess who could, with this power alone, tear apart this world. Clank! This frightening storm forming behind her allowed her to unleash a mighty force. The vortex of energy was fueling her. Bang! She reversed the tide from defense to offense. The spring physique allowed her battle prowess to multiply endlessly. The tyrannical saber began to force the king back continuously. It was his turn to smash through several peaks.
Clank.
The sound of metal cracking came about. The blade finally cut through the king's armor.
Pluff.
The saber energy instantly pierced his body as his blood stained the armor. The mortal king staggered several steps back as his blood kept on gushing out like a spring. The crowd gasped at this scene. Just a bit more and her saber would have taken the king's life. His armor was his one saving grace. Zzz, with a secret technique, the wound on his chest instantly closed, but his face was still pale. Her saber had wounded him. Even though his secret technique cured the wound, it expended a huge amount of blood energy. You are forcing me to use my killing move. The mortal king roared. This development angered him to the point of insanity.
Baz.
Before he finished his cry, he had already summoned 2 treasures with billowing imperial auras. One was a pagoda while the other consisted of 2 flying shuttles. The 2 shuttles floated around his shoulder and instantly spewed out an imperial vortex to increase his speed. After summoning these treasures, the mortal king's battle intent surged, making him look like a war god riding into battle. The alacrity shuttle was a life treasure capable of increasing the mortal king's speed dozens of times. The primordial pagoda, on the other hand, could increase his weight several times. This amplification of both speed and weight resulted in an increased battle prowess up to 100-fold over.
Baz.
In the blink of an eye, the mortal king started his offense with a speed as fast as lightning and a weight absolutely capable of shattering the void. This allowed him to instantly warp through space, leaving behind a terrifying black hole. Chen Baojiao readied herself with a battle cry. Her speed also reached its limit as she slashed straight down at him. Heaven traversing 5th slash, the next variation of her saber technique. In an instant, only this slash existed in this world. It sealed the firmament as well as the earth. Myriad laws moldered and the Tao prostrated before it. At the same time, her spring physique funneled the worldly energy from the Grand Tao. This torrential power empowered her, allowing the saber energy of this slash to reach the extreme. The whole world was enveloped by its aura.
Bang!
Even the spring physique and the powerful saber technique couldn't stop the attack from the mortal king. Chen Baojiao was blown away while spraying out a mouthful of blood. At this split second, Li Jie rushed forward at an unbelievable speed and caught her. The mortal king didn't stop there. Right when Li Jie grabbed Chen Baojiao, he continued his onslaught with an unparalleled speed using his greatest weapon, the hell-suppressing physique. This slam embodied both extreme speed and great destructive power. Even a god monarch would be blown away from this attack with their blood jetting. Chapter 1077. Stagnation Domain. Though this blow from the mortal king carried extreme speed and extreme weight, Li Jie didn't care about it enough to even give it a glimpse.
Baz.
Li Jie spread his palm. Under his 5 fingers, a world of darkness emerged and instantly swallowed the attacking king. Heaven-devouring evil fist, one of the myriad Tao fists, an attack capable of devouring everything. Li Jie simply didn't care for the king and instantly carried Chen Baojiao back. He checked her veins and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was nothing significant to worry about.
Boom!
The mortal king broke through the void and rushed back from the world of darkness.
Fight me again!
He laughed like a madman as his battle intent erupted. He was bursting with absolute confidence. It didn't matter whether he was facing Li Jie or Jikong Wudi or Mei Suyao. He believed that he could defeat all of them. Both Jikong Wudi and Heavenly Emperor Lin turned solemn after seeing the king's current state. With the alacrity shuttle and primordial pagoda boosting him, he had indeed become much more powerful. His hell-suppressing physique was able to exert an unprecedented battle prowess. The younger generation is quite frightening. Even a god monarch was quite wary of his newfound speed. You think I'm afraid of you? Chen Baojiao's pride was swelling. She struggled to get up for another round. Li Jie stopped her and gently shook his head. Rest for now, leave it to me. She wasn't convinced by the last exchange, but Li Jie smiled. Your Grand Tao is still not mature, so there's no need to force a fight. Winning and losing is part of being a warrior. Let me go, you can watch me kill him with one move. She finally turned silent and quietly went back while Li Shuangyan came to take care of her. In fact, she was not afraid of fighting the mortal king again because she had created her own Grand Tao. She still had an ace up her sleeve. She cultivated the tyrannical spring physique. This made her cultivation speed during the later stages much faster. She had surpassed Li Shuangyin's group and obtained her own Grand Dao. Partly due to the treasure art that she received from the World Tree, she had succeeded in creating her own personal Grand Dao. This Grand Dao was given the name Terra Treasure Art. Li Qie reached out and gently pointed with his finger. Afterward, one could hear the sound of bones breaking. The kneeling king's bones shattered one by one. He couldn't withstand this terrifying force.
Baz.
The Alacrity shuttle and primordial pagoda under his control were suddenly recalled by someone. They instantly tore through space and used their powerful imperial auras to escape out of sight.
No, the king cried out in despair.
Without imperial weapons, he was in an even worse position. Before he could finish his desperate howl, his entire body shattered. With more cracking noises, his whole being was completely crushed. The king was no more. There was only a pool of smashed flesh and quietly flowing blood on the ground. The spectators were creeped out by this outcome. The king's battle prowess was as clear as day. Even god monarchs had to be somewhat wary of him, but all that was left of him was a pile of mincemeat. The stagnation domain was completely horrifying. It wasn't simply the combination of the two immortal physiques. This was the culmination of the two physiques finding symmetry to form an absolute domain. This domain was the endless exertion of the physique's power. This meant that the raw power of the two physiques was amplified by several dozen times or even 100 times inside the space. Two immortal physiques appearing at the same time was horrible enough, but once symmetry was reached, the essence of their power became augmented 100-fold, resulting in this frightening creation. People could only quiver in fear. From start to finish, Li Qie didn't actually use a technique. He simply lifted his finger and just like that, the king was crushed into a meaty paste. In fact, Li Qie didn't even need to lift a finger while inside the stagnation domain. Remember the storm god praised as a god monarch? She could only stand there and accept the beating once inside the stagnation domain he casually released. Li Qie looked at the sky and said indifferently, "It seems like he is still quite smart." The person hiding in the darkness was the king's Dao protector. Alas, he didn't try to save the king and only recalled the imperial weapons instead. This was because he already knew the outcome and didn't want the imperial weapons to fall into Li Qie's hands. After seeing this scene, all the other geniuses had grim expressions. They wanted to see a fight between the king and Li Qie in order to observe Li Qie's flaws and possible merit laws. However, Li Qie didn't reveal a single technique in this battle, rendering them unable to find any of his weaknesses. Chapter 1078. Threat. The bystanders stared at the pool of blood on the ground in silence. They wondered what law or technique Li Qie just used right now. The strangest part was that no one was able to understand the mortal king's death. For many, a powerful opponent was not particularly frightening. No matter how strong they might be, there would always be a chance to surpass them by exploiting their flaws and openings. The scariest thing was not knowing why an opponent was so strong, a lack of knowledge regarding his arts. A hero of a generation, only to become a pile of bones on the imperial path. An older paragon lamented. All had to admit that the mortal king was a great genius. With the sacred school's capabilities, the mortal king was still able to reach this height and stand shoulder to shoulder with Jikong Wudi's group. This was indeed a praiseworthy feat. Many thought that he had great potential with his relentless determination. This was his most precious and best characteristic. But in the end, he still miserably died while vying for the throne. Some also felt that the king was too complacent this time. If he took a step back, perhaps he would have had another chance to raise his head once more. The imperial path has always been merciless like this. An experienced spectator commented with emotion. The success of just one general is built upon thousands of corpses. Everyone knows about the glory of an immortal emperor, but who would remember the countless supreme geniuses that fell in the process? A lot of people became silent. As for the younger generation, some felt like retreating after seeing this scene. Even a powerful and resolute person like the mortal king had fallen on this path. This left a shadow in their hearts. Some suddenly realized that although becoming an immortal emperor was a tempting endeavor full of glory, too many had died trying, and they didn't wish to add to the count. Li Qie turned towards Shen Menghui and insipidly asked, "Who else can protect you now?" Shen Menghui was ashen. The mortal king died a tragic death and was definitely not a match for Li Qie. Although his talents and accomplishments were quite high, he was too far off from the mortal king. He had to look towards Jikong Wudi for help. On the field right now, His relationship with Zhan Shi and Heavenly Emperor Lin was only that of acquaintances, but Jikong Wudi was his friend. Jikong Wudi began to contemplate quietly in the face of this situation. He didn't know of Li Qia's weakness or even how he had attacked. Everything was unknown. Without complete confidence, he would not rashly attack Li Qia. This was not a spar or a learning experience. Someone as fierce as Li Qia would fight to the death, especially given the feud between them. Thus, without absolute certainty and an absolute advantage, he wouldn't rush into a fight with Li Qia. Losing his own life for an outsider was not worth it at all. Seeing Jikong Wudi's indifference, Shen Menghui became desperate, for he knew that he couldn't count on him. In fact, no one would blame Jikong Wudi for not taking action. Everyone could see that going against Li Qia right now was courting death. Moreover, Shen Menghui was only an outsider. Who would be willing to risk their life for an outsider? In the end, Shen Menghui shouted, "I'll take you down with me." His most powerful art erupted as he lunged for Li Qia. Li Qia stood there motionlessly. A black light surfaced as Shen Menghui entered the stagnation domain. One could hear a poof. He was instantly crushed into a bloody mist. His end was even more pitiful than the mortal king's. No one was surprised to see this after the mortal king's death. Li Qia glanced over at Jikong Wudi's group of 3 and revealed a faint smile to say, "I'm actually waiting for you all to come. How long will I have to wait?" The crowd held their breaths and watched Jikong Wudi, Zhan Shi, and Heavenly Emperor Lin. They understood that a fight between these 4 was unavoidable. If this group wanted to become the immortal emperor, then they must challenge Li Qia. If they couldn't even defeat Li Qia, wanting to become the immortal emperor would only be empty talk. Jikong Wudi stood there silently with a cold presence. With an aptitude of 3 saint attributes, he had always been confident and arrogant. However, he had to pick an action with no choice but to avoid Li Qia's sharp momentum. On the other side, Lin and Zhan Shi looked at each other real quick. Eventually, Lin smiled and slowly spoke. "I do want to see Brother Li's supreme arts. However, with my current strength, I'm afraid I would be overreaching and not knowing my own limits. If Brother Li doesn't mind, Brother Zhan and I will join hands and try your supreme arts at a later date." The crowd became excited after hearing this. Without a doubt, he and Zhan Shi had reached a tacit understanding of working together to challenge Li Qia's divine might. Perhaps in their eyes, working together gave them their best chance to defeat him. This was because Zhan Shi was rock solid as an expert in defense. Meanwhile, Lin was swift and extremely gifted at offense. The 2 of them together would create a miracle. Li Qia glimpsed at the 2 of them and couldn't help but smile leisurely. "Very good, I'll be waiting." Lin cupped his hands in response. "Thank you, Brother Li. Wait until Brother Shi and I are mentally prepared. We will issue the challenge then." Li Qia only smiled and didn't say anything else to Lin while boarding his carriage. He ordered the girls, "Let us go." The girls lifted up the palanquin and immediately disappeared into the horizon. The crowd watched him leave. After Li Qia's departure, someone murmured, "I really am looking forward to that day. 2 heroes fighting against fiercest together. That battle will certainly be brilliant." Lin and Zhan Shi didn't say anything else and left together. The only thing in their minds right now was to come up with a joint plan to emphasize their strong points to the extreme. They needed time to mesh together. Only through good teamwork would they have a chance of defeating Li Qia. Otherwise, just attacking together was simply hopeless. Jikong Wudi didn't say anything. He left with a cold expression. In his eyes, Li Qia was a thorn that had to be removed or else he would forever be restless. Li Qia and the girls went back to the thick forest and entered its depths. At this place was a huge cave with a pond inside. The pond was filled with a liquid the color of amber. This liquid emitted the fragrance of wine, making others salivate as if it was an immortal brew. Li Qia stepped inside the pond and comfortably soaked in it. He couldn't help but take a deep breath due to the comfort before turning to the girls and smiling. "All of you, come in. This will greatly benefit everyone." Chen Baojiao glanced at the nectar in the pond and asked, "What is it?" While soaking in the pond, Li Qia replied, "You can call it devil wine. When soaking in it, let your Tao heart out and it will wash away the evil energy within." "But we don't have any evil energy there." Chen Baojiao faintly chuckled. Li Qia gently shook his head. "The evil energy I'm referring to is not the energy found in the devil world. To put it more accurately, it is the evil thoughts looming in your mind. Every cultivator will always have anger from defeat or pride from success. All of these negative emotions will accumulate in your Tao heart. No one can claim to have a truly pure and innocent Tao heart. After all, we live for so long that no one can maintain their innocence. Thus, everyone will have this evil energy inside them. Li Qi'er explained. At the same time, this devil wine can cleanse your Tao heart. Even though it cannot cleanse all the negative emotions, it can make your Tao heart even purer, resulting in great benefits. An inner demon was something all cultivators had to face. For some people, once their cultivation reached a certain extent, they would have to suffer the backlash from this inner demon. This was especially true for those who made an oath with their true fate. Once they violated this oath, they would easily be attacked by this inner demon. Once bitten, the majority would be killed. Pure and innocent like the heart of a newborn child. Does such a thing really not exist in the world of cultivators? Mei Suyao slowly asked. In the strictest sense, we really don't have such a thing. Li Qi'er slowly spoke. But to be more lenient, perhaps there have been some across the ages, not many though. Having said that, Li Qi'er entered a daze while recalling the past. If an innocent heart really existed in this world, then Ma Gu would be counted as one of the few. After a while, his mind returned. He patted the nectar in the pond and smiled. Okay, everyone come in. Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan were fine with it. They only slightly blushed and entered the pond to soak in the nectar. Mei Suyao's flawless face also had a faint pink shade, but she still coolly entered the pond. Bai Zhenjin hesitated for a moment. In the end, she still stepped inside with a cold demeanor. Once the nectar soaked their clothing, it revealed all of their charming curves and valleys. In an instant, spring was blooming in this cave with all of its allurement. This scene would absolutely let people's blood boil and cause their hearts to beat rapidly. Chapter 1079. Heaven relinquished Devil King Li Qi'er viewed these beautiful curves under the water. In terms of figures, Chen Baojiao had the best and Bai Zhenjin was next. Bai Zhenjin had a loose sword robe. When she was wet, her figure finally became noticeable. It was very close to Chen Baojiao's. Towering plump breast and round buttocks with a pair of slender legs below her thin and soft waist. It was indeed sexy. Needless to say for Chen Baojiao, she was a natural temptress. Her figure absolutely caused one's blood to boil. In this aspect, maybe no one was her match. Erotic charm. These words were on full display from her body. What are you looking at? Chen Baojiao coquettishly quipped after seeing Li Qi'er's eyes leering over them. Li Qi'er only chuckled leisurely. Beautiful things are meant to be appreciated, so how can I not look? Such words left the girls cutely pouting while glaring at him. He laughed before lying flat down in the nectar. Relax your Tao heart like melting snow. Let go of your troubles and anger. The girls immersed themselves inside and followed his directions by letting the nectar cleanse their Tao hearts. Li Qi'er closed his eyes and did the same. For someone like Li Qi'er, even an immortal aqua wouldn't be able to cleanse his Tao heart completely. However, when this nectar flowed by, everything became incredibly ethereal and distant as if he was lying on a white cloud. The gentle breeze and blue sky took him far from the mundane world, as if everything had become unimportant. He was deep in sleep since he wanted a slumber without scheming, killing, and responsibilities. Unaffected by karma and effects, this was the sleep he desired. After some time, someone gently rubbed his temples in a gentle and natural way. He opened his eyes and found that it was Mei Suyao before closing them again. She was gentle and meticulous. As the prettiest beauty, she had no hint of weakness, yet her feminine virtues were on full display. Time seemed to flow slower as the world became quiet. Everyone was immersed in this peace and nothing else mattered. Eventually, Li Qi'er suddenly opened his eyes and immediately stood up while muttering. He's here. Who? Bai Zhenjin instantly turned vigilant. Heaven relinquished Devil King. Li Qi'er exited the pond and said, Come, we shall meet him. The group all got up and at this moment, all of their exquisite and sexy bodies were in full view for Li Qi'er. He couldn't help but take a careful look several times, causing them to feel very shy. They left the thick forest and eventually climbed on top of a peak. There was an old temple at the summit. It initially had several dark cultivators guarding the perimeter. However, upon his arrival and issuing a commanding gesture with his sleeve, the cultivators immediately left. Li Qi'er waved his sleeve and told the girls, You guys wait outside, I will wait for him. The girls left the old temple while Lichia closed his eyes and quietly sat inside, waiting for the Devil King's arrival. After a good while, his eyes abruptly opened. At this time, a cloud of smoky evil energy gathered inside and quickly turned into a Devil King with an engulfing flame that looked exactly like Lichia. If any dark cultivator were to see the two Devil Kings that looked exactly the same, they would jump from shock. I heard someone was pretending to be me. Heaven Relinquished stared at Lichia. His devil eyes were extremely frightening. His intense glare could devour the soul. Even those with strong Tao hearts would be scared out of their minds under his gaze. Lichia stood still and only smiled. He slowly turned back to his true form and leisurely sat there. My Heaven Relinquish, it seems like you have buried yourself quite deep, to only awaken after such a long time. Heaven Relinquish continued staring at Lichia without taking any action, as if he wanted to see through the person. That's a good devil heart, he finally uttered. An actual outsider having a devil heart. Who would believe this? No wonder why you could fool the others. The devil heart in the lesser world was not about one's brutality or their kill count. The devil heart was a kind of obsession, a willful thought. One thought to become Buddha, another to become devil. This was the magical aspect of the devil world and the Buddhist funeral plateau. Lichia only chuckled and sat there comfortably, allowing Heaven Relinquish to stare as long as he wanted. I have heard of a legend before. Heaven Relinquish eventually spoke. There was once a person who left the lesser world after accomplishing two things: becoming an imperial king at the imperial border and a devil king at the devil world. Finally, he left this place and became a miracle, a legend. It is an old matter, old enough to be forgotten. Lichia leisurely replied. Heaven Relinquish continued. There is a question in my mind. The lesser world has been sealed. Outsiders shouldn't be able to become a soldier or devil. How can a living being become both an imperial king and a devil king, then leave so easily? Lichia smilingly replied. All of this doesn't matter. You don't wish to enter the 9 worlds, so is there a need for you to know? Heaven Relinquish stared at Lichia for a while before finally asking. For what purpose did you lead me out? Lichia stared back and said, don't you want to climb the evil slaying platform? After God Tyrant, no other devil kings have gone there. Heaven Relinquish was quiet, but he didn't refute this claim. Lichia smiled. Just like you said, I have stayed in the lesser world for a long time. I understand both the imperial border and the devil world very well. If you tell me that you don't want to go there, it is definitely a lie. Understand them? Heaven Relinquish asked. If you know so much about the lesser world, how much do you know about the other worlds? Regarding this question, Lichia had to ponder a bit before slowly answering. The devil world's evil-slaying platform and the imperial border's expedition path are both journeys with no return. Once embarked on, there should be no regrets. It is a courageous trek forward until the very end. That is all I can say. Heaven Relinquish's glance slightly shifted. It seems like I have been underestimating you. You really do know a thing or two about the other side. I don't know for sure. Lichia shook his head. A different world, not a part of the 9 worlds and not the legendary 10th world. Just what is that place? Heaven Relinquish stared at Lichia, wishing for the answer. I can't answer you. Lichia refused. If you want to know, you can board the evil-slaying platform. If you are fortunate enough, perhaps an answer will show itself. Heaven Relinquish was clearly affected by this response. The evil energy in his eyes turned into a bright glimmer. Lichia smiled. Heaven Relinquish, I know you are very powerful and I'm very aware that it is extremely difficult to kill a devil king inside the devil world. But do not forget, I was able to become both an imperial king and a devil king, so I do not fear anyone in this place. Even if the Buddhist lord and imperial lord returned, I still wouldn't fear them. After a while, the glimmer disappeared from Heaven Relinquish's eyes as he slowly sat down. Lichia sat there and spoke. The 2 lords entering the platform and path did it for a reason, don't you think? Heaven Relinquish did not wish to dwell on this matter. He intended to board the platform, but in his mind, the time was not ripe. What do you want? He looked up and asked. You didn't lead me out here just to tell me these things, right? I want the key to the Dark Maxim Palace. Lichia said with a smile. Don't have it. The Devil King rebuffed his request right away. Lichia had to laugh. Heaven Relinquish, you can't trick me. I know the key is in your possession. In the devil world, no one besides you can have it. So what if I do have it? Heaven Relinquish coldly uttered. If you want to seize it, I'll take you on any time. I don't plan on fighting. Li Qie smiled. I am only here to discuss it with you and will give it back after I'm done with it. Of course, I will not take advantage of you. We can make a deal.
A deal.
With a cold expression, the Devil King responded. Dark cultivators do not have desires. What is there to make a deal about? That's not what I've heard. That's right, you guys do not need treasures or manuals, but dark cultivators still have desires. Li Qie chuckled. Here he stared at the Devil King to say, perhaps, you are not like those dark cultivators with a devil prayer, but you do have some things you want, such as boarding the evil-slaying platform. So what? Heaven Relinquish kept his cool with his response. Li Qie continued. I know you have always been preparing for the day when you set foot on this platform. In your eyes, the time is still not right. Maybe you are missing an item. If you have it, it would be time to set off. Chapter 1080. Deal. Heaven Relinquish glanced at him right away and slowly stated. So, you are saying that you have something that can help me? Li Qie smiled. I actually do have something. With that, he took out an item and tossed it over to the Devil King. The king caught and carefully looked at it and found himself astounded despite his great status. He eventually lifted his head to look at Li Qie. Where did you get this thing? Does that matter? Li Qie answered. It is more important that the thing has a great effect for you. This was the item given to him by immortal Emperor Chen Xue in exchange for the life of his daughter, the Storm God. He stared at the king and said, with that, you can think about boarding the evil-slaying platform. The king pondered for a bit while holding the item before flatly saying, all dark cultivators wish to go there. Moreover, all of them can do so as well. I know they can. Li Qie said, however, after being here for so long, I have come to understand something else as well. Why is it that capable dark cultivators do not easily go up there? Why is it that they only go there once their evil energy is strong enough? Li Qie looked at the king and asked, for what reason is someone as powerful as you still refusing to go up there for all this time? The Devil King sat there emotionlessly, unwilling to elaborate. Li Qie continued with amusement. Even if you don't say it, I still know a thing or two. In the past, weak dark cultivators still climbed the platform. However, a few things happened afterward that made people come to understand something. From then on, the majority of dark cultivators would not try to go up there without reaching a certain level. For example, you are strong enough, but you are still not confident. This lack of absolute confidence might be indicative of your wavering will towards reaching the other side. Li Qie faintly smirked. The Devil King responded chillingly. No dark cultivator has ever changed their mind about wanting to reach the other side. You are an exception because you do not belong to the devil world. I do not deny that I am not someone from this world. In the past, I was only able to become an imperial monarch and devil king due to knowing a few secrets. I schemed and planned in secrecy to reach those positions. Li Qie said dismissively. I won't deny that I am also quite suspicious about the mysteries behind both the platform and pathway. There's nothing wrong with this. If I truly trusted in it, I would have done so long ago. His eyes turned serious after speaking. Haha, no trust? Who do you not trust? The Devil King asked. The Devil Lord or the Buddhist Lord? To be honest, I don't have a strong opinion on the two lords. It is not that I don't trust them. Li Qie's tone became serious as his eyes narrowed. Perhaps they themselves do not completely understand what is behind these paths. Heaven Relinquish spoke indifferently. For both dark cultivators and imperial soldiers, I'm sure there will be a home for them. Definitely. He turned quiet after saying this. After millions of long years, so many had entered the evil-slaying platform. However, there had never been any news of returning. This was their fate. The world on the other side had a fatal grasp on all cultivators. Everlasting life and immortality. These are what everyone has pursued for many eras. Li Qie gently sighed. So many great men have vied for them, but how many have been successful? Then what is it that you are after? Heaven Relinquish asked with a solemn gaze. Fighting to the very end. Li Qie awe-inspiringly spoke. In fact, these are the two greatest pursuits from one generation to the next. Immortality and fighting to the end. People have been doing so since eras immemorable, the legendary era, and even now. With a solemn demeanor,
Li Qie went on. Perhaps the two are the same thing.
Only by fighting till the end would one be able to obtain immortality. The Devil King did not answer, for this topic was beyond his understanding.
Even though he knew a few things after listening to the Devil Lord, they were very ancient matters of the old ages.
Certain things are widely discussed while others are spoken of in secrecy. Many things sound quite distant, but they are very closely related. It is just that people aren't aware of this.
This is due to everyone not being able to see outside of this limitation. They do not know what exists above the firmament. He sighed at this point before looking at the Devil King. For example, dark cultivators, what is it that you are pursuing?
To go to the other world? For what reason?
No reason, it's just fate.
The king answered coldly.
Li Qie laughed and said, "Oh, my heaven relinquish, if other dark cultivators said this, I wouldn't be surprised because they are ignorant, they can't compare to you. However, as a Devil King who has seen the Devil Lord before, your answer just now is incredibly untrue to your own thoughts."
The Devil King asked, "Then what do you think dark cultivators like us are pursuing?"
To be exact, we are talking about you, not dark cultivators, because they don't know what they will face. They only follow the old tradition of entering the platform in order to reach the other side, a different world.
Li Qie responded.
But you are not the same.
Li Qie stared intensely at the king.
You know things that they do not. This is why you have been patient until now instead of boarding the platform right away, because of the uncertainty in your mind. Perhaps you know the result of failure.
Is that so? The Devil King didn't deny or confirm this claim.
Li Qie flatly said, "Dark cultivators, imperial soldiers, or even sacred monks, maybe they all have the same end.
Dark cultivators like you do not have emotions like us mortals.
No flesh and blood, or to be frank, all of you are dead, the living dead. Not to mention the fact that you all can't leave the lesser world and how you will face destruction after leaving, just like those monks at the plateau. Hypothetically speaking, even if you dark cultivators could leave the lesser world, would you?"
Li Qie asked.
The Devil King answered, "Dark cultivators have their own wishes. This world naturally has its own fate as well." Li Qie laughed. "Heaven relinquish, you should be saying these words to other people. My ability to become a Devil King and reaching this level should be indicative of my own logic.
Let us be frank with each other. This will be good for the both of us.
Perhaps I will give you some incredible warnings and you will be able to give me some ideas."
Really now? The Devil King maintained his aloof stance.
"We won't talk about why the inhabitants of this world are able to live forever without flesh and blood, because that is no secret to me."
Li Qie said,
"Let us talk about your instinct, the most primal instinct in your heart. Perhaps other dark cultivators aren't aware of this. They don't know why the other side attracts them so, or just what it is that is driving them to that different world.
However, heaven relinquish, you know a little about this."
Li Qie stared at the king. "Your kind does not belong to the 9 worlds because you do not have life. You cannot share the same emotions as mortals. Because of this, you need a world with happiness and sorrow, anger and joy. Emotions that belong to you. To be even more specific, you do not need immortality. What you want is to be a living being, not a puppet. Perhaps in that other world, there are no cultivators or imperial soldiers, only emotion-filled living beings.
Of course, I am not ruling out immortality either.
This is simply a paradise that has been chased after by countless people in history." Li Qie slowly went on, "Perhaps after entering the platform to reach a new world, everyone will find salvation. So in a sense, this is a resurrection, a rebirth. This is your true instinct, and precisely because of this urge, all of you are tempted to climb up the evil-slaying platform to reach this different world."
Li Qie finished with a dignified expression.
"I don't know anything about this instinct." Heaven Relinquish gently shook his head. "For me and the other dark cultivators, this is only our long-cherished wish and the fate of this world."
"Haha, Heaven Relinquish, you are telling me about wishes and fate?"
Li Qie couldn't help but laugh. "You can deceive others about many things, but not me. I know very well how this world was formed, so in my eyes, there are no wishes or fate." Li Qie glared at him and said, "I am aware that this is a plan, an extremely grand plan that has been in the making for countless eras and has quietly continued on for all that time." Chapter 1081, Devil World Secret. After his monologue, Li Qie stopped for a bit before eventually sighing softly. "Even the Buddhist funeral plateau has persisted from one generation to another. This is all because of a single pursuit. Since you think you know everything, What do you think the plateau's plan is? Heaven Relinquish finally took the initiative.
Heaven Relinquish, there's no need to test me. Lichia shook his head. I know full well what the plateau wants to do, or rather, what Dishur wants to do.
How about we make another deal?
Tell me what the Devil Lord told you back then and I will tell you the secret of the plateau.
Humph.
Heaven Relinquish snorted. It looks like you don't only want the key to the Dark Maxim Palace, you led me out to find out more about the Devil Lord as well. Frankly, I don't have much interest in your Devil Lord since I know all the things that I want to already. Lichia said dismissively. I only want to know what he told you back then. With that, he peered at the king. If I'm not mistaken, before the Devil Lord left back then, he summoned you and told you certain things that the other Devil Kings didn't hear.
This is what I want to know.
After hearing this, the king's gaze immediately turned fierce with evil energy rampaging about him in a frightening manner. All of his attention was focused on Lichia. Lichia was unperturbed. He leisurely sat there. There's no need to look at me like that. You know full well that you can't do anything to me.
Plus, this wasn't considered a secret either.
The other Devil Kings knew about this matter. Just not about what the Devil Lord told you. It looked like the Devil King didn't wish to entertain this conversation since he sat there emotionlessly. Lichia took his time speaking. For millions of years after the Devil Lord went to that world, many dark cultivators and Devil Kings climbed up the platform and left the Devil World. However, you have been doing nothing while staying in the Devil World's underground, enduring from one generation to another. To tell the truth, I am not looking down on you when I say this. I have analyzed all the Devil Kings here. You are not the most exceptional or powerful among them. However, one thing is for certain, you are definitely the most patient one. Because of this, the Devil Lord picked you. And sure enough, you have been waiting all this time until you are completely sure before climbing the platform. This was also met with nothing but a cold stare from the Devil King. Lichia looked him straight in the eyes and spoke. Tell me the Devil Lord's words and I will tell you the secret of the plateau. The Devil King looked at Lichia for a bit before shaking his head. Not interested. Also, I won't let you borrow the Dark Maxim key. With that, he threw Lichia's item back to him. My Heaven Relinquish. Lichia smiled. You really are patient. However, let me remind you, you yourself can wait, but the opportunity won't wait for you.
What do you mean by that?
There was a tinge of surprise in the Devil King's expression. Lichia sat there leisurely and replied. Heaven Relinquish, you think that you can't die so there is more than ample time. You feel that you can wait until everyone goes up to the platform and it doesn't matter if you take your time. However, I can tell you something right now, you only have 1 or 2 generations at most. Such fear-mongering. The Devil King coldly spoke. The Devil World is indestructible and eternal. This has been the case for millions of years.
Really now?
Do you think the Buddhist funeral plateau will wait for countless generations?
Will Dishur wait for this long?
Lichia laughed. So what if they can't wait? The king retorted, if the plateau could destroy the lesser imperial Devil World, they would have done so long ago. It doesn't matter if the seal has been imposed on this world will continue on forever. Heaven Relinquish, you still don't understand. Lichia coldly said. The plateau and Dishur will not destroy you and the lesser world. But, his eyes turned cold at this point while glaring at the king. But Dishur will fight to the end. The Buddhist funeral plateau will accomplish its mission. Ever since its inception, it has always been waiting for that day. The Devil King's expression changed after hearing this. Lichia went on, like our conversation earlier, ever since the immemorial era, through the legendary and even now, great men have been searching for the answer to 2 questions, immortality and the final battle. Since I have told you this today, it should show my sincerity. The Buddhist plateau will take action within 3 generations. At that time the Devil World and the Imperial border, this entire lesser world will only be a chess piece tied to their war chariot.
Lichia stated slowly.
The Devil King's expression turned cold. He knew what was going to happen after hearing this. Thus, both dark cultivators and Imperial soldiers only have 2 options. They will either have to enter the path or platform earlier or be tied to the plateau's war machine and become Dishur's cannon fodder. He continued on, you are a Devil King so you should be able to sense just how powerful the Buddhist funeral plateau has become. Think about it carefully or calculate with your fingers. Just how much longer will your so-called immortality last? Heaven Relinquish started to contemplate at this moment.
Perhaps Lichia was right.
They really didn't have much time left. After a while, the Devil King looked at Li Chia and coldly asked, "What do you want to take from the Dark Maxim Palace?" "This doesn't concern you," Li Chia flatly responded. "You just need to lend me the key. You should know that there is an entry limit. Moreover, you can only take one item." The king replied, "I know that after thorough investigations. If I came unprepared, I wouldn't have asked you for the key." Li Chia said. The Devil King stared at him for a while and formulated another question. "Do you think you will be successful?" "I don't think so." At this point, he could faintly guess what Li Chia wanted. Li Chia smiled and nonchalantly stated, "I will. Since I was able to become a Devil King and an Imperial Monarch, I am destined for success in this." In the end, the king slowly took out a black key after a long silence. "You can open the Dark Maxim Palace. The key will remain inside and it will naturally return to my hands." Li Chia threw the other item back at the Devil King and smiled. "You finally thought it through. This is a good thing. A few items will have no use if left back at the palace because you all will never be able to gather the other things." The Devil King snorted and put away Li Chia's item. "Wait, I still have a little toy." Li Chia smiled and took out the devil prayers from the wooden sword Dark Saint and others. "Bring these things along after you climb up there. These are some matters you will have to take care of before leaving this world." The king scowled and accepted these wishes. Since this deal was settled, these prayers were only trivial matters, so he was too lazy to bargain with Li Chia any further. Li Chia stood up and said, "What a pity. I still want to know what the Devil Lord told you, but if you don't want to tell me, I won't force you. If you really want to know, you can go ask the Devil Lord yourself." Heaven Relinquish stated insipidly. "If that day comes I will." Li Chia smiled and said, "But at that time, whatever he told you will no longer be important because I would know all the secrets already." The Devil King snorted again, seemingly have lost interest in this matter. Li Chia turned around and was about to leave the temple. "What is your pursuit, your goal?" As he had just stepped out of the door, Heaven Relinquished's voice came from behind. Li Chia stopped and turned around to meet the king's gaze. The king continued, "You came from the 9 worlds with the ability to become a Devil King and Imperial Monarch, allowing you to have immortality. Then what is your pursuit? Treasures? Or is it just to find out the secrets?" "No." Li Chia shook his head and solemnly answered, "I want to kill to the very end. My pursuit is very simple, all I want is an answer." With that, he left the ancient temple. Heaven Relinquish watched his back and after a long while, he finally murmured, "Immortality and the final battle. For what reason? What is waiting for us on the other side? Your Majesty, I hope you have arrived safely." Once the words came out, the Devil King also disappeared, as if he was never here at all. "Young noble, are you all right?" The girls outside saw him coming out and quickly came to welcome him after heaving sighs of relief. He had been in there for quite a long time, so they became worried that a fight broke out. Of course, due to their confidence in him, they stood outside and waited without breaking in. Li Chia smiled and said, "What can even happen? It was just a small matter, so Heaven Relinquish wouldn't fight me over it. Plus, even if we fought, he wouldn't have any advantage either." Chapter 1082, Entering the Dark Maxim Palace. "Okay, put away the palanquin since I don't need to pretend to be Heaven Relinquish anymore," Li Chia ordered. "We'll head for the Dark Maxim Palace." Even Mei Suyao had to ask, "We can actually go in?" Li Chia looked at the girls and smiled. "With the 4 of you, we have the perfect number to enter. If we had more, I'm afraid not everyone would be able to enter." The group headed for the palace. At this time, he used his true form instead of disguising himself as Heaven Relinquish. At the base of the mountain where the palace was situated, even though Zhang Shi's group had left earlier, there were still cultivators here. Many of the late arrivals all tried to see if they could open it. However, regardless of their power and talents, none were able to open the palace, just like before. "Li Chia is here." Someone quickly noticed him even before he made it to the base and shouted. At this moment, the notorious moniker Fiercest was completely unmatched. His brilliance had overshadowed all the other supreme geniuses. Thus, no matter where he went, he would be the center of attention, a source of dread. A person in the distance saw Li Chia's group and murmured, "Fiercest is here,
Don't tell me he came for the Dark Maxim Palace? No one has been able to do it. Can Fiercest do it? Someone had to ask this question. An expert from the barren earth commented. Hard to say, Fiercest is too devilish. Just think about it. The prime peak of the God War Mountain was unbelievable too. No one was capable of climbing it, not even Heavenly Emperor Lin's group, but Fiercest made it to the summit. Haha, I think that Fiercest can do it and create another miracle. If Fiercest can't, then no one else can. Nowadays, who can actually compare with Fiercest? Another commenter added. In a short period of time, Li Qie's fame as Fiercest had spread far and wide. He had supporters and even many fans. This was especially true for the younger cultivators. Fiercest had defeated all the other supreme geniuses and had even recruited the prettiest beauty, Mei Suyao. He was powerful enough and also had ample romantic luck. With all of this, how could the young cultivators not worship him? The people here quickly made way for Li Qie's group once they reached the base of the mountain. No one dared to stand in his way. They eagerly watched and didn't dare to make a sound. He had an unparalleled authority among the younger generation. He glanced at the palace at the peak and flatly said before leading the way, "Come, we'll go up there." The girls followed right behind him. It wasn't easy to climb up this mountain because the palace was once the location from which the Devil Lord issued orders to the rest of the Devil world. This area was under the suppression of a seal, so one needed to be quite powerful if they wanted to scale to the top. But of course, for Li Qie and the rest of the girls, it was not a problem. The crowd held their breaths and stared intensely at Li Qie. It could even be said that their hearts were hanging on a thread. Some probably didn't wish to see Li Qie succeed. However, many wanted to see a miracle as well. For millions of years, no one had been able to open the palace. If someone could do so right now, then it would definitely be a miracle. To be able to watch such a miracle was a kind of honor for the spectators present. The entrance to the Dark Maxim Palace was very ordinary and simple. There were no superfluous decorations since the two doors were painted black and were made from unknown metal. They seemed to be quite heavy. Moreover, there was no keyhole, so it didn't seem like they could be opened with a key. Li Qie smiled while looking at the two doors that joined together at the entrance and murmured, "Dark Maxim Palace, one can only imagine its grandeur when the Devil Lord was still here. There are records about the great prosperity once found at the Dark Maxim Palace and Emperor's Citadel. I wonder if they are accurate or not." Mei Suyao added. Li Qie gently nodded his head. They are accurate. The palace and citadel back then were just like Nalanda of today, or to be more exact, the current Buddhist kingdom. Just from hearing this, the girls could imagine it already. In the present, Nalanda was in control of the entire Buddhist funeral plateau, the home of countless monks. Li Qie lifted his palm. One could hear a clicking sound. The moment the key flew out from his hand, the palace's gate actually revealed a keyhole. Another click came about. The key inserted itself and unlocked the gate. Clank! The heavy gate of the palace slowly opened and the path inside appeared beneath the group's feet. "Follow me." Li Qie took the key and began to walk into the inner palace. In the blink of an eye, the group disappeared. Another loud clanking sound could be heard as the palace closed its heavy gate. Everyone at the base of the mountain was shocked by this scene. Even though some of them were mentally prepared, they were still astounded all the same. It really opened. His believers were still astonished by this miracle. Many took deep breaths and murmured, "Fiercest is far too heaven-defying. He actually opened the Dark Maxim Palace." Of course, others didn't know about the deal between Heaven Relinquish and Li Qie. The item that Li Qie gave to the Devil King was extremely unfathomable as well. Just by the fact that immortal Emperor Chen Shui used it to redeem the Storm God's life was enough to show its worth. In fact, Li Qie had wanted to keep it for his own use, but in the end, he still made the choice. He didn't simply want treasures, he needed an answer. Entering the Dark Maxim Palace. Doesn't this mean he can pick any treasure that belonged to the legendary master of the Devil World? Some started to salivate after Li Qie's group disappeared inside the palace. Strongest of the younger generation, the future candidate to become the immortal emperor, able to create miracles and have countless treasures. If it was me, I would be willing to follow Fiercest as well. What a shame that Fiercest wouldn't care for me. A beautiful female cultivator lamented. This news quickly traveled across the lesser world. It caused a huge uproar and shock. Someone else emotionally said, "No one else can be immortal emperor but Fiercest. No one is his opponent. He can even create one miracle after another. Opening the Dark Maxim Palace and climbing the Prime Peak, both of these are his feats alone. They are no less than any immortal emperor in their youth. Actually, I think they are even more amazing. Jikong Wudi was astonished after hearing this. Even Venerable Nine Sword couldn't stay calm. This person will definitely be trouble if we don't eliminate him. Jikong Wudi spoke with ferocity in his eyes. Not just trouble. If Li Qie is left alive, I will have no chance of becoming the immortal emperor. I feel confident against anyone else in the competition for the throne, but I can't see through Li Qie. It is best if we eliminate him early. The Venerable slowly spoke with a serious expression. Once his wings propel him into an emperor candidate, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to get rid of him. At that step, countless god kings in the 9 worlds will join his banner. When that happens, he wouldn't even need to do anything to destroy his enemies. Ancestor, are you confident in killing him? Jikong Wudi spoke gravely. At this time, he felt that the longer Li Qie stayed alive, the more unfavorable it was for him. In his eyes, his chance of becoming emperor was drifting further and further away as Li Qie became increasingly powerful. The Venerable contemplated for a bit. From my observations, that Iron Man truly has left already, but I don't know if he has any other Dao protectors behind him. We have to invite the Prime General to come out. Jikong Wudi concluded. The Prime General will definitely be able to end Li Qie even if God Kings are protecting him. The Prime General was the strongest general under Immortal Emperor Ta Kong. According to the legends, he wasn't too far off from the Emperor himself. It isn't that simple. Venerable Nine Swords smiled wryly. No one can invite him, or at least I can't. Unless Space Trample Mountain is facing extinction, he won't come out for anyone. Should we give it a try? Jikong Wudi pondered for a bit before asking. Ancestor, you and I can attack together while Li Qie is unprepared. There's no rush. We are waiting for some people. The Venerable spoke deeply. Jikong Wudi asked, Ancestor has some reinforcements? The old man smiled and said, They'll be here soon. Li Qie killed the 8 ancestors from the ancient kingdom as well as the divine ancestor's disciple, Shen Menghui. The ancient kingdom will definitely not let this go. Plus, he also killed the soaring immortal emissary, so the soaring sect naturally will do something as well. I calculated that the Azure Mysterious Ancestors and the Soaring Immortal Sect's chief ambassador should be here soon. I have sent them a message already. If they come to the Lesser Imperial Devil World, we will talk. Venerable Nine Sword explained. After hearing this, Jikong Wudi was relieved. With sufficient forces, they would definitely be able to eradicate Li Qie. Chapter 1083. Heavenly Emperor Lin's background. Jikong Wudi told the Venerable. No matter what happens or what price we have to pay, we have to eliminate Li Qie. This decision had been cemented in his mind. He would pay any price to destroy Li Qie. The war for the throne had always been merciless. Even though many of these past competitions were between emperor candidates, and people said that only those who dared to face their most powerful enemies and overcome them would become emperor, this was not always the case. In fact, for millions of years, there had always been conspiracies and schemes beneath the surface of these wars. Behind these candidates were an abundance of followers and mighty Dao protectors. A lot of brilliant geniuses died pitifully to schemes, ambushes, and assassinations. Only by surviving this cruel war would one become the immortal emperor. More often than not, these despicable means were looked down upon. However, Jikong Wudi couldn't care less about it at this point. In his eyes, after he became the immortal emperor, the public would stop caring about it later on. Who would actually dare to bring it up at that point? Li Qie. I really can't see through you. Just how powerful are you really? After hearing this news, Lin commented while hellishly training with Zhan Shi. Far beyond our imagination. Zhan Shi spoke. Zhan Shi had entered the Heavenly Dao Academy before. Back then, he was a student of the Sacred Era Hall. Although he was not friends with Li Qie then, he knew full well of his deeds. Lin movingly spoke. I think my senior brother will meet a powerful opponent in this generation. If he isn't careful, I'm afraid he will have to run after suffering defeat. It seems like Brother Lin is very open-minded. Zhan Shi told Lin. We are having a heart-to-heart talk. There's no need to hide anything. Lin said. Brother Zhan, you know my background. Just like you said,
I don't mind letting everything go even at this point. It's not worth mentioning at all. Jean Sure looked at the young man and spoke. Brother Lin is willing to give up the battle for the heavens will just like that? Immortal Emperor is something everyone will want as long as they have some ambition in them. The truth is that I have never thought about competing for the heavens will or becoming the Emperor. This opportunity is not being prepared for me. It is meant for my senior brother. Lin smilingly said. I am not someone who underestimates myself and I see that you are the same way. Jean Sure said. No matter how powerful your senior brother might be, in my opinion, Brother Lin still has a chance to compete. No, there is a big gap between us. Lin gently shook his head. At the very least right now, I have no way of surpassing him. Jean Sure disagreed by shaking his head. I don't think so. More often than not, the Dao heart is more important than talents when it comes to becoming an emperor. Of course, talents are indispensable, but the Dao heart is even more crucial. Without a firm Dao heart, even the most brilliant talents would only be for show. For ages now, countless great geniuses with weak Dao hearts couldn't handle defeat and eventually succumbed to their own inner demon. Only by courageously treading forward without caring for trials and hardship would one be able to become the emperor. Jean Sure's eyes turned profound as his determination became even more resolute. He looked at Lin and said, in terms of talents, skills and Dao heart, Brother Lin does not lack any of these. You meet the conditions and have the qualifications to compete for the heavens will. The sect chose my senior brother, not me. Lin shook his head. I will not be the one standing in my sect and my senior brother's way. Jean Sure did not agree. In my opinion, Brother Lin is not a person who is overly adherent to old ideas, so why do you have such thoughts? Your fate should be up to you alone. I am already very satisfied. Lin smiled. Everything I have today was given to me by my sect. If it values my senior brother, I will let him pass and hope that he will not let us down, that he will become the emperor. Jean Sure went on, if you no longer want to become the emperor, why do you still want to fight Li Qie? You should quit this game. This path is paved with cruelty. This is my attempt to lend the sect a hand by exploring Li Qie's true worth so that my senior brother can have a better chance. Lin smiled. Plus, running without fighting isn't my style. I want to have a real battle against Li Qie, not losing after 1 or 2 moves. I can't accept such a defeat. I can't accept it either. Jean Sure didn't wish to dwell on this matter and smiled back. Who can accept losing to Li Qie without even knowing what happened? No matter what, we have to see what he is really about. Even if we lose, we have to understand the process at the very least. That's right, let us work together and give him a good fight. Lin laughed out loud in a gallant manner. Jean Sure laughed loudly as well. If we can defeat Li Qie, then let the 2 of us compete for the heavens will in the future. If such a day comes, then I shall compete as well. Lin accepted happily the idea. These words were erring on the playful side. If that day comes, Brother Lin, remember that I won't take it easy on you. Jean Sure solemnly said with a firm glare. Lin laughed heartily in response. Don't worry, Brother Jean, I won't show mercy either. We will fight until the sky collapses. Despite his heroic demeanor, Lin gently sighed inside. He knew that that day wouldn't come. It didn't matter whether they could defeat Li Qie or not. He would concede to his senior brother in the future. The sect had given his senior brother everything, so he couldn't cause trouble for them by standing in his brother's way. After all, his senior brother was the chosen one. He couldn't act so ungrateful towards the sect. Li Qie and the girls entered the dark Maxim Palace and continued along the road. Many palaces appeared in their sight. From the outside, the dark Maxim Palace seemed to be just one palace, but this was not the case. It was a heavenly grotto with many different palaces inside. Li Shuangyan and the others felt a suppressive aura. It seemed to be emanating from the palace itself and a different location at the same time. Eventually, the group came before a huge palace. After entering, the colorful glimmers of treasures were reflected everywhere. Many different items were displayed inside, ranging from divine metals to immortal steel. Weapons and holy artifacts of all kinds were placed along the palace walls. The shelves collected rare boxes as well. Outsiders would be driven insane by seeing this. This many treasures could plunge the world into an avaricious bloodbath. Fortunately, Li Shuangyan and the girls were experienced. Shi and Chen Baojiao had been following Li Qie, so they were no strangers to treasures. Needless to say about Mei Suyao,
She came from the Eternal River School, a lineage with 3 emperors. It was a place that never lacked treasures. Bai Zhenjin's sword god's sacred ground was also an imperial lineage, so they had plenty of treasures as well. Pick your favorite. Li Qie smiled. Remember, each person can only take 1 item out of the palace, no more. After hearing Li Qie, the girls didn't rush for the treasures. They only carefully looked over everything on display. This is the Devil Lord's collection. Although the best ones have been taken away by him, there are still many incredible items in here. It is up to you guys to pick the most suitable treasure for yourselves. The girls took their time. At this point, their harvest depended on their own luck. After giving the hint, Li Qie left for another big palace. There was nothing else besides a huge painting hanging in the main hall of this palace. It was neither a drawing of a devil king engulfed in evil energy, nor the Devil Lord of Legends. It was a painting of a monk, or rather, a Buddha. The Buddhist aura coming from this painting was far-reaching and had a great rhythm. Regardless of how many years had passed, it still emitted a faint Buddhist light. One couldn't see this Buddha's face since he was turning his back on all existences while walking to a very, very distant destination. While looking at the painting, one would think that this Buddha was slowly disappearing before their eyes towards the horizon. But time and time again, he didn't disappear completely, as if his journey was especially long and arduous. It was a never-ending trek across millions of years. Was this not drawn? While Li Qie was quietly admiring this painting, a gentle voice spoke. It was Mei Suyao. She had already picked a treasure for herself. She stood next to Li Qie and looked at the painting as well. With a natural immortal bone, she had a unique perspective both when picking her treasure as well as looking at this painting. Right, it wasn't painted. Li Qie smiled and nodded his head. A Buddha has imprinted himself in this place. Her immortal bone could see through the origin. After a careful look, she was startled. He left his will in this place. Is this his attempt to suppress the devil world? You can put it that way, but it is not to the point of suppressing. To be more exact, he is trying to stabilize the lesser imperial devil world. Li Qie explained while looking at the painting. Is this the legendary master of the Buddhist kingdom? Mei Suyao had to ask. Chapter 1084. Insect Pipe and Mechanical World Vessel. Li Qie gently shook his head while looking at the Buddha in the painting. No, it is not the Buddhist lord of the kingdom. It wouldn't be this easy for him to stabilize the lesser world. Then it is the mythical Di Shi. Mei Suyao was shocked. Di Shi was a being limited to legends. For millions of years, no one had heard of his sighting. Some rumors back in the ancient ages even stated that Di Shi was no longer in this world. Others also thought that Di Shi didn't exist and that he was only a myth, a character created by the Buddhist funeral plateau. Li Qie only smiled and didn't say anything else. He left this palace for another one with Mei Suyao right behind him. The next palace was very ancient. There was no scintillating light or immortal aura. It was quite strange due to the fanciful and obscured runes all over the walls. They were of an archaic age. Even someone as well-read as Mei Suyao had never seen them before, arousing her curiosity. She opened her heavenly gaze while her forehead lit up. She intended to use her immortal bone to see through the mysticisms of the runes. However, it wasn't long before she felt the earth spinning and had to stagger several steps back. Is this the supreme origin of an era? She was startled. Her immortal bone could communicate with gods and understand the entire world. It could even easily comprehend heaven's secret laws. However, when she tried to analyze the runes on the walls, she felt as if she had fallen into a boundless world, as if the runes were connected to 3,000 different worlds. It was a complexity beyond imagination. The 3,000 worlds are also inside. Li Qie chuckled and didn't look at the runes. His eyes were fixated on a stone table in the palace. At this time, Mei Suyao finally noticed that there was nothing else in this place besides this stone table, and an object that resembled a bronze truncheon on top of it. However, this moderate-sized item was not a truncheon. It was assembled from many exquisite little pieces, giving it an appearance resembling a rod, but also an arm. No one could tell what it was exactly. Li Qie reached out and this bronze item fell into his hand. Mei Suyao took a careful look at this unbelievably complex and well-crafted item. The world had many things that were created by universal laws interlaced together. Some laws were as small as a strand of hair. However, each piece of this item ahead was around that size.
The more impressive part was that it was all made out of metal. Such an item consisted of countless parts. This was a heavenly level of craftsmanship beyond the scope of current understanding. With a pull from Li Qie, these little parts of the bronze object suddenly moved while the main body lit up. It was shaking as if it had its own life. At the same time, the runes on the walls resonated with brilliance as if they were waking up. Buzz, as the pieces on the object rotated faster and faster, they actually sucked in all the runes on the walls. In the blink of an eye, all the runes departed from the walls and went inside the bronze object. After this absorption, the object seemed to take on a different color and became even more complex and mystical in an unfathomable manner. Mei Suyao was astonished as well. She thought the runes on the walls were painted on, but that didn't seem to be the case right now. Someone had used an unbelievable method to pull the runes out of the bronze rod. The Devil Lord is indeed amazing. Li Qie looked at the rod and stated in a matter-of-fact tone. To be able to remove the runes so perfectly, it is quite heaven-defying. Mei Suyao noticed some clues and asked, "Does Veda's Vajra's item and this thing have the same origin?"
Yes.
Li Qie nodded slightly. They do have the same origin. Unfortunately, the Devil Lord couldn't have both items at the same time or else he would have realized something. What is it? She was full of curiosity. There weren't many treasures that could attract Li Qie's attention. He didn't even care for immortal emperor true treasures, yet he seemed to be especially attentive towards these two things. It showed that they must have had an incredible origin, even more extraordinary than imperial true treasures. Li Qie smiled. These things probably don't have names. Very few know of their existence, let alone their names. However, after translating the runes the language of their era, they indeed have a name. Li Qie looked at the bronze stick in his hand and said, "This is the insect pipe. As for the one you obtained from the Vajra, it also has a name, Mechanical World Vessel." After seeing the successful opening, some cultivators refused to give up and climb to the summit again. Of course, without the key from heaven relinquish, they couldn't open it no matter how heaven-defying they might be, regardless of their attempts. Not long after their departure from the palace, everyone heard some news from an unknown source. A dark cultivator wants to climb the evil-slaying platform. This is a good timing. After hearing this, Li Qie chuckled and told the girls, "I have planned to bring everyone up to the platform already, so now that a dark cultivator is going there, nothing could be better. We can go see the mystical properties of the platform." The girls turned quite happy since Li Qie had brought up the platform many times. They had a difficult time imagining the platform and the climbing process. The evil-slaying platform was located in the deepest region of the Devil World. It was shrouded in an evil energy. At that place, there was no sky or sight of the sun, as if it led to an unknown world. When Li Qie arrived, there was already a sea of people right outside the platform. Although they didn't dare to go closer, the entire platform was still surrounded from a distance. This simple and ancient platform was made from ink-colored rocks placed together. It seemed to be one with the ground beneath it. There was a huge lever-style guillotine at the top. It was completely black like an evil blade from hell, capable of decapitating all gods and devils. In front of the platform was a precipice containing only a vast expanse in front of it. One couldn't see the end of this void, making it seem as if successfully crossing it would lead to another world. The guillotine emitted a faint light that exuded a quiver-inducing murderous intent. Because of this, no one dared to approach the platform. No matter how strong one might be, they would feel this murderous aura from the blade once they got close. Although it was not particularly ferocious, it would instill a primal fear as if it was already dangling over their neck. Chapter 1085. Evil-slaying platform fiercest is here. Someone shouted once Li Qie arrived, attracting countless gazes. Li Qie was standing on top of a distant hill and gazed at the platform with the rest of the girls. He was in quiet contemplation after seeing the profound light being emitted from the guillotine. He was once a devil king back then during his long stay in this world. Outside of searching for certain things, there was one question that beckoned his curiosity. It was whether dark cultivators could go to a new world after coming to the evil-slaying platform. What are the requirements for a dark cultivator to go up there? Chen Baojiao inquired. Li Qie shook his head gently. Nothing. Any dark cultivator can do so. However, their strength does influence the result. In what way? She asked once more. He glanced at the blade and answered.
Wait a bit for when a dark cultivator goes up there. You will understand right away. Even Bai Zhenjin, who treated her words like gold, had to ask, is there really another world? The girls had heard Li Qie and the dark cultivators talk about another world, but they didn't know the specifics. I don't know. Li Qie answered. Maybe, maybe not. It is hard to say. Plus, each person has a different opinion about this other world. Eventually, a dark cultivator climbed up the evil-slaying platform before the huge crowd. He had a human form that exuded a terrifying evil aura. Even god monarchs would be wary of such an existence. He silently gazed across the vast expanse beyond the precipice while standing on top of the platform. The spectating cultivators were stirred. To be able to watch a dark cultivator on the platform was truly a rare event. Eventually, this dark cultivator made up his mind. He stood before the guillotine that faced the precipice and slowly closed his eyes before placing his neck on top of the frame. Some cultivators felt their hearts hanging up high at the sight of this dark cultivator situated right beneath the blade. They nervously tightened their fists. Crank! The extremely sharp blade fell down. It easily decapitated the dark cultivator like cutting tofu. His head rolled down from the platform. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a great amount of dark energy rushed out from his severed neck. This vast energy rushed through the vast expanse beyond the precipice like a tidal wave. This particular dark cultivator was extremely powerful. Thus this energy was as majestic as a sea. It tore apart the void and traveled with an unstoppable momentum. This process continued on with the energy gushing out of his neck for a long time. Eventually, all the energy was gone and the scene became calm again. At this time, people found that the energy formed a bridge from the precipice to the depths of the expanse. Clack! At this moment, the unbelievable happened. The head that rolled on the ground suddenly cracked and a tiny person walked out from inside. This tiny person looked exactly like the dark cultivator from earlier. However, he didn't have a physical body as he was only an accumulation of dark energy. Li Shuangyan asked, is that his true fate? No, it is a devil's soul, completely different from our true fate. Li Qie gently shook his head. Everyone held their breaths while watching the tiny person walking out of the skull in astonishment. The tiny person quickly walked towards the bridge made out of evil energy that stretched into the vast expanse. At this split second, another shadow suddenly lunged forward. It was a cultivator whose withered blood energy clearly told his old age. This old man rushed to the long bridge in an attempt to follow the devil's soul into the other world. However, when he stepped onto the bridge, his feet didn't make contact as one would expect. The bridge did not accept his body, so he instantly fell into the abyss below. Cultivators could fly, but not in this vast expanse. Once one fell, they were fated for a death without a grave. People gasped with shocked expressions after seeing this scene. Perhaps a few of them had the same idea as him and wanted to follow the dark cultivator into the other world. However, it looked like this train of thought didn't lead to a destination. The tiny person disappeared into the vast expanse after walking along the bridge. After some time, this energy bridge disappeared as well. Just what is it over there? Someone murmured. In fact, all were curious and wanted to know about the other side. Many stood there and gazed at it for a very long time. It was still nothing but void, no different from before. Eventually, the crowd slowly dispersed because they understood no answer would come out of this. Is he at the other world now? Chen Baojiao spoke with concern for the dark cultivator. Who knows, this is a trip with no answer. Li Qie sighed, because after entering the platform, there is no turning back. No one has heard of a dark cultivator being able to return either. Chen Baojiao became absent-minded and murmured, leaving to never be heard from again. Going to the platform was similar to going missing. This was a journey with no return. No one knew if it was a successful trip or not. The people on this side would never find out. Dark cultivators already have eternal life. Why must they go to that other world? Li Shuangyan was skeptical. They should know that it is a road of no return. They know full well about the journey they are embarking on. Li Qie glanced at the vast expanse. As they have said before, this is their will and their fate. No matter how much time it takes, one day, they will step onto this path. This is something all dark cultivators will have to face. The dark cultivator's evil-slaying platform and the imperial soldier's expedition path. Mei Suyao joined in. These are unanswered mysteries across the ages. No one knows what lies beyond these paths. Outside of dark cultivators, can others not go to the other side? Have immortal emperors tried it? Li Shuangyan curiously asked. Mei Suyao slightly opened her mouth, wanting to answer, but she stopped herself since she didn't know how to put it. Li Qie glanced at her and said, "It's fine to say it. After becoming an emperor, immortal Emperor Nu Zhan tried it. He started from the platform and tried to forcefully reach the other side through the expanse. He was even more powerful and frightening compared to their progenitor, immortal Emperor Xueqi. That's right." Mei Suyao gently sighed and admitted, "My sect has records of this. After becoming an emperor, he had tried this before." What was the result? The quiet Bai Zhenjin was drawn in as well. Is there really another world? I don't know the exact details, though there are several different theories. The records themselves aren't very clear. As juniors, we have no way of verifying what happened. Mei Suyao spoke softly. An immortal emperor failing is not really a shameful thing. It is just that the Eternal River Elders don't want to talk about it. Otherwise, people will be disappointed thinking that an immortal emperor is not unstoppable. A layer of shadows was cast over their might from this event. Li Qie said dismissively. Immortal Emperor Nu Zhan failed as well? The girls were horrified by this. In everyone's opinion, immortal emperors were unstoppable. Not to mention one with a grand completion immortal physique. That's a possibility. Mei Suyao spoke unwillingly. After forefather Nu Zhan came back, he never brought up this matter with anyone. However, the elders from the sect speculated from his words that he couldn't do it, so they didn't wish to talk about it either. The others could understand why the Eternal River School was hesitant about this matter. An immortal emperor should be a symbol of invincibility. If even they failed, it would besmirch their lifelong prestige. Chapter 1086. Imperial Border. While the girls were surprised, Bai Zhenjin was in such awe that she blurted, "Immortal Emperor Nu Zhan, he had a grand completion immortal physique too." The 9 worlds had a particular belief. When a grand completion immortal physique user was at their peak, they could assail immortal emperors. Immortal Emperor Nu Zhan was not only at the top already, he ended up becoming an emperor as well. Just think about it, his power must have been unfathomable. Are there existences in this world that are even more powerful than immortal emperors? Li Shuangyan murmured in a daze. Li Qie slightly shook his head and answered, "In the 9 worlds, there might not be something stronger than an immortal emperor. In a one-on-one fight, immortal emperors have always been invincible. The fact that immortal Emperor Nu Zhan couldn't get to the other side doesn't necessarily mean that he wasn't strong enough." Then for what reason did he fail? Chen Baojiao quickly asked. Anyone would be curious about a secret like this. Even Mei Suyao looked over at Li Qie. Even though she was the main successor of the Eternal River School, not even its ancestors knew this matter very well, let alone its disciples. Immortal Emperor Nu Zhan rarely talked about this matter. At best, he only left behind a few words. The majority was speculation by future generations. Mei Suyao realized that Li Qie knew a lot more, even things that weren't privy to her ancestors. Li Shuangyan looked at her young noble and couldn't help but ask, "What is the reason for the emperor's failure in crossing to the other side?" In her mind, there was nothing that her young noble didn't know or couldn't do. If he didn't know, then others definitely wouldn't know. Because there were too many uncertainties on the other side. Li Qie didn't want to talk about this matter. Back then, Immortal Emperor Nu Zhan had specifically asked him about this, but he wasn't willing to disclose its secrets unless he was capable of solving this mystery. "Okay, let's go to the Imperial Border. I'll take you guys to have a look at a certain place. It will definitely defy your common sense." Li Qie smiled. Having heard this, the girls became happy and even excited. They came with their young noble for the experience and to broaden their horizons. Even the otherworldly Mei Suyao felt quite happy. She didn't come with Li Qie for treasures or merit laws. She wanted to see a world unreachable and unviewable by others. Li Qie and the girls began to head for the Imperial Border at an extremely fast speed. The Imperial Border was the other half of the lesser Imperial Devil World. The Imperial Border and the Devil World each took half of the entire land. No one knew why this lesser world was divided into 2 regions like this. What was even stranger was that Imperial soldiers and dark cultivators existed together in this place, but they never mingled. A boundary separated the 2 worlds. Even when the two different existences were right beside each other on opposite sides of the boundary, that small distance was the same as that between heaven and earth. The imperial border gave a completely different feeling than the devil world. The devil world was indeed majestic with great sceneries, but it was engulfed in dark energy. This, in turn, resulted in an oppressive atmosphere. The imperial border was different. Anyone who stepped inside would instantly feel a sense of heroism and ambition. Regardless of whether one was a big shot or a minor character, once inside the imperial border, they would instantly feel a free and unrestrained momentum permeating this vast world. Imperial momentum. Mei Suyao couldn't help but murmur after sensing this atmosphere and feeling an ambition rising in her heart. The imperial momentum was the foundation of the imperial border. It was the same as the evil energy in the devil world and the Buddhist affinity in the plateau. Because of this atmosphere, or perhaps the border itself, everyone would think that this scenic area was magnificent. Each peak and river gave off a royal and righteous aura. The devil world had dark cultivators and the imperial border had imperial weapons. Weapon here was not referring to an immortal emperor life treasure or something of that sort, but rather the troops of the border. That's one of the methods. Outside of absorbing momentum, the other is excavating the mines. Li Qier explained, regal gold is a very magical type of gold in these mines. Outside of increasing their momentum, it has other important uses as well. Such as? Li Shuangyan asked further. Li Qier watched the victorious side rush into the mine and didn't answer. Mei Suyao had to answer instead. For the expedition path. If the soldiers want to go there, they have to use regal gold. Something that is different about dark cultivators and imperial soldiers is that dark cultivators are solitary beings. For example, when boarding the platform, they will not form teams. This is not the case for imperial soldiers. If they want to embark on the expedition path, their entire empire would do so. All of the soldiers would follow their imperial monarch, so they require a huge amount of regal gold. At this point, the victorious side had entered the mine shaft. This mine could be described as spectacular. From the ground to the area where the veins were located, a mighty imperial momentum could be found surging to the sky like a spring. The unsuspecting would think that it was spewing out pure gold. Can we dig up regal gold as well? Chen Baojiao asked curiously. Just watch and find out. Li Qier smilingly responded. At this time, a cultivator had watched the whole event play out for the first time in their life. He noticed that the entire army was inside and that there was no one guarding the entrance, so he snuck in, wishing to excavate some regal gold as well. He jumped to a vein inside the mine. What came next was a burst of screams. Everyone saw this cultivator being pushed out into the sky by the gushing momentum. He was instantly torn into pieces and created a bloody downpour. After seeing this, the other cultivators who also wanted to get closer to the mine lost their courage and quickly retreated far away. Let's go. Even though regal gold is essential to imperial soldiers, no one has found any uses of this material for cultivators, at least for now. Li Qier smiled and turned away. The girls followed him as they continued on. They saw a huge citadel along the way. It was no lesser than a great city back in the mortal emperor world. Chapter 1087. Lost Era. The grand imperial momentum from the citadel gave an incomparable feeling of stateliness, the home of an emperor. The citadel was closed and no one could enter. There were no signs of patrolling soldiers on the city walls either. The entire citadel was quiet, giving off the feeling that it was a city of the dead. Each kingdom will have a citadel, the gathering place of all their imperial soldiers. Li Qier glanced at the huge citadel from the distance and explained. When imperial soldiers aren't excavating or deployed, they will basically all be asleep. Can an outsider enter such a citadel? Li Shuangyan asked. Li Qier gently shook his head. In theory, outsiders can't enter, but of course there are always exceptions. And there is only one method of entry. A direct assault. Fighting against the entire kingdom. Li Shuangyan understood the implications of fighting against an entire kingdom by attacking their city. It seems like the space trample mountain is strong enough. Jikong Wudi actually barged into a royal palace and took a cauldron from there. Chen Baojiao mentioned an exciting event that recently happened. They only dared to pick a minor kingdom. They wouldn't dare to do so against a real empire with just venerable 9 sword. It is simply impossible. Li Qier gently shook his head. How many kingdoms are there in the imperial border?
Li Shuangyan asked. Li Qie stared towards the horizon and replied, quite a few lesser kingdoms. However, in the older ages, there were more imperial soldiers than dock cultivators, even more than the monks at the plateau. He paused for a moment. After millions of years, many kingdoms have embarked on the expedition path. Even though there are still many lesser kingdoms, there are not more than 3 or 4 empires left. With that, Li Qie didn't say anything else and continued forward. The girls followed him to a new location, an ordinary-looking valley. He took out the map drawn by Blazing Devil and did some calculations before confirming. This is the place. Mei Suyao asked, isn't Blazing Devil a dark cultivator? Why was he born at the imperial border? Li Qie responded, I am not looking for the location of his birth but a vein similar to that place. With that, he smiled at the girls and said, ladies, is everyone ready? What you will face is an unbelievable world, a lost civilization. A lost civilization. Mei Suyao was shocked after hearing this since she knew more than the others. When Li Qie said the words lost civilization, she vaguely thought about a few things because she had read records of an extremely ancient era before. Li Qie took out the insect pipe and inserted it on top of a special location. With his motion, the countless little pieces on the pipe began to rotate. Let's move a little further away. He pulled the group back to a certain distance before stopping. Baz! The unbelievable happened. Earlier, the pipe was only a tiny item, but its little parts were continuously changing and building upon itself with extreme speed. After a short amount of time, the countless intricate parts erected a fortress in the sky. From the placing of the pipe to the creation of the city, this was truly a shocking and mysterious spectacle. This fortress was supported by the tiny pipe on the ground, so it seemed like a flying fortress. We need to go now or we'll miss the chance. Li Qie took out the mechanical world vessel from Veda's Vajra. With its activation came a rumbling. This small item also assembled itself into a huge ship with many different metals coming together in a very strange manner. The group entered this vessel and, under Li Qie's control, it instantly flew into the fortress in the sky. There was a field hovering on top of the fortress where Li Qie parked the vessel. In the blink of an eye, the fortress instantly became tiny again and took the bronze vessel with it. It turned back into a small pipe and drilled deep into the ground. At this moment, Li Qie flew the vessel along. They were traveling inside an incredible world. Here were countless huge parts with spinning gears and gigantic pendulum clocks swinging back and forth. They had entered a metallic world as if they were inside a machine with countless gears, gossamers, and moving iron teeth. The girls were instantly stunned. Despite their knowledge, all of them were still astounded. They didn't know what world they were entering. After a while, Li Qie finally flew the vessel out of this area towards a blue sky. The ship eventually landed on the ground. Li Qie jumped out first and took a deep breath. It really is here. The girls disembarked one after another. They were still quite shaken since this was an entirely new experience. A bit later, they calmed down and looked up at the blue sky. Strangely, it was different from the sky of the 9 worlds. Upon a glance from afar, one would see the moon hanging in the sky. However, this moon was split in half. The sun was there as well, but something had penetrated it, leaving a huge hole in the middle. The girls withdrew their gazes and noticed that they were standing in a desert. They had been through deserts before, but they felt that this desert was somehow different. There was a scorching feeling as if this place used to be a rich and verdant land, but later on, a terrifying power had incinerated it, leaving behind a desert. Just what is this place? The quiet Bai Jianjin stated her bewilderment. Li Qie flatly replied, an ancient lost civilization with no records in the modern age. His eyes swept through a faraway place and became quite profound. Before the legendary era, Mei Suyao murmured. This was an era that existed only in myths without any real records. This is unbelievable, the legend is real. Mei Suyao was shaken. She was now standing on the ground of an actual lost civilization. Perhaps even older. Li Qie softly spoke. Who knows how many eras have flowed by in the river of time? Legendary era, desolate expansion era, ancient Ming era, emperor's era, right? Mei Suyao added. Some ancient people speculated that there are eras much older than the legendary era. The other girls were surprised too. In the present times, the oldest traceable era was the desolate era. Moreover, there weren't that many records of it. The legendary era only existed in speculations. If there were even more eras before the legendary era, then it would be quite unimaginable. There are too many things purposely hidden from the world across the long eons. Li Qie lightly commented. If we were to divide the river of time, then in fact, from the desolate era till now can only be counted as one era.
Why?
Bai Jianjun was quite inquisitive at this moment. Development. Li Qie looked at her and answered. Why did the legendary era disappear? Why were cultivators during the desolate era so weak? From the barren desolate era to the rising desolate expansion era to the prosperous emperor's era, this is a process of development. What happens after development? Mei Suyao's heart skipped a beat. She knew a little about this, especially after Li Qie let her see some of his past. War. Li Qie's expression sank. He didn't say anything else and continued forward with the girls. They didn't get too far before Chen Baojiao felt that she stepped on something. She dug it up but she found that this item buried in the sand was much bigger than expected. The other girls came to help her. After a while, Mei Suyao finally excavated the item underground. It was a huge iron man that looked just like a god of war. Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao both exclaimed after seeing this iron man, the mortal monarch. Chapter 1088. Metal corpses. The girls dug out this corpse. To be exact, it was a corpse made out of metal. It was very similar to the mortal monarch who had an iron-cast body. Each part of the body was made from exquisite parts arranged in a truly breathtaking manner. However, there was one difference between this metal corpse and the monarch. The monarch had a human head with flesh and blood while the head of this corpse was made from metal. Its skull was even more meticulous and awe-inspiring. It was simply the epitome of craftsmanship. No cultivators could create such an exquisite skull. Furthermore, this corpse was much bigger than the mortal monarch. If the monarch was a growing boy, then this corpse was a mature adult. The girls glanced at each other after fully digging out this metal corpse. They had seen the monarch before and felt that his body was incredible. Some thought that he was the only one in this world with such a unique constitution. However, they managed to find a body so incredibly similar to his in this lost civilization. There are more down there. Bai Jianjun noticed that there were even more corpses underground and got started right away. They were experts who could move mountains and flip oceans. In the blink of an eye, these metal corpses were all excavated. There were dozens of them, not just one. The girls were perplexed and ended up staring at Li Qie. During this whole process, Li Qie only stood there and watched without being surprised at all. It was as if everything was within his expectations. Li Shuangyan had to ask while looking at the corpses. Is the mortal monarch related to this lost civilization? Li Qie looked at the corpses. After a while he looked away while answering. Maybe, but one can argue otherwise as well. What do you mean by that? The knowledgeable Mei Suyao found the answer too cryptic. Li Qie glanced into the far distance and said, in a sense, the mortal monarch was born in this era. However, he also has nothing to do with this era. He has lived from this lost civilization all the way until now? This was the most shocking thing the girls had heard yet. Li Qie gently shook his head and smiled. It is impossible to live for that long with regular means. At a young age, the mortal monarch was imprisoned in the darkness and banished for an eternity. Even so, when he saw the sunlight again, he was on the brink of death. Li Qie left out the tales afterward. When he found the mortal monarch back then, the monarch was already halfway to hell. Li Qie used extremely heaven-defying means to save him. Because of this, the monarch had a humanoid head. Just what is this lost civilization? Mei Suyao was very curious about this mythical era. Li Qie said, who knows? The mortal monarch doesn't either because he doesn't have any memories of it. Mei Suyao was about to say something else, but she refrained from doing so. She knew that even if the mortal monarch didn't know, Li Qie certainly did. Okay, ladies, we have to keep going. We probably still have a long way to go. He smiled at the group. They continued on the road. It seemed like Li Qie knew where he was going since he was only going straight. From the beginning, the girls thought that this place was only a desert, but they soon found out that this wasn't the case. Not long after, they saw a huge citadel in this vast desert world. A citadel made out of metal. Judging by its appearance, it was very similar to the fortress that the insect pipe transformed into. Who knows what kind of metals made up this great citadel?
In terms of construction, it resembled an Iron Man, as it was made from countless tiny pieces. From an architectural perspective, this incredible citadel should be towering all the way into the sky. However, it was collapsed on top of the golden sand. Looking around, one would find broken parts scattered everywhere. Chen Baojiao carefully looked at it and murmured, "It was burned down." From the crumbling ruins, this citadel must have been incinerated by an extremely ferocious fire of an unimaginable scale. Not just ordinary flames, it must at least be of the heavenly flame level. Mei Suyao noticed some clues. Li Qie only gave it a glance and didn't say anything. He led the girls onward. The even more astonishing matter came after as they went further into this land. They saw an Iron Man, an extremely gigantic one of an unbelievable height. He was as big as a mountain with billions of exquisite parts placed together. Also, there wasn't just one gigantic Iron Man, there were several hundred. This scene gave the feeling that one was entering a forest of metal, resulting in an indescribable sensation. The majority of these Iron Men were destroyed. Some were split into two, others had their chests penetrated. Some were torn into little pieces, but of course there were still some completely intact. Regardless of their form, none of them were alive. They did not fall down on the ground due to supporting their bodies with mighty divine swords. Without a doubt, they had experienced a terrible war while they were still alive. There was even a chance that this once prosperous land was broken into little pieces and became submerged in sand later on. Just what exactly are these Iron Men? Chen Baojiao spoke in awe. They fought to the very last moment. I'm afraid when they fell, their world was destroyed as well. Bai Jianjun was visually moved as well. From the situation ahead, one could imagine the horrifying calamity that fell upon their era. Every single existence in this world stood up and fought to the very end. Alas, their valiant efforts still couldn't save their world. Li Qie looked at one of the giants and slowly stated, "They're extremely powerful. In the present day, they would still be at the level of god monarchs or god kings." The group kept on going. Along the way, the girls saw even more ruins of citadels buried in the sand as well as fallen metal giants. Many of them were completely broken. The biggest Iron Man they saw was half buried underground. The parts that could be seen spanned for thousands of miles. From this, it was easy to imagine just how large it was when it was still alive. If placed in the present, it would be extremely close to an immortal emperor, if not already at that level. An emperor assailant at the very least. Li Qie gave a quick glance and made his assessment. After hearing this, the girls were shocked once again. Li Shuangyan was astounded. Just what kind of era was this? An era that reached the peak of prosperity from the accumulation of millions and millions of years. There were too many experts to count. Li Qie said dismissively. An era completely different from ours. The path they walked is completely different from us cultivators. In the end, they were still destroyed. Mei Suyao muttered. What are they really? Just what kind of enemies did they face for an entire world to be destroyed like this? Did they meet a formidable enemy like an immortal emperor? Bai Jianjun had to ask. Immortal emperor? Li Qie chuckled and shook his head. If my guess is correct, their world had existences as powerful as immortal emperors, and not just one. However, even beings of this level couldn't save this world. The girls felt breathless after hearing Li Qie. Even a confident person like Mei Suyao felt quite suffocated. In their minds, immortal emperors were invincible. This was the belief that everyone held. But now, even a world protected by immortal emperors was still annihilated in the end. Aren't emperors supposed to be the strongest? It was Chen Baojiao's turn to ask. There are existences even stronger than them? There is no doubt that immortal emperors are the strongest. Li Qie flatly said. However, this is limited to the world of the living, the world of sentient beings. Then you mean there is a world of the dead? Li Shuangyan followed the logic of his response. World of the dead? Li Qie shook his head. I don't know if there is a world of the dead or not. Sometimes, the things immortal emperors have to face aren't necessarily people. To be more specific, they might not be living beings and could be something else entirely. Like what? Bai Jianjun couldn't help but ask. Like the existence that destroyed this world? Li Qie didn't answer directly. He looked up at the distant sky and eventually spoke. One day, you all will understand. Of course, this is predicated on you all being strong enough to see that day. Li Qie turned back and stared at the girls. Thus,
You all still have a long way to go. When you actually become an existence like an immortal emperor in the future, that is only the beginning. The girls felt a pressure right away from realizing how weak they were. Even though very few could stop them among the younger generation, they felt that they were quite trivial in the grand scheme of things. Chapter 1089. Tiny Old Man. The excursion continued. Outside of ruins and metallic corpses, the rest was all yellow sand. There were no rocky elevations in this world, let alone a scene of verdant hills and green water. Not to mention finding life in such a world, there were no traces of little blades of grass. It was only silence and nothingness. The only thing that acted as a reminder of their existence was the occasional breeze slowly blowing by, accompanied with hot sand. If it wasn't for this, they would be wondering if they were dead already. This world was oppressive to a suffocating level. The girls had experienced harsh training before. They had been to even more dangerous locations than this. For cultivators, crossing a desert was truly too ordinary. But today, they felt quite oppressed. Despite their firm Tao hearts, walking through this world of golden sand left them in a weakened state. In the past, no matter how dangerous their training locations were, there was hope that after leaving, they would come to see the wonderful 9 worlds. However, walking in this golden world gave them the feeling that there was no end, only more ruins and sand. The initial shock from seeing fallen iron men and ruins was gone after they continued onward, since they had grown numb to it. They traveled quite far and eventually reached a place where there were only shattered ruins in sight. This particular citadel was the largest that they had seen so far. It spanned boundlessly, as far as the eye could see. The sunlight always hit either the scattered parts on the ground or the collapsed walls due to their proliferation. This metal citadel's sheer size exceeded everyone's imaginations. Perhaps even the largest city they had been to was not as big as this citadel. Li Qie glanced over the site with no end and murmured, "It should be this place." Li Shuangyan asked, "Did we come here to look for something?" He slowly answered with a focused look, "We are searching for an item in the legends, something that has never been seen before." With that, he entered the ruins to search with the girls right behind him. In fact, Li Qie didn't really know what he was looking for because the records about this era had sunken into the river of time. He spent countless moons and flipped over all the ancient sites in the 9 heavens to finally understand a little bit about this world. Traveling in this ruins gave the feeling of walking in a world of metal. Outside of the sand, there were little metallic parts everywhere. After walking for a long time, they finally came to a place that slightly resembled a palace. Despite its broken state, one could still see how sacred and extravagant it used to be. "It's just ahead." Li Qie's heart skipped a beat after seeing a high platform in front of him. This was exactly the same as what the ancient carving he had seen long ago depicted. He rushed forward with haste while the girls kept up. After rushing up the platform, the first thing he saw was 3 green leaves. Having been in this world for so long, this was their first time seeing the greenness of vegetation. This made them feel jubilated, as if they had come across an oasis in the dry desert. It was something that couldn't be described with words. The 3 leaves were growing on top of a withered tree. This tree was supposed to be quite large, but it was destroyed by something and only a 3-foot-tall body remained. It was not overly thick and its cracked bark looked just like dragon scales. It was an extraordinary sight to behold. However, such an incredible ancient tree was on the verge of death. The broken tree had withered. Even the 3 leaves hanging on its body were quite languished, as if they could fade away from existence at any moment. What was even more shocking to the girls was that there was a person lying under the old tree. It was a tiny old man with a body only around the size of an adolescent boy. His arms were quite long and seemed out of place compared to the rest of his body. His head was large as well, making people question whether his body could support it. His eyes were big even though they were closed. His body had dried up with only his skin covering his bones. One couldn't see any signs of life coming from this old man. Who knows how long he had been dead for? Li Shuangyan and the others were surprised to see this kind of corpse and exchanged glances with each other. They wouldn't pay any mind if they saw this corpse in the outside world because it would be a very common occurrence. Nothing shocking at all. However, in a destroyed world of metal beings, it was astonishing to see a corpse so similar to a human. Li Qie pointed his finger at the old man's forehead. A very small universal law traveled inside. At this second, the old man suddenly opened his big eyes in a feeble manner. Even though it was only a small squint, One still felt that powerful glare within. Such a scene startled the girls. Someone has finally come. The tiny old man spoke, but he was not speaking with his mouth. He was using his divine intent. This was a method of communication everyone could understand. The dying old man didn't even have the strength to breathe. His eyes glanced over Lichia real fast as his divine intent spoke feebly. I was wrong, I was wrong. I was the one who destroyed the entire machine world. With that, the old man almost couldn't speak any further. He was definitely dead and only had one final breath. It was Lichia who prolonged this moment. Careful, careful, counterattack. Eventually, the tiny man spent his last breath to say this. His eyes closed afterward as he parted from this world. At this time, his right hand slowly loosened to reveal an item that he had been gripping the entire time. He finally revealed it for Lichia to see. Can we save him? Mei Suyao asked. This old man definitely knew many things. Lichia gently shook his head. Even if there were immortals in this world, they still wouldn't be able to save him. He only persisted until now to say that one phrase. Right, and by completely relying on this tree as well. His eyes fell on the tree that the old man was leaning on. He shifted his eyes to the item in the old man's hand and reached out to take it. It was not big and seemed to be made from ancient bronze. It looked a bit like a pocket watch that was assembled with many exquisite pieces in an indescribable manner. No one in this world could create such an item. What is that? Bai Zhenjin asked. The old man was gripping this item the entire time. This made its unfathomable value apparent. Lichia carefully looked at it, but there was suddenly an impact in his fate palace. Baz! Lichia opened his palace and something flew out from inside. It was the myriad star egg that had always been in his 13th palace. It immediately went for the item in his hand, seemingly wanting to take it from Lichia. He immediately grabbed the egg and slowly said, Want this treasure? Not so fast. The girls found this scene quite strange as well. They didn't know the origin of the egg or why it wanted this item. The egg was not happy with being held by Lichia. It shook quite violently as if it wanted to fly out from his suppression. Lichia slowly said, Don't play with me, my temper is much worse than yours. I'm allowing you to be arrogant in my fate palace because you have some value to me. However, if you anger me, I'll cook you. Eventually, the stone egg began to calm down. An existence like it knew that Lichia's words were more than just a threat. He glanced at the egg. Until now, the egg didn't want anything, but it seemed to have a great desire for this item. Lichia looked back at the treasure in his hand and asked, You want this thing? He had a general knowledge of this item. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much time in the machine world. The stone egg quaked once to convey its intent clearly. Chapter 1090. Pinnacle Life Water. Lichia looked at the treasure in his palm, then back at the myriad star egg. It's not like I can't give this to you. Lichia had obtained many treasures without getting a single reaction from this egg. However, it had a particularly strong response to this item. This meant that this item had an extraordinary importance to the egg. However, there is no free lunch in this world. Lichia smiled. I know the value of this item, so I can't just give it out for no reason. After hearing this, the girls were quite astonished. Lichia would give imperial weapons to them as if they were mere cabbages. However, he held this item in such great esteem, signifying its great worth. He continued on while looking at the egg. If I give this treasure to you, you would first have to give me a good item of the same value in return. Second, I will be the boss from now on, everything will be up to me. The egg didn't respond for a while. Eventually, it quaked to show that it agreed to Lichia's proposal. Fine for you then. Lichia let go of the treasure. The item floated up and instantly rushed for the egg. After hearing a poof, contrary to everyone's expectations, there was no impact. The item looked as if it had fallen into water as it entered the egg. At this time, the egg shell seemed to ripple with something oozing out. Lichia turned serious and used his unrivaled speed to take out a treasure bottle. A crystal-clear liquid of an indescribable color dripped down from the egg. It held the blue of the sky as well as the yellow tint of gold along with the gorgeous shades of the mortal realm. This was a dreamy color that no one could accurately describe. The girls also smelled a faint watery fragrance and had an incomparable reaction to it. The smell was so faint that it was almost undetectable. However, once it made its presence known, a pure lotus flower blossomed around Li Shuangyan's body. The petals of the flower slowly fanned out as she was drowned in a holy light. This light resembled flowing water washing every fiber of her being. Chen Baojiao was greatly affected as well. An immortal spring full of life gushed out. This was the magical property of the tyrannical immortal spring physique. She was immersed in an ocean of life as her body was brimming with life force, making her unspeakably relaxed. As for Bai Zhenjin, a sword hymn echoed across the 9 heavens. One sword ray soared into the sky after another. Next, these heavenly swords emerged around her body. The entirety of the sword Tao in this world was beneath her feet. Mei Suyao had a tranquil feeling as immortal flowers descended from the sky. A transcendent portal opened above and illuminated her body. This made her even more otherworldly and refined. At this second, she gave off a feeling of ascension. These strange phenomena left the girls shocked. They didn't channel any merit laws, yet these visions were emerging all the same. Just smelling the fragrance of the immortal water bestowed them such great benefits. If they were to drink it, wouldn't this mean they could ascend and immediately become immortals? The myriad star egg gave Li Qia a fair amount of immortal water before flying back into his fate palace. What kind of water is this? Chen Baojiao emotionally asked after Li Qia put away the water. Li Qia answered slowly, "Pinnacle life water." After hearing this, Mei Suyao loudly exclaimed in disbelief, "Pinnacle life water? Don't people say that it doesn't exist?" The others didn't know about this water, but Mei Suyao did. However, she had only heard about it in legends and had never seen it before. It didn't exist before, but it does now. He slightly chuckled. "What is this pinnacle life water?" Chen Baojiao asked with interest. Mei Suyao explained. "An item of legends. The world has never heard of someone who has seen it, at least not in writings. Even though there have been rumors about its appearance or people who claim to have obtained some, the rumors were fake or the water wasn't the real deal." She paused for a bit before continuing. "It is said that pinnacle life water is a transformation of myriad star water. One particular record states that 1,000 drops of myriad star water can turn into 1 drop of pinnacle life water. However, no one really knows the transformation process. Rumor has it that some immortal emperors tried to research it to no avail. Thus, pinnacle life water is the finest type of myriad star water. It is truly supreme with no equals." Li Qia nodded approvingly. "You are correct about that. It is indeed the finest type of myriad star water. One would be hard-pressed to find a more precious immortal water. Even real immortal water would have a hard time comparing to it. Outside of stealing the creation of this universe, this transformation also requires the power of time." Back then, the myriad star egg sucked out all the myriad star water, resulting in a huge reservoir within its body. Because of this, it was able to perform this conversion. This is actually a good thing. It is fortunate that the egg gave me pinnacle life water. Otherwise, things would be quite troublesome. Li Qia added. "Troublesome? What kind of trouble?" Bai Zhenjin was surprised. It seemed that there was nothing in this world that could make things difficult for him. This old root. Li Qia slightly lifted his chin and looked at the tree that the tiny old man was leaning on. This diverted all the girls' attention to the broken tree. The truth was that prior to this, they didn't really see what was magical about this old tree. It was a broken tree with nothing special about it. Moreover, it was on the verge of dying with only 3 leaves left. No matter how one looked at it, it was not worthy of attention. What kind of tree is this? After a careful observation, Mei Suyao failed to see through it despite hailing from a lineage with 3 emperors. Li Qia spoke while looking at the tree. "Myriad age tree, an existence of legends. Myriad age tree. That isn't possible." After hearing this name, Mei Suyao, who had been through countless storms, shouted out loud. She was even more shaken than when she heard about the pinnacle life water. Li Qia continued on. "He was seriously injured with only 1 breath remaining, so why was it possible for him to live on? It's because the myriad age tree was supporting him so that his last breath wouldn't come until today. Unfortunately, this tree was grievously hurt back then as well and is now on the verge of death." The dazed Mei Suyao calmed down and murmured, "If there is something in this world that is capable of allowing him to live on for millions of years in that state, then the myriad age tree would indeed be the only existence." "What is it?" Chen Baojiao asked. Mei Suyao let out a wry smile and replied,
It is also a thing of legend, just like the pinnacle life water. You can also call it the longevity tree, the only item in this world comparable to the longevity grass. Nothing in this world can live longer than these two existences. Longevity grass. One of the legendary 9 grand heavenly treasures. Li Shuangyan almost jumped from astonishment. She had heard Li Qie talk about the longevity grass before. Yes, that's it. Mei Suyao went on, in the legends, the longevity grass can grant eternal life. The same goes for the myriad age tree. There is a big gap. Li Qie slightly shook his head. If you can obtain the longevity grass and understand its true mysticisms, then there won't be certain restraints like other types of immortality. By understanding its true secret of eternal life, its user will have real immortality. No matter what happens, they will not die unless they lose the grass. The girls took deep breaths after hearing this. Eternal life was the pursuit of everyone, including immortal emperors. However, no one had ever truly become immortal. Mei Suyao asked, "Then what about the myriad age tree?" Li Qie glanced at the broken tree and replied, "This tree can also grant immortality, but there is still a big gap between it and the longevity grass. With this tree, its user will still die from old age one day. Of course, that day is very far away. However, the longevity grass is different. Even if the heaven and earth are annihilated, its owner would still be able to live on." Eternal life really exists in this world? Bai Zhenjin asked since she wasn't exposed to this question as often as the other girls. Who knows? Li Qie glanced towards the horizon and slowly uttered, "Everyone has a different definition of eternal life. For mortals, people like us who can live for several thousand years or even tens of thousands of years have eternal life. For cultivators like us, existences who can live from one generation to another are also everlasting. As for beings who have lived for a very long time, immortality is being able to live until the heaven and earth collapse. And finally, for people who can live until the heaven and earth collapse, the ones who are able to survive even while myriad ages are annihilated, that is eternal life. No one truly knows what eternal life is." With that, Li Qie let out a quiet sigh. Chapter 1091. Transplanting the myriad age tree. The girls became absent-minded after hearing Li Qie. Eternal life was too far away for them since they were still young and felt no pressure about growing older. But as for cultivators with feeble blood energies, especially the invincible ones, eternal life became their only pursuit. Li Qie withdrew his gaze and said, "Okay, I want to save this myriad age tree." Li Shuangyan looked at the broken tree and asked, "Is it still savable?" Without the pinnacle life water, it would definitely be troublesome, very troublesome, and require many heaven-defying means. Li Qie smirked. "But with this water it will be simple." There wasn't a need for Li Qie's command. The girls buried the old man in the ruins and erected a nameless tombstone for him. They didn't know his name or his origin. However, after the tombstone was erected, Li Qie personally carved several words on it. "Overlord of the Machine World. Overlord of the Machine World." Mei Suyao murmured. What kind of existence was this? Despite being very well informed, she had never heard of such a title. An existence that reigned over all things. Li Qie only said this, not willing to dwell more on the old man's origin. Back at the platform, Li Qie opened his fate palace. The alchemy field and divine earth emerged. At this time, the immortal injury peony, the ancestor ginseng, the yang vine. All of these immortal plants jumped down one after another. The yang vine took a whiff and looked at the broken old tree in shock. What kind of immortal tree is this? Why is it so wondrous? Definitely a longevity type. The ancestor ginseng circled around the tree and declared his verdict. Myriad age tree. Li Qie answered, "I want to save it from death, so I require your assistance." The alchemy fowl shouted in disbelief. "Mommy! This is the ancestor of all divine grasses and immortal medicines. Only the longevity grass is above it." Damn! Finding an amazing item like this is the same as striking it rich. The reincarnation heavenly soul vine was salivating with greed as well. Bai Zhenjin was tongue-tied after seeing so many immortal medicines. This was too unbelievable for her. Even having just one immortal grass would be amazing for an imperial lineage. Yet Li Qie actually had so many. This was more than enough to make the whole world jealous. Mei Suyao only gently sighed. She wouldn't be surprised nowadays regardless of what Li Qie had in his possession. Okay, stop chatting. Let's do it. Li Qie commanded. It's impossible. It is running out of vitality since it was gravely wounded. Its assailant is of the Emperor level or might even be the old heavens itself. This is simply incurable. If it was some other immortal medicine, it would have died already. It was only able to live till now because it is the myriad age tree. The immortal injury peony carefully diagnosed the tree and made an assessment. Li Qie took out the pinnacle life water and stated, "With this, everything will be easy." Wow, pinnacle life water, something only in legends. The immortal medicine saliva dripped to the ground after seeing this. Li Qie summoned the myriad heavenly cauldron. The cauldron actually turned into flowing water and seeped into the ground. He then commanded, "Peony, check its wound. Ancestor ginseng, replenish its energy. Soulvine, stabilize it for me to avoid new injuries. Alchemy fowl, go loosen the soil and open its roots." With his command, the immortal medicines quickly busied themselves without the slightest delay. The girls weren't versed in alchemy, so they couldn't help and had to watch on the sideline. However, they soon found something to do as well. Saving the myriad age tree wasn't something that could be done in 1 or 2 days, so the idle girls decided to clean up this world. They were all powerful experts capable of moving the land and sea. Such a matter was nothing more than exercise for them. Meanwhile, in order to save the tree, Li Qie exerted many heaven-defying means, including using a divine item like the Heaven Restoration Salve. He wanted to take it a step further as well by moving the tree into the alchemy field. The entire process was quite difficult. It was a trial for his Tao of alchemy. If one only had immortal medicines and didn't have sufficient mastery of the alchemy Tao, they wouldn't be able to save the tree, let alone replant it. In this lost world, the sun and moon were shattered. Thus the concept of time was gone. Everything seemed to have stopped. In this place, there were only the busy shadows of Li Qie's group and the girls. Eventually, under Li Qie's great methods and the help from the Ancestor Ginseng's group, they were finally successful in saving and replanting the myriad age tree. "We did it!" The medicines excitedly shouted after seeing the tree being successfully moved into the alchemy field. They instantly forgot about their fatigue while looking at the 3 green leaves slowly stretching from the tree and heaved sighs of relief. Prior to this, these leaves were wilted and seemed as if they would fall down at any moment. Now, their vitality was restored. Finally done. Li Qie was relieved as well. This was a magnificent project. He could even guarantee that no one in history had been successful in saving a myriad age tree. "Okay, all of you have worked hard, so divide this ginseng root among yourselves." Li Qie took out a 5 immortal phoenix ginseng root, the very last one. Moreover, he gave each of them 1 drop of pinnacle life water as well. "Wow, our boss is still the most generous. We've been wanting to try this thing for forever now." The medicines applauded. They all had illustrious contributions in saving the tree, so it was natural that Li Qie rewarded them. In the beginning, they were slightly unwilling to follow Li Qie, but from today on, they would be quite eager to follow him. If they stayed back at their old place, they wouldn't have been able to try this supreme item. They did pay a big price to save the tree, but with the ginseng root and the life water, they had enough nutrients to help them break through again in the future. In the end, Li Qie recalled his fate palaces and let out a long sigh while sitting on the high platform. At this moment, the girls were not here. He knew that they had been keeping themselves busy, but he didn't pay much attention since his focus was completely on the tree. He was enjoying this moment of rest since the process of saving the tree was even more arduous than a great battle. Li Qie stood up and walked outside. Before he could leave the ruins, the girls came back. "We are done as well." After seeing Li Qie, Chen Baojiao couldn't hide her excitement. "Done digging out everything?" Li Qie smiled as well after seeing the girls' dusty and fatigued appearances. "Just go and have a look." She enthusiastically dragged him outside. The others smiled as well with an inconcealable excitement as they followed the two. After leaving the ruins, the scene ahead was truly shocking no matter who the spectator may be. There were countless giant metal corpses standing on the golden sand as far as the eye could see. These corpses varied in shape and size. Some had divine swords while others had steel hammers. Spears could be found as well. Each of these iron men was extremely mighty and terrifying while standing there en masse. It was a great army of steel. Although they were only corpses without an aura suppressing the heavens, spectators would still be shocked and tongue-tied by their sheer number. Truly incredible. Just how amazing was that era?
Li Qie emotionally commented after seeing this. We have excavated all the metal corpses from the sand and fixed them to an extent. Sister Mei was putting a couple together before bringing them here. Chen Baojiao spoke excitedly. I am merely replicating their forms with minor mends. This is possible thanks to the huge number of corpses present. However, there are a few areas beyond my ability to repair, such as the injuries on their heads. That area is too complex. Mei Suyao had a natural immortal bone, so she had advantages not found in others. Nevertheless, it still took her a while to understand a few structures of these iron men. Luckily, there were materials right here in the golden sand, allowing her to fix many of them. Just imagine, the prettiest beauty in the mortal emperor world doing such hard work as a mechanic. This was an unimaginably charming scene. I can see that. Li Qie looked at her and revealed a slight smirk. Don't think about that. I was only curious about what kind of life forms they were. Mei Suyao couldn't help but blush. Ever since her childhood, this was her first time taking up the task of labor. Chapter 1092. Nine Worlds Chief Ambassador. In fact, Mei Suyao was not the only one who was curious about the life of these iron men. The other girls were quite interested as well. The reserved by Zhenjin asked, after cleaning up all of these metal bodies, we noticed that they don't have flesh and blood. So what kind of life forms are they? There were many stones and metals that turned into demons among cultivators. However, stones and metals all had a particular characteristic after being enlightened by the Tao. A physical body with flesh and blood. This was because nothing else was more suitable to resonate with the Grand Tao while bearing its power than this medium. For millions of years, the majority of cultivators and wise sages believed that the physical flesh was the best spiritual carrier. But now, after digging out these iron men, the common sense of cultivators was challenged. Their entire body was made from exquisite metal pieces assembled together, not just a simple mold cast. It was more suitable to call this type of body a machine rather than man. Li Qie glanced at the giants and slowly spoke. Who knows? Maybe this will forever be a mystery. With the death of the machine world overlord, it will be buried along the river of time. Young Noble is saying that these iron men were only metal puppets created by this overlord? Li Shuangyan was quite startled by this thought. No, that's not the case here. They were neither machine nor puppets. Li Qie gently shook his head. They were all living existences with life. Even though their bodies were made in a different manner, they did have life, just like us with their own souls and sentience. He pointed at his head at this point. Moreover, they weren't created by the machine world overlord. Li Qie said, this overlord couldn't create life. This is a matter left to the villainous heavens alone. Despite not having the ability to do so, he indeed made some changes in this world during that era. The machine world overlord was in charge? Chen Baojiao was confused. He seemed more like a human, but outside of him, the rest are all iron men. Just what is his background? Li Qie didn't answer the question and gazed into the distance. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and murmured, the machine world overlord is a legend in the river of time. Unfortunately, he still failed in the end. Even though the girls didn't know what happened in that distant era, they could imagine just how terrifying the calamity was back then. An entire era was destroyed and forsaken by history. This was an era with countless experts and existences similar to immortal emperors. However, such an era was still annihilated by an unbelievably powerful and unknown enemy. Eventually, Li Qie looked at the forest of machines ahead and ordered, take all of these iron men along. All of them. Even Mei Suyao was taken aback. Are they still useful? They are pretty much scrap metal at this moment. Li Qie explained. However, there are still many things worth testing despite my inability to create life. Perhaps one day, there will be a legion of metal beings. Li Qie revealed a mysterious smile. The girls were jolted after hearing this. If this gigantic metal legion came out one day, they would be able to sweep through this world. Eventually, the group brought along all the iron men and even many of the broken ones. Li Qie hoped that these things would come in handy in the future. While Li Qie's group was inside the machine world, a grand character came to the lesser imperial devil world. The Nine Worlds chief ambassador personally came. Before this person arrived, someone had already delivered the news to the lesser world. The Nine Worlds chief ambassador? The younger generation didn't know the significance of this name, but the older cultivators were all shaken.
The chief ambassador hasn't shown up for several generations. What is he here for this time? A demon king pondered after receiving this message. 9 Worlds Chief Ambassador could be said to be an extremely arrogant title. Even an invincible god king wouldn't dare to claim this title. Having this title didn't mean that the person was powerful and unbeatable. This identity and title represented his status and position. The Soaring Immortal Sect's 9 Worlds Chief Ambassador. This meant that the person represented the soaring sect in the 9 worlds. He was able to deal with all the sect's business in these realms. The Soaring Immortal Sect was illustrious with its 5 emperors. However, for millions of years, no one knew where the sect and its ancestral ground were located. Some people even speculated that it was erected in a mysterious lesser world that no one knew about. Others believed that it was a floating continent, forever moving about the 9 worlds. The arrival of this sect would definitely be a grand matter. Ancestors of this sect normally wouldn't show up or come to the 9 worlds. The majority of affairs were dealt with by the chief ambassador. If, say, all 9 of its ancestors personally came out, then an earth-shattering event would definitely ensue. Someone murmured, "If the chief ambassador is coming himself, then it looks like the Soaring Immortal Sect will definitely be coming to the Mortal Emperor world." Not everyone was happy to see this happen, especially the imperial lineages. If the Soaring Sect truly descended and personally interfered with the Mortal Emperor world's affairs, the imperial lineages would be quite displeased. Everyone understood that without the Soaring Sect, the other imperial lineages ruled their own domains. However, once the sect came down, it was a different story. Even these great imperial lineages would be affected. Here comes the chief ambassador. The ambassador finally entered the lesser world at this time. A divine carriage slowly arrived with an illuminating brilliance. It emitted an aura that made no one dare to approach. It was actually pulled by a huge white tiger. The tiger was the size of a mountain. Each of its steps would cause the earth to tremble. What was even more frightening was that its tyrannical aura resembled a primordial beast. A normal demon king wouldn't have an aura that could instill such a primal fear in other living beings. This white tiger has some divine blood. People shivered before its might. To have a white tiger with some divine blood as one's mount proved the person's great status. If the Soaring Immortal Sect master himself arrived, just what kind of beast would he have? The carriage was accompanied by many soaring immortal disciples. The person sitting in the carriage was a middle-aged man. He wore a Confucian robe and had an elegant and scholarly appearance. However, he emitted the suffocating aura of a god monarch. He didn't put on airs and only quietly sat on the carriage with both hands naturally placed on his knees. This was the 9 Worlds Chief Ambassador. This quiet posture alone made many experts tremble. This was absolutely a real god monarch at an extremely high level. He wasn't someone a fake god monarch like the self-proclaimed storm god could compare to. Greetings to the chief ambassador. Many great powers in the lesser world all sent experts to greet the ambassador. Even a few imperial lineages did the same. The chief ambassador in his unreachable carriage up high, gently nodded and slowly spoke. "Gentlemen, you all have worked hard." After everyone stood up straight, he began to speak. "I came here this time not to hunt treasures or out of curiosity, but to deal with a few matters." These words made many people nervous because they could vaguely guess a few things. The chief ambassador glanced over the experts here and stated, "I heard a junior named Xueqi killed an emissary from my sect." The hearts of everyone in the crowd skipped a beat. They had faintly guessed that this was the reason, but now the ambassador had stated it publicly. Not many dared to respond at this moment. An expert from a great power spoke. "Yes, that did happen." "Very well, since everyone is here, you all can send a message on my behalf." The ambassador spoke. "Tell Xueqi that I will give him 5 days to come and meet me. The Soaring Immortal Sect will determine who is right and who is wrong. Then we will give him a fair answer. If not, tell him to prepare for the consequences." The experts here felt their scalps tingling. No one wanted to offend the Soaring Immortal Sect, but nowadays, not many wanted to offend Fiercest either. They all knew that offending Fiercest Xueqi would absolutely not end well. He was someone who liked to clean with blood. But at this moment, if they didn't help the Soaring Immortal Sect, they would have lost a good opportunity once the sect actually descends. We will be sure to send the message." Eventually, an expert from a great power complied. Chapter 1093.
Northbound Li Qie and the girls left the machine world and came back to the imperial border.
Returning to the imperial border and actually stepping on ground made the girls let out sighs of relief. They felt as if they could see the sunlight once more.
Even though the imperial soldiers here were existences without life and flesh, this place at least had beautiful sceneries, unlike the machine world. That place was like a solitary painting devoid of life. Anyone who stayed there would feel an atmosphere of death and a terrifying loneliness. The group also heard about the chief ambassador after coming back.
I'm afraid the soaring immortal sect will not let this go,
Mei Suyao stated. Li Qie smiled and didn't care about it. He only leisurely said, "Let him bark if he wants. A dog that truly knows how to bite won't bark." The soaring sect will definitely come down this generation. Li Shuangyan felt a bit worried because cleansing incense and the heavenly god sect were mortal enemies. But the heavenly god sect might have the soaring immortal sect as their backing. If the soaring sect was really going to descend, the situation would be quite unfavorable for cleansing incense.
It is only the soaring immortal sect.
Li Qie noticed her concern and smiled freely. If the geezers in the sect can grow some eyes, then it will be a good thing.
However, if they are blind, then they are simply seeking death.
Mei Suyao smiled wryly after hearing this. In all of the 9 worlds, Li Qie might be the only one who dared to look down on the soaring sect like this. Other people, even imperial lineages, wouldn't easily declare war on the soaring sect.
He completely disregarded the 5 days grace period from the ambassador, and led the girls towards the northern region of the imperial border.
Along the way, they met many imperial soldiers and a few kingdoms as well. These imperial soldiers ignored cultivators from the outside like Li Qie's group. Of course, if someone dared to provoke them, they would have to suffer the wrath of an entire kingdom. Because of this, ordinary people would never mess with these imperial soldiers. Plus, regal gold was not useful for them. Naturally, within the vast land of the border, there were other minerals and metals besides regal gold. This made it so that cultivators and imperial soldiers didn't have too much conflict. Imperial soldiers could go on excavating their regal gold while cultivators dug their own ores. In the border, powerful sects had fruitful harvests because they had the power for large-scale excavations. Nevertheless, it was not hopeless for vagrant cultivators and smaller sections. The smart ones specialized in finding abandoned mines that the imperial soldiers had gone through or just picked up the rubbish left behind. Calling these things rubbish was slightly exaggerated. Many of them received decent treasure metals and divine ores. This was because the imperial soldiers only went after regal gold and wouldn't take another glance at other items. Thus, this was quite a fortune for the cultivators picking up the trash. A little vagabond obtained a blood transformation stone. At the border, there was news of people getting treasures by the day. No one found it strange when the bigger sects found things through excavation. After all, they had this power. In turn, it was much more exciting when the little sects or vagabonds found some treasures. This guy is quite clever.
After finding the stone, he immediately fled the lesser world and the plateau.
Someone felt like praising him. Picking up the blood transformation stone is nothing. The White Cloud Shrine found a soul-splitting diamond. Unfortunately, they were too stupid and greedy and wanted to find more treasures. A great power took notice and immediately killed their disciples, and the diamond changed owners. The greedy ones were often punished for not choosing to run away after finding some treasures. They would often be destroyed by stronger cultivators or sections. While many cultivators were searching for treasures, Li Qie's group continued north and entered a frozen world. Snow and ice were all over the place. Snowflakes floated down from the vast expanse. Even imperial soldiers were a rare sight this far up north. This location was not only extremely cold, it had been piled up with glaciers for millions of years. Excavating this place for treasures and regal gold was extremely difficult. There was another reason why imperial soldiers didn't come here. A reason unknown to outsiders.
Where are we going now?
Chen Baojiao asked along the way.
Kingdom of the Emperors.
Li Qie walked on the snow and glanced at the snowy flakes drifting down while smilingly. Kingdom of the Emperors? The girls were intrigued by this title.
Li Shuangyan murmured. What a domineering title.
Because it really is that domineering. Li Qie leisurely responded. At the imperial border, it can be considered the #1 empire. No other kingdom can compare to it.
#1.
Mei Suyao was surprised. I've never seen any writings about this kind of empire in my sect. Because your Eternal River School doesn't know about it. Li Qie smiled. Right now, there are 3 strong empires known to others, but there is still one that has slumbered for millions of years. It is understandable that no one knows about it. Mei Su Yao pondered for a bit before stating. Our records claim that once an empire reaches a certain level of power, they would embark on the expedition path. I understand what you are saying. Li Qie gently nodded. Your sect is correct about this. However, there are always exceptions. The Kingdom of Emperors isn't the #1 power throughout the history of the imperial border, but it is definitely among the top 5. However, all the other extremely strong empires have embarked on the expedition while they remained here until now. Are they sealed in this frozen world? Bai Jianjun, who was very sparing with her words, still asked. Li Qie glanced at this place and murmured. Yes, right inside this frozen world. They continued forward and eventually stopped before a vast snow-capped mountain. It towered into the sky with no end in sight. It was practically piercing through the firmament. Li Qie stood before a straight cliff covered in ice. The ice slowly melted and revealed an inexplicable formation array underground. Baz! Several universal laws flew out from Li Qie's forehead and activated the formation. Boom! An imperial momentum gushed up into the sky like a geyser in a ferocious and endless manner. Li Qie was like a whale drinking water. In just a split second, he immediately swallowed all of the momentum, resulting in a humming sound. Blinding imperial lights emanated from his back. At this second, his appearance didn't change, but something about his aura definitely did. He resembled an imperial king that sat above the 9 layers of the heavens. Behind him were countless existences floating and prostrating. Among them were unreachable deities, but regardless of their own prestige, all were on their knees. Such an image was too shocking. It was even more moving than the aura of heaven relinquish. The girls couldn't help but tremble while standing in front of Li Qie, who had transformed into an imperial king. His powerful imperial momentum was too oppressive and gave others the urge to kneel. At this time, he put on an imperial armor. It was the one given to him by the eternal river ancestor, the same one that he had lost back then. After adorning this outfit, only his eyes were visible. The rest of his body was wrapped in this imperial armor. Not only was his aura heavenly and oppressive, others felt that he had become an emperor of war that had carried out expeditions all over the world. The war emperor fighting against myriad realms, he alone is invincible. This was the feeling that the girls got while looking at him right now. It looks like you were possessed by a war emperor. Chen Baojiao commented. I'm not possessed. Li Qie smiled with an invincible imperial momentum. I am the war emperor, the supreme grand ruler of the Kingdom of Emperors. With this declaration, his eyes turned serious. His entire being became extremely profound. Anyone would shiver if they looked at Li Qie right now. Clank. The sound of something heavy moving came about. When Li Qie made a mudra with his hands and spewed out an eternal mantra, the entire snowy mountain slowly collapsed. A huge gate appeared before them. At this time, the girls found out that this huge mountain wasn't actually a mountain. It was a gigantic imperial citadel. However, it was sealed below the snow, so no one could see it fully. He slowly walked into the city, his every step containing a particular rhythm. His steps slowly woke the entire city. The huge gate closed behind them to block off all prying eyes. Chapter 1094. Kingdom of Emperors. After entering the city, the girls were astonished by the scene before them. It was gigantic, capable of housing millions. There were no pavilions or houses here. The architecture was completely flat. Instead of calling it a city, it was more accurate to call it a massive martial arts stage. This martial stage held imperial soldiers sitting down in a meditative pose with their eyes closed. Their weapons were placed on their knees during their slumber. Each soldier emitted a terrifying imperial momentum like a flood dragon flying in the sky. This scene was more than just majestic and awe-inspiring. There were hundreds of thousands of imperial soldiers. All of them were masters with powerful auras. What was more astounding than these soldiers was the huge pyramid in the center of the city. It was of an unbelievable scale and towered up high like a mountain. Moreover, this pyramid was built upon many blocks of regal gold. Each was as big as a brick and had been through many refinements, making them quite pure. They emitted the golden luster unique to this type of metal. A project of this size must have required millions and millions of golden blocks. This quantity was truly shocking and left people aghast. The luster of this pyramid enveloped the entire city. The unique imperial momentum from the gold gently poured down and bathed all of the imperial soldiers. It seemed that these meditating soldiers were receiving great benefits from just breathing in this atmosphere. At this time, Li Qie gestured for the girls not to follow him. He walked to the pyramid alone. As he crossed through the huge stage and passed by the soldiers, they remained asleep as if they didn't notice his arrival. Eventually, he climbed to the top of the pyramid. At this time, the girls noticed that there was an imperial throne at the peak. Next to the throne was a meditating general whose goal was to protect it. At the top of the pyramid, he could scan the entire city with a glance. This grand army, this invincible legion standing before him. He slowly sat down on the throne in a leisurely manner. The imperial momentum coming from his body was still suffocating all the same, regardless of how powerful one might be. As sat down, all the meditating soldiers suddenly opened their eyes. They had awakened from their slumber. In this instant, the girls became nervous and found it difficult to breathe as they trembled. As all the soldiers opened their eyes, the girls clearly felt something akin to an eternal giant waking up. They immediately understood that this grand army shared the same mind, heartbeat, and rhythm. They must have incomparable unity. The general guarding the throne kneeled on the ground and held a treasure box in front of Li Qie with both hands. Li Qie opened the box and slowly took out an item. An imperial sword. Clank. The sword left its scabbard and exuded a boundless light all the way into the sky. This light engulfed Li Qie, making him resemble a supreme god-emperor among deities. Clang, the boundless light intertwined to form an imperial seal, resulting in an old and mysterious totem emerging on top of Li Qie's head. At this moment, he was a god-emperor with a supreme totem from the kingdom of gods. He was capable of ordering the heavens with the universe in his grasp. The kneeling general shouted with reverence, "Your Majesty is everlasting and invincible across the eons." Boom! The great army instantly got down on one knee as well. Their motion was uniform and the earth shook from the force. This army cried out, "Your Majesty is everlasting and invincible across the eons." Their chant was like a tsunami that shattered the sky and shook the stars. Even a god-king would be scared out of their wits if they were standing here. Li Qie's imperial momentum surged through the great army. He was imperious. Both gods and devils would have to kneel before him right now. The girls quivered as well. Even though they were quite far away, they still felt an urge to kneel before his invincible and threatening aura. Li Qie slowly spoke before the army. "Rise, my warriors." At this time, he was the Emperor of Gods. War Emperor. In a distant year, this was a title that deterred the entire imperial border. It was even more threatening than the title Heaven relinquished back at the Devil World. Li Qie had stayed at the Lesser World by himself in the past. He trained his imperial heart to become a soldier. His troops slowly grew stronger from the journey, from having just a few men to building a great empire. The million-strong army stood up at the same time with a majestic momentum. He spoke in a stately manner. "Xueqi, how is the harvest?" "Your Majesty, our soldiers and the regal gold share the same rhythm. The resonance is quite great." The defending general of the throne reported, "Our men are absolutely as strong as any other empire in the history of the imperial border. With your order, we can rush to the expedition path any time." This imperial general's name was Xueqi. He was the first soldier to follow Li Qie, so Li Qie gave him this name. They didn't know that Li Qie was the real deal. Li Qie didn't answer and only smiled while staring into the distance. Such a great army should be invincible. If this heroic legion showed up in the 9 worlds, all lineages would quiver. Even the legion of an immortal emperor can't be any better than this. Mei Suyao gently sighed. That's impossible. They will never be able to appear in the 9 worlds. Li Qie gently shook his head and sighed as well. If imperial soldiers could leave the lesser world, he would have brought this legion to the 9 worlds already. Bai Jianjun asked, "Could it be that the only way out for imperial soldiers is the expedition path?" "Perhaps. They can choose to stay as well. The path is full of uncertainty. Who knows what awaits them?" Li Qie spoke with a tinge of emotion. If he could continue to wait, he wouldn't let the army of the Kingdom of Emperors enter the expedition path. He would rather them continue to wait just like before. However, since he knew a few secrets and that the Buddhist funeral plateau was planning to take action very soon, perhaps even in this generation, He had to send his army on their way. There was another reason for this. It was because he must fight to the end in this generation, so this could be their final parting. No matter the reason, his army must leave this place. Staying would only turn them into cannon fodder for the Buddhist funeral plateau. It was better for them to take that gamble and enter the expedition path. Li Shuangyan wondered out loud. What in the world is here that keeps them from leaving? This was a question that had haunted countless minds for millions of years. It remained an unsolved mystery. For example, it wasn't that the sacred monks of Spirit Mountain couldn't leave the Buddhist funeral plateau. However, they wouldn't leave after converting because ascension would become their new pursuit. Throughout history, there were invincible sacred monks who left the plateau for some reason or another, but the story always ended with their passing not long after leaving the plateau. Chapter 1095. Deterring the world. After returning to the imperial frontier, Li Qie ignored the chief ambassador, much to the guy's chagrin. For the ambassador, this was a kind of humiliation. His soaring immortal sect was an unreachable existence. Sects with 2 or 3 emperors all had to give his sect some face and wouldn't dare to oppose them. As the chief ambassador, even ancestors from these lineages would have to personally greet him. But now, this Li Qie ignored to his order. How could he not become furious? The 5 days deadline quickly passed. The ambassador immediately sent out a message to the great powers. Within 10 days, Li Qie has to personally admit his sins in front of me. Otherwise, cleansing incense will pay in his stead. From then on, it shall no longer exist in the 9 worlds. Such an order worried many big shots. It was not only a maneuver to settle the score with Li Qie, but also to set an example by killing a chicken to warn the monkeys. The soaring sect had not descended to the 9 worlds for several generations, especially the period when the Black Dragon King was in charge. Back then, the soaring sect was even more distant with zero news coming out. Their arrival this time was met with silent contempt from some of the other imperial lineages. If the soaring sect were to destroy a few lineages, then they would once more be able to establish their unquestionable prestige. Some were secretly happy after hearing this command. A mortal feud between Li Qie and the soaring sect was a good thing. In their eyes, they could benefit by just watching on the sidelines. The ambassador's message was quickly spread with the help of many experts, even to the remote corners of the imperial border. Li, get your ass to the 9 worlds chief ambassador and commit suicide, or else he'll destroy your cleansing incense ancient sect. Outside of many experts spreading the message, some spoke arrogant words as well. This type of harsh message was not said thoughtlessly. Some intentionally did so in this manner because they secretly want to see fiercest fighting against the soaring immortal sect. If the soaring sect could destroy Li Qie, this would eradicate the fear in many people's minds. With his death, the path of becoming the immortal emperor in the future would be much flatter. If Li Qie could take the soaring sect down with him, it would be even more exciting. Of course, this probability was practically negligible. Across history, many imperial lineages had turned into ashes with only the soaring sect remained standing. Li, accept your death or else the ambassador will destroy your sect. In a short period of time, people started to scream across the imperial border. Moreover, the ones who were sending these strong messages tried not to show their faces and only fanned the flames. In the face of this undercurrent that was about to surge, many sects chose to only observe on the sidelines. They weren't willing to provoke fiercest or the soaring immortal sect. Destroy my cleansing incense ancient sect? Li Qie, who had been ignoring the ambassador, finally showed his face after hearing this message. He flew to the sky with the ladies right behind him. A supreme imperial pathway emerged beneath his feet and stretched through the sky. This pathway emitted a peerless imperial momentum. He was still wearing his imperial armor with its oppressive aura. The entire frontier was suppressed by his might as he walked forward step by step, causing the sun and moon to spin and the stars to be flipped upside down. He was an untouchable imperial king at this moment. Appalling visual phenomena emerged behind him. In these images were billions of existences worshipping him. He alone was the sovereign and ruler of the universe with the ability to control the yin and yang or sever the 5 elements. Everyone in the border quivered under this supreme momentum. Even experts at the virtuous paragon level trembled. Needless to say about the weaker ones, they felt an impulse to submit to this atmosphere. The soaring immortal sect is nothing. In my world, you dare to utter about destroying my sect. The moment Lichia spoke, these images poured down an imperial might as if he had a great army accompanying him, as if he was the invincible war emperor on an expedition. These words were extremely overbearing. No one in this world would ever dare to say this to the soaring sect. Fiercest is indeed the fiercest. His overbearingness is still somehow justified. In the 9 worlds, no one is more fierce than him. Even those from the previous generation took deep breaths and commented after seeing Lichia's grand stance. Such words were directly humiliating the soaring sect. The ambassador acting as the sect's representative naturally wouldn't swallow this anger. Junior, don't be so presumptuous. As Lichia was walking in the sky, the ambassador slowly rose from an abandoned imperial city. At this moment, his figure was gigantic. His head wore the heavens while his feet trampled the earth. Layers of suns appeared behind him alongside other visual phenomena. A blinding radiance emanated from his core so no one could look straight at him. These lights were truly too dazzling. He released all of his blood energy at this time. Boom! A force as unrelenting as an undercurrent assaulting the deep reefs emerged. This energy slammed into the firmament as if it wished to take down the stars in the 9 heavens. It supported the might of a god monarch and aimed to stop Lichia's imperial momentum. Junior, kneel and accept your death. Then I can forgive your cleansing incense, ancient sect. The ambassador's god monarch aura was at its limit and was seemingly causing the sky to crack. A real monarch was beyond self-proclaimed monarchs. Moreover, the ambassador was from a lineage with 5 emperors. Thus he was far more frightening than an ordinary one. For example, the Night Scorpion god monarch was simply no match for him. Due to Lichia's public disdain for the soaring sect, the ambassador was absolutely going to subdue him. Whether Lichia was powerful or not no longer mattered. He must eliminate Lichia to show the 9 worlds that the soaring sect's prestige was not something to be trifled with. One side was fiercest while the other was the unreachable chief ambassador. Neither side would yield, causing the cultivators in the imperial border and even the entire lesser world to hold their breaths. Everyone knew that a storm was swiftly approaching. Only a god monarch, not worth mentioning. With his imperial armor, Lichia loomed over myriad realms. Boom! His boundless blood energy surged outside and instantly burst through the vault of the heavens. A virtuous paragon. Someone murmured after seeing his energy that resembled a soaring true dragon. In fact, him being a virtuous paragon wouldn't shock anyone. The only thing was that people wanted to know which level of the paragon realm he was currently at. Baz! His fate palaces also rose one after another. 1, 2, 3. People started counting after seeing so many palaces. 12. No, 13. Wait a minute. It isn't 12. There really are 13 palaces. The counter thought that he was mistaken. Just counting to 12 already left people in disbelief, so when they saw the 13th palace, they assumed that their eyes were mistaken, but this wasn't the case at all. Impossible. Many screamed after counting several times and confirmed the amount. Impossible. Impossible. This can't be. Some were so aghast that they instantly dropped to the ground. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them. 13 palaces. A few young geniuses with aspirations of competing for the heavens will squatted down on the ground. In this second, their eyes lost their focus and they didn't know what they were saying any longer. 13 palaces can't be real. Even the invincible experts of the previous generation like Old Immortal from the heaven-rampaging mountain was shocked to see this. He had been through countless storms before, but his eyes were still dazzled at this moment. Legend states that immortal Emperor Jiao Hang had 12 palaces. This was enough for him to remain undefeated throughout his life. But now, someone with 13 palaces has appeared. He murmured. The progenitor of the heaven-rampaging mountain was an old servant of immortal Emperor Jiao Hang, so they knew a few of his secrets. For everyone in the sect, including Old Immortal, they took pride in the emperor's 12 palaces. After all, there were quite a few emperors across history, but not many had 12 palaces. But today, someone actually had 13. How could an existence like Old Immortal not be astounded? A hiding god monarch muttered in astonishment, 13 palaces. This simply breaks all pre-existing beliefs, a unique miracle across the eons. Compared to 13 palaces, 3 saint aptitudes or whatever are all not worth mentioning. Everyone knew that 12 palaces was the limit for cultivators. Through the ages, not many people had 12. As for 13, this was something no one had even thought about since it was simply impossible.
But now, this miracle appeared before everyone and completely overwhelmed them. Chapter 1096. Standing strong against an imperial weapon, 13 palaces were supreme. Especially the 13th one. It was higher than the 9 heavens, higher than all in this world and myriad realms. Only by having 13 palaces would one be able to escape all restraints as the pinnacle of existences. Many people felt despair after seeing them. The young masters and prodigies had dreams and aspirations. Even though they were not as great as Li Qie or even Jikong Wudi's group right now, they thought that as long as they kept on trying, they would be able to surpass even Li Qie one day. But now, the supreme palaces left them devoid of hope. It was not something that could be surpassed with effort. Jikong Wudi's face twisted while looking at the 13 palaces. An unspeakable jealousy completely distorted his heart. All along, the glory had always been his. He was the most impressive genius, the one most qualified to become the immortal emperor. His 3 saint aptitudes were incomparable and gave him an unparalleled advantage. But now, Li Qie had deprived him of his spotlight. Before the 13 palaces, all of his advantages and talents were worthless. His teeth clattered from rage as he swore that he would never exist alongside Li Qie. Heavenly Emperor Lin and Zhan Shi, training in the far distance, also saw this scene. Their expressions quickly shifted to the point of being pale. Both of them lost their minds. They were confident with firm Dao hearts. They accepted that Li Qie was stronger than them, but they were still determined all the same as they had one chance to fight against Li Qie. However, when the palaces appeared, it was as if they could see their confidence collapsing before their very eyes. After a long time, the two finally calmed down and glanced at each other. They felt a bit helpless at this moment. This feeling left them greatly frustrated. The two thought about how it didn't matter how powerful they became or what achievements they have, they would never be able to surpass the 13 palaces. Even if they became immortal emperors in the future, it was still impossible to surpass them. These palaces would forever be a shadow in their hearts. Why did we have to be born in the same generation as him? Zhan Shi murmured. Despite his unwavering nigh peerless Dao heart, he was still lamenting his ill fate at this moment. We were still underestimating Li Qie. Lin bitterly smiled and was speechless. In a different location, Bing Yuxia was embracing 2 beauties on both sides and saw the 13 palaces. She also became shocked and let go of the 2 girls. After a long time, she struggled to regain her sanity. Is he still a human? Even gods and devils wouldn't be able to create such a miracle. The world went silent before the palaces. None of the cultivators in the lesser world dared to breathe lest they break this tranquil moment. In the blink of an eye, Li Qie stood before the abandoned city where the chief ambassador resided. At this time, the ambassador was seated on the imperial throne with an attitude full of disdain for the rest of the world. His god-monarch aura rampaged, causing people to feel fear. The disciples of the soaring sect stood to his left and right in lines. There were also cultivators from great powers who wanted to curry favor. The ambassador was not pleased to see Li Qie's blatant provocation. This was simply a slap to their faces. His eyes turned cold after seeing Li Qie's 13 palaces. In his eyes, regardless of the cost, he must eliminate this junior. The reason was not only because of Li Qie's slight towards the sect, but also because he must pave the way for the soaring immortal descendant in the future. Otherwise, if this junior ahead became the immortal emperor, it would be a disaster for their sect. Just the soaring immortal sect alone dares to posture before me? Li Qie hovered in the sky and coldly glared at the ambassador. At this moment, no one said anything. None of them felt that Li Qie was being arrogant after seeing his 13 palaces. His eligibility for acting imperious was proven. A disciple of the soaring sect shouted, "Junior! Cease your impudence." Even though they understood just how scary and powerful Li Qie was, they wouldn't allow anyone to challenge their sect. Kneel! Li Qie glared at the guy. In the blink of an eye, an imperial momentum exploded and suppressed the heavens. Li Qie was the emperor of gods. He was in control of myriad realms and all living beings must prostrate and worship him. Bang! All the soaring immortal disciples here uncontrollably kneeled to the ground. Even though they struggled to get up, it was impossible under the pressure of the imperial momentum. And it wasn't just the disciples from the soaring sect. Many experts all around who wanted to support the soaring sect fell to the ground as well. Among them were even paragons from the previous generation.
This result left them angry and ashamed. There were some rulers in this group, but today, they were kneeling before a junior. It was a truly humiliating crisis. Li Qia's actions made the ambassador's expression turn ugly. It was simply breaking all pretenses while fiercely shattering his prestige. In a fury, the ambassador stepped into the sky with a terrifying blood energy that could support an entire world. Junior, don't you think you are being too arrogant? He spoke. Your achievement is indeed astonishing, but the soaring immortal sect is something you will never be able to provoke. Your future path is still very long, antagonizing my soaring sect. Haven't I provoked it by now? Li Qie gave him a quick glance in a domineering manner. His imperial momentum pressed on as he coldly said, even if this world was bigger, there is no one that I can't afford to provoke. How insolent! The ambassador could stand it no longer. He shouted and prepared to attack. In an instant, the heavens will cried out. Supreme strands of Grand Tao emerged. His first attack was a Heaven's Will secret law. To be able to start with such a great technique showed that he was indeed a monarch of the soaring sect. This capability didn't only display his confidence but also proved the frightening power of the soaring sect. It was a god monarch attacking with a secret law. With just one move, Yin and Yang were buried. Myriad Tao were boiled dry while the reincarnation cycle was disintegrated. Even a god monarch would be aghast in the face of this move and wouldn't be able to block it. However, Li Qie didn't even bat an eye. He gently pushed his palm forward. This was the dragon's subduing palm. Boom! It easily struck down this secret attack. The ambassador was caught off guard and knew that he had met a powerful foe. Even though this junior was not of the god monarch level, he could challenge one due to his 13 palaces. Junior, you are strong enough, but there are many people who are stronger than you in this world. He coldly uttered while taking out an imperial weapon. The weapon in his hand poured down strands of imperial auras. Each strand was as wondrous as a galaxy and capable of crushing the whole world. The terrifying imperial weapon in his hand seemed to be waking, causing others to tremble. Even though it was not a true treasure, it wasn't so simple when the wielder was the ambassador. Junior, accept your death. He didn't waste words. He cried out and jumped into the sky before unleashing his imperial weapon. Boom! The void was shattered by its might. An imperial light soared to the 9 layers of the heavens with meteors raining down. This was a painting of an apocalypse. A huge black hole emerged, causing the world to turn dark as if the sun had been cut down. In just a second, many people were terrified and scared out of their wits. They prostrated on the ground from the unstoppable pressure and couldn't get up even if they wanted to. Bang! A powerful shockwave blew away all the debris in the void. Even the black hole was annihilated by this impact. The sky seemed to have been battered back to the origin, a vast nothingness. Amidst this faint space, everyone saw an astonishing scene. Li Qie actually used his fist to meet the imperial weapon head-on. The crowd would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. He was bare-handed without treasures or weapons. Myriad Tao fist. Indestructible diamond fist. Even imperial weapons couldn't destroy Li Qie's indestructible fist. With the power of the 13 palaces, he could directly withstand an attack from the imperial weapon. Stopping an imperial weapon with his bare hands, and an attack from a god monarch at that. Many people were astounded. Not to mention the younger generation. Even a god monarch wouldn't have been able to do this. This was a miraculous feat for anyone. Before taking the gap in cultivation into consideration, even those on the same level wouldn't dare to take an imperial weapon straight on. Another god monarch watched from the distance and emotionally murmured, "Everything is possible with 13 fate palaces." Chapter 1097. 5 Emperors Scram. Li Qie's eyes narrowed and his inner physique lit up. At this moment, the Sky Destroyer physique erupted with enough power to lift up the earth if it had a handle. It was a physique with infinite might, capable of flipping over the earth and tearing apart the sky. Bang! Even the imperial weapon couldn't stop Li Qie's Sky Destroyer physique. With a loud explosion, it was smashed away. The emissary went flying as well while crazily spurting blood. At this moment, even a god monarch wouldn't do. The crowd was out of breath just by watching this battle. You can't even use an imperial massacre yet you still dare to talk big in front of me? Li Qie snorted and slammed his foot down, smashing myriad Tao and stars alike.
The hell-suppressing physique came out and astounded the crowd. They all saw gods and devils screaming, and even the heavenly Tao shattered from its immensity. An immortal physique cultivated by Li Qie was completely different from everything else. It was perfection without flaws. No one could challenge the immortal energy in the sky. This was a real immortal physique. Boom! The sky dome broke apart from Li Qie's stomp. However, it was still stopped before crushing the ambassador into a pulp. In the face of life and death, the ambassador instantly took out an immortal diagram. Buzz! 5 majestic figures came out of the radiating diagram to stop Li Qie's stomp. The 5 stalwart giants were accompanied by extremely powerful imperial auras that suppressed the entire lesser world. All living beings became insignificant and trivial. The celestials above lost their brilliance. These were 5 imperial energies. Their appearance caused everyone here to be struck with awe and fear. 5 Emperors diagram. Someone shouted after recognizing the painting. This diagram was left behind by the emperors of the soaring sect. In the legends, Immortal Emperor Fei was the first to draw his picture. Later on, the 4 generations of emperors in the sect also drew their pictures as well. Just imagine, the power of one emperor was frightening enough, but 5 of them? It was beyond human comprehension. Even gods and devils would prostrate before their figures. The ambassador heaved a sigh of relief after seeing his 5 emperors diagram stop Li Qie. This was his ultimate move. Even though the imperial energies inside weren't necessarily more powerful than an imperial weapon, in truth it was the other way around by a large margin. The crux of the problem was that he couldn't unleash an imperial massacre. It's just your sex power. Li Qie opened his forehead. Buzz! A huge hand emerged from his sea of memories. Its reach destroyed all worlds in a tyrannical manner. Even deities would be deterred before its extinguishing might. The presence of the world-destroying hand caused the 5 supreme figures to suddenly flash with uncertainty. After a whoosh, this hand easily took away the 5 emperors diagram. No way! The crowd shouted after seeing this horrifying scene. Even the pale ambassador cried out with a pained expression. It was simply impossible. How could an outsider take away their soaring sect's 5 emperors diagram? Who could actually suppress these imperial energies? But the impossible had happened. Of course, no one knew that although these energies were frightening, Li Qie's memory, which had been blessed by numerous emperors, was even more horrifying. Remember that even emperors from the soaring sect, such as Immortal Emperor Tun Ri and Immortal Emperor Ba Mie, had blessed Li Qie's sea of memories before. The world-destroying hand that reached out earlier was the blessing from Immortal Emperor Ba Mie. A beautiful successor from a great power watched Li Qie's group leave and murmured, "No wonder why even Mei Suyao wants to go with him. If I could meet such a master, I would be willing to follow him as well." The crowd could finally breathe easy now that Li Qie was gone. From now on, wherever Li Qie appeared, it would create a lot of pressure for everyone. He was just like a god-fiend looming in their minds. A few geniuses calmed down and slowly got up. "Let's go back, we should all just go back." These geniuses became quite discouraged. Someone next to him had to ask, "Young noble, are we really leaving just like this? No more digging for treasures?" This descendant bitterly smiled and gazed towards the distance and spoke forlornly. "Treasures? For what? No one can stop him. That is true invincibility. I might as well go grazing in the southern mountain." Li Qie's achievement was too big of a blow for these people, especially the once ambitious geniuses. They were at the point of being drowned in despair. Later on, rumors of Li Qie began to spread. Many youths decided to go back to their sects and never came out again. They didn't want to talk about competing for the heavens will any longer because they knew that it was completely hopeless in this generation. Even Jikong Wudi was pale. He gritted his teeth and walked away without saying anything. 13 palaces. Lin wasn't feeling so good either this time. "This is hopeless. We definitely can't fight Li Qie. He is too strong." The indomitable Zhan Shi spoke weakly as well. Lin eventually regained his mind. He looked at the sky and gently shook his head. "It seems like my senior brother is in trouble. He might not be able to compete against Li Qie either. Forget it, even though defeat is imminent, we still have to fight Li Qie again." Zhan Shi sighed and stated, "We must lose in a heroic manner without any room for doubts. We can't be cowards who run from battles. Even if we lose, we will still have to fight." Lin agreed with this sentiment and forcefully said, "We will fight with honor."
Even if we lose, it won't be shameful at all. Jean Sure bitterly smiled and self-deprecatingly commented. Shameful? To be able to fight against 13 palaces can be regarded as a type of glory, a worthwhile life. It is not that we are weak, it is that our enemy is too strong. They felt a bit desperate at this time. Li Qia's achievements were too much for them, but no matter what, they must remain strong unlike others who became disheartened right away. Chapter 1098. 3 Grand Imperial Kings. Li Qia's 13 palaces left many people feeble and despairing. 13 palaces, so many people lost their minds as they murmured. Why was I born into this generation? Do the heavens want to oppress me so? Li Qia will certainly become the immortal emperor of this era. Even the previous generation who considered Li Qia an enemy had to admit as much. Li Qia ignored the crowd and took the girls to the City of Emperors. The City of Emperors was gigantic. In the imperial border, there was not another city of the same size. In the old ages, this city belonged to the imperial lord. He used to rule over the border from this location. After so many years, the city had lost its master, resulting in its appearance becoming a bit gloomy. Its imperial momentum no longer soared to the sky. A huge bell was hanging above the city. It had not been rung for who knew how many years and had a greenish-bronze tint to it. According to legends, only imperial kings could ring this bell. Other people, regardless of how powerful they may be, wouldn't be able to. Li Qia glanced at this bell hanging high in the sky and gently knocked on it. Clang! 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 The bell echoed across the entire border. Every single soldier heard the noise. In fact, it wasn't only imperial kings who could ring the bell. It was only those who had an imperial sword. Li Qia intended on summoning the 3 other imperial kings holding the special swords by ringing this bell. Creak! The shut gate of the city slowly opened after the bell sounded. It had been closed for so long that when it opened, an ancient gust of air immediately rushed out. You guys stay outside, Li Qia told the girls before entering by himself. The girls didn't question it and waited outside. Many people saw this scene and were quite surprised. All along, outsiders couldn't open the gate to this city, not even god kings. But today, Li Qia managed to do so with ease. A common cultivator murmured, first it was the Dark Maxim Palace, now it is the City of Emperors. Fiercest is truly too devilish. It's as if nothing in this world can trouble him. What is more devilish in this world than having 13 palaces? Someone next to him responded, if he has 13 palaces, nothing else really matters. The first speaker couldn't help but smile wryly after hearing this. It was indeed the truth. Nothing in this world was more astonishing than having that many palaces. Evil Buddha, Devil King, Imperial King, he can transform so freely. Just what is his Tao heart? A knowledgeable expert became quite curious. Even if he could put on the disguise, the evil energy and imperial momentum weren't things that could be fabricated. It truly required the person to have a devil or an imperial heart. Boom, boom, boom. While many were curious, the sky suddenly shook. A cavalry approached from the sky. It was a huge imperial army. Leading this army was an imperial king with an engulfing imperial momentum. He was blind in one eye while the other one had a demonic feel to it. This was one of the 3 grand imperial kings of the border, Evil-Eyed Emperor. Even though the border had many kingdoms, only the kings of the 3 great empires were eligible to show up. This cavalry quickly reached the City of Emperors. The Evil-Eyed Emperor jumped down from his chariot and ordered the soldiers, stay outside. With that, he entered the city. Right afterward, another explosion detonated. A different cavalry approached. The imperial king leading this troop looked quite scholarly. He was titled Erudite Emperor. Li Qia gently shook his head. Waiting for a few generations. What do you mean? Evil-Eyed Emperor raised his brows at Li Qia and asked right away. For us, time is not an issue, the last thing we needed was time. However, that is all in the past. Right now, time is especially precious for the entire border. Li Qia explained. The other 2 emperors were startled. Triumphant tried to get some clarification right away. War Emperor, what do you mean? The Buddhist funeral plateau will not give you time. Li Qia elaborated. According to a quick estimation, the plateau might take action in this generation. This is only your speculation. Evil-Eyed scowled with distrust.
Li Qie coldly stared at him. Evil-eyed, do you think I need to deceive you? If I wanted to rob you of everything, must I resort to treachery? With my imperial heart, I can control all the momentum in the border. With that, I can devour your momentum. It would be as easy as turning my hand over. Evil-eyed's expression sank. Even though he was not happy about it, he had to admit that this was true. He would lose everything and have to start over again as a new soldier. Don't forget, I can come and go whenever I want. Li Qie slowly said. I understand the plateau and those old monks much more than the three of you. I have seen his current status and he is ready to fight whenever. The emperors glanced at each other for a bit. If the plateau was really ready to fight, then time was not on their side anymore. What was in abundance before had become quite scarce, resulting in an urgent situation. Erudite Emperor asked. Do you have any suggestions? Li Qie stared at the three and answered. I came this time to discuss this matter with the three of you. My kingdom of emperors along with your three empires can work together to enter the expedition path. Work together? The emperors became quite moved after hearing this. They knew just how strong the kingdom of emperors was. Plus, it had a frightening amount of regal gold. However, there is no free lunch in this world. Li Qie slowly added, Our kingdom can let you come along on the path, but I have a condition. Chapter 1099. Decision. What kind of condition? Evil-eyed cautiously stared at Li Qie. Li Qie promptly replied. It is very simple, I want your three empires to be the vanguard. So it boils down to you wanting us as cannon fodder. Evil-eyed snorted, if we act as your vanguard, only your kingdom will benefit. We will not participate in a matter like this. Li Qie only coldly stared at him and spoke. Evil-eyed, how many years have you lived for? Your vision is still so short. It seems that you have wasted all of these years living. You! Evil-eyed became angry right away. He stood up and glared at Li Qie. Gentlemen, harmony is to be prized. Harmony is to be prized. Erudite Emperor quickly interjected. Can we just sit down and discuss nicely instead of fighting after 2 or 3 sentences? This is a rare occasion for us to be together. Evil-eyed scowled and still sat down despite being discontent. Li Qie stared at the emperors and went on. After entering the path, all of our kingdoms will be in the same boat. Everyone will work together, so there is no such thing as cannon fodder. Having my kingdom of emperors in the rear will only make your kingdoms safer. On this journey, this is the only way for you all to be worry-free. It is not that I'm looking down on you all, but what do you think the chances of your 3 kingdoms successfully crossing are? Plus, do you have enough regal gold? It is not that we can't work together. We know your kingdom's strength full well, but if you can't give us some kind of guarantee, how can we trust you? Triumphant Emperor added. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Triumphant, the 3 of you are still too narrow-minded. Compared to the great emperors before you, there is still a big gap. It is not that you are not powerful enough, it is because of your insight and insufficient knowledge. However, this isn't your fault. After all, the previous emperors all came under the imperial lord. They knew and understood much more than the 3 of you. He stared at them and continued on. Your eyes are fixated on territory. The thing that you want to do is to protect your throne and maintain your kingdom. You feel that my kingdom of emperors might maneuver and seize your resources. Li Qie chuckled, but if I really wanted to do so, why would I wait until now? When my kingdom of emperors was on the same level as the emperors from the previous generation, you all only led lesser nations. In that generation, it is not difficult for me to unify the imperial border. But why is it that I still haven't done so? To be frank, it is because this land alone is not enough for me, and I have no interest in this little authority. If I truly desired such power, would it be your 3 empires' turn to rise? Li Qie coldly went on while glaring at the 3. In my eyes, your little authorities are not worth mentioning. Such words were quite arrogant, but even evil-eyed emperor did not retort this time. The kingdom of emperors working with your 3 empires is due to my hope that everyone can cross the expedition path. It really is that simple. Li Qie coldly said. There would be no need for any scheming if I wanted your empires. My kingdom could just mobilize our troops and not long after, my endless cavalries would be able to wipe out everything. In an instant, the 3 emperors turned quiet. Despite their reluctance,
They had to admit that Li Qia's kingdom had such power. After a long silence, the first to speak was Erudite Emperor. My empire is willing to embark on the expedition path with the kingdom of emperors. If time doesn't wait for us, our destination shall be the expedition path. My empire is willing to go together as well. Triumphant Emperor added. Then add my empire as well. Evil-eyed finished it off. Very well, this is a wise decision. Li Qia nodded. Hopefully, everyone will be able to tide over any difficulty. Regardless what is waiting for us on the other side, we will at least tread forward with courage. Both sides agreed and set up an agreement for the 4 empires to enter the expedition path together. I also have another little request. After the agreement was made, Li Qia looked at the emperors and spoke. I want to borrow your imperial swords for a bit to open the imperial cave. The emperors glanced at each other for a bit. Erudite Emperor nodded his head. I have no objections. When we enter the path, these swords will change masters anyway, so why not let War Emperor borrow them? Triumphant pondered for a bit before agreeing as well. If War Emperor needs it, then you can take it. War Emperor, didn't you say that there is no free lunch in this world? Evil-eyed more or less had a grudge towards Li Qia, so he spoke with some annoyance. Li Qia smiled and said, Yes, there is no free lunch in this world, but that depends on the parties. I am asking you to lend the sword to show my respect. If I didn't respect you, do you think I would need to ask? Evil-eyed scowled and didn't want to speak further. He threw his imperial sword at Li Qia and coldly uttered. Take it then, no need to thank me. Thank you then. Li Qia leisurely smiled after catching the sword. Evil-eyed snorted. He was very annoyed, but there was no point in talking since he couldn't beat War Emperor. War Emperor, will you also be going with us on the expedition path? Erudite was curious. Li Qia gently sighed and shook his head. No, I will not enter the path. At that time, I will pass down my imperial portal and momentum to Xueqi. He will be the kingdom of emperors' new ruler. I still have a lot of unfinished business in this vast mundane world. Li Qia slowly said. This is where I envy the 3 of you. Completely carefree without emotions and restraints. You can leave at a moment's notice. The emperors had no comment about Li Qia not going because he was going to pass down his imperial momentum to his general, Xueqi. With this legacy, Xueqi would be as powerful as War Emperor, so it was essentially the same. After a while, Triumphant spoke. There is something that I don't know if I should ask or not. Who knows if we will meet each other again? So there's no need to be reserved. Li Qia nodded. Triumphant contemplated his wording before speaking. In the imperial border, there is a rumor. It states that back then, you, War Emperor, walked through the expedition path by yourself. Is this true? Oh. About that. Li Qia smiled. It doesn't matter if it is true or not. In short, I will not let the children of the kingdom of emperors perish in vain. After all, they have followed me from one generation to the next. Li Qia stared at the emperors to stress his point. However, this does not mean that the path will be flat. Who knows what the result of the expedition will be? In other words, each person might see something different. It might vary depending on the generation as well. One must prepare for the worst before going. He said, whether it is fate or a natural progression, in short, everyone will have to gamble it all. Only by walking forward without fear will you be able to reach the other shore. The other shore. Erudite suddenly felt a strange sadness. Who knows what is waiting for us on the other side? What kind of world will it be? The Imperial Lord left along with all the other great emperors, and now it is our turn. 4 millions of years, ever since the Imperial Lord entered the expedition path, all of his powerful generals followed right after him. Along the river of time, one empire embarked on this journey after another. Today, emperors like Triumphant, Erudite, and Evil-eyed were only little characters during the Imperial Lord's era. Among them, one used to be a foot soldier while another was a captain, and now they finally became imperial kings. Nevertheless, they still had to face the same choice as their predecessors, embarking on the expedition path. Li Qia said, no matter what is waiting for us on the other side, it will be the closing of a curtain, an end. If there were other options, he wouldn't let the kingdom of emperors enter the path. There were too many uncertainties in this decision. However, there was no other way. If he could take imperial soldiers out of the lesser imperial devil world,
He would have done so long ago for his millions of troops. Rather than waiting to become the cannon fodder of the plateau, he would rather let them take a gamble and enter the path. Perhaps there was still hope. On the other hand, being tied to the war chariot of the Buddhist funeral plateau had an easily predictable end. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, cannon fodder would not have a good ending. Okay, there is nothing worth remembering here anyway. Let us go for it. In the end, even evil-eyed emperor said this. Chapter 1100. D-Way. In the end, the negotiation was a success. The three great kings left the city of emperors and brought their troops back to their kingdoms. They also had to prepare for the expedition. Li Qie took the 4 imperial swords outside and told the girls, "Let's go." Many people were staring at him from the outskirts of the city. They saw the 3 emperors arriving, so they could guess that the emperors were here to see Li Qie. At this time, they watched from the distance with many speculations about what Li Qie obtained from the city running through their minds. Just what kind of treasure did he get in there? Someone quietly wondered. A big shot from the previous generation shook his head. For Li Qie, treasures are only supporting items, they might not be important to him at all. I think this summoning might be to discuss something important. This Li Qie is too much. He actually became an imperial king and managed to summon the other 3 imperial kings from the border. Completely inconceivable. I've never heard of an outsider able to become an imperial soldier, let alone a king. Regardless of how knowledgeable someone was, they would still find this unbelievable. There is a rumor that once an imperial king is powerful enough, they can summon the other kings. No one knows whether this is true or not, though. A paragon from the previous generation commented. Li Qie and the girls left the city of emperors and went southward across the border. Eventually, they came to the southernmost tip of the region and met a beautiful scene. They arrived at a valley with scintillating imperial lights. Each of these rays resembled a divine sword. No one could enter this valley. It was said that some experts had tried to force an entry, but they were all turned into bloody mists by this terrifying imperial light. A god monarch had tried to do so as well, but he didn't make it far into the entrance before losing an arm. He was scared out of his mind and instantly fled, not daring to come close again. "You guys wait out here," Li Qie commanded while standing at the entrance. He looked at the valley for a bit before entering by himself. The moment he set his foot inside, one could hear a clunk. Countless lights instantly fused into a sea of swords, wishing to chop him into a bloody rain. Zhong. Amidst the action, the 4 imperial swords left their scabbards and hovered behind his back. They created a huge barrier to block the approaching sword sea. However, after this barrier was formed, it seemed like the Sea of Swords purposely granted him entry. It slowly disappeared and let him pass. After seeing this scene, the girls became quite curious, wanting to know what was inside the valley. After stepping into the valley, Li Qie found gurgling streams flowing everywhere. There was lush vegetation here along with a refreshing atmosphere. The depths of the valley was where all the imperial lights came from. There was a big tree here, seemingly carved from a piece of divine jade. However, the incredibly terrifying imperial might emanating from it made it look more like an invincible king standing there than a tree. Others did not even know its name. Sovereign Tree. It was a regal tree with an extremely powerful imperial momentum. Under the tree was an old man silently meditating. He wore an embroidered robe with an indifferent expression. There was a gigantic sword in front of his knees. He also emitted a horrifying imperial momentum. Without a doubt, he was an extremely strong imperial soldier, much stronger than Evil Eye's group. The moment Li Qie approached, the old man suddenly opened his eyes with a glare capable of penetrating everything. This terrifying glare fell upon Li Qie. "War Emperor, long time no see." The old man slowly spoke after seeing Li Qie adorned in the imperial armor. His voice was full of a wondrous rhythm like jade and gold. Li Qie met his gaze and said, "Grandpa Wei, long time no see. Millions of years passed in a flash. Your venerable self is even greater than before." This old man ahead was called D-Wei. He was a personal guard of the imperial lord, but after the lord embarked on the expedition, he was the only one who stayed behind. The vicissitudes of life were embodied by the helplessness in his voice. Even though life is short, there will be happiness and sadness through the struggles and blessings. There is no medicine for regret for mortals and cultivators.
Li Qie had to smile. A mortal might have a house full of children that randomly die in the wild. I have no regrets. Since I have chosen this path, I will walk straight to the very end. Nevertheless, I am different from you. You didn't have any other choice, but I did. You were forced to become the Dark Crow while I was born into a wealthy family, never having to worry about food or clothing. Maybe so. Li Qie gently nodded. It wasn't his own choice to take this path. It is all in the past. Let us not talk about it. Di Wei softly sighed and shook his head as if he wanted to put all the troubles behind him. Li Qie asked, Grandpa Wei, what is your plan? Di Wei pondered for a moment before answering. The truth is that I don't really know. Maybe I should go to the expedition path or just be cannon fodder and test my luck. If the plateau wins, I can still survive and kill my way out. Li Qie nodded and revealed. Yes, that is also an opportunity. However, if you want to enter the path, you can try that as well. My kingdom of emperors will be working with 3 other empires for the expedition. Let me think about it. Di Wei mused it over. If I decide to go on the expedition with your kingdom of emperors, I can borrow your regal gold as well. Grandpa Wei, you are too reserved. Li Qie shook his head. Your advice back then was quite beneficial and allowed me to become the war emperor in a short amount of time. Just a little regal gold is nothing. Di Wei smilingly denied. I do not dare to accept the credit. If you didn't have an imperial heart, even more advice would have been useless. Chapter 1101. Elusive heavenly golden water. After hearing Di Wei's praise, Li Qie only smiled and didn't say anything else. Di Wei saw the 4 floating swords behind Li Qie and asked, You want to take that thing away? I know Grandpa Wei is guarding this place. Li Qie smiled. So please go easy on me, I wish to enter. Di Wei smiled and gently shook his head. What is this about going easy on you, the most powerful imperial king of the border and holder of the 4 swords? According to the rules, you are qualified to enter. However, whether you can take the item or not is up to you. Di Wei said. You aren't the only one to have come here. Even the most powerful general under the imperial lord has tried before, but alas, he couldn't take it away. I'm quite confident. Li Qie smiled. Otherwise I wouldn't have brought these 4 imperial swords. Li Qie couldn't help but chuckle. Grandpa Wei, are you testing me? The truth is that I might not be too certain. It has been too long, so there are virtually no records. Moreover, I think there is more than one name for this item. It seems like you have done a lot of preparation. Di Wei smiled and nodded. If you can take it away, then it is all yours. Li Qie slightly bowed before speaking with a smile. Thank you, Grandpa Wei. Di Wei shook his head. There's no need to thank me. I know that the imperial lord back then wanted to take it too, but the conditions weren't right, so he had to give up. It was waiting for the fateful ones. If you are meant for it, then you can naturally take it away. But if not, then all will be in vain. I understand. Li Qie acknowledged the fact that he might fail. Suddenly, Di Wei shifted a tiny bit, but this movement carried the force of a shifting mountain. The stars suddenly turned upside down as a cavernous entrance appeared before Li Qie. It was shut tight with 2 imperial doors. It had an old architectural style with 4 sword grooves coming together. It seemed that these 4 swords were sealing the gate. Good luck. Di Wei smilingly said. If you can take the item away, then my mission can be considered complete. In the future, whether it be on the expedition or to fight for the plateau, I will no longer be tied down. Li Qie gently nodded his head and went towards the entrance. Zzz. Li Qie took the 4 swords and pushed them into the corresponding grooves. Clank. The heavy gate finally opened after he inserted all 4. He then entered without any hesitation. Once his figure disappeared inside, the gate slowly closed again. The cave was not as dark as one would expect. On the contrary, it was very bright with a clear blue sky. One could hear the sounds of crashing waves. This was not a cave drowned in darkness but a vast ocean. It was difficult for people to expect an ocean waiting behind the entrance of this cave. Squeak. When Li Qie looked at the sea, he heard a dolphin leap out of the water like a little elf. Li Qie smiled and jumped on the dolphin's back, then patted it with a smile. Little fella, take me to the place where the rainbow rises. The dolphin merrily cried out, then leaped up high. It took Li Qie towards the end of the sea through the winds and waves. It was extremely fast as it carried Li Qie on this trajectory for a long time.
Li Qie stood on its back and allowed it to go where it pleased while watching the rippling waves of this ocean in silence.
There were many secrets hidden in the lesser imperial devil world. An entire era was buried here. It was once a brilliant era that eventually tracelessly vanished outside of this lesser world. Eventually, the dolphin stopped after it carried Li Qie to their destination. The sight ahead was as beautiful as a surreal dream, capable of ensnaring others. Ahead were many rainbows slowly rising from blue waves all the way to the recesses of the sky. Each of them was heading towards a different direction and destination. Li Qie glanced at each rainbow with a faint grin on his face. All of them had a different destination, but only one truly led to that place. The other ones were fruitless paths.
Only those with the purest of faiths know the real path.
With a chuckle, he took out the Buddhist lotus and loosened his grip. The flower flew outside as if it had grown wings. After circling around in the air, it finally stopped in front of a rainbow. Buzz! The flower went into full bloom and sent out a surging Buddhist light. It dyed the rainbow a golden shade. That is it. He immediately knew that the dyed rainbow would take him to the right place. He set foot on the rainbow and recalled the flower while walking into the sky. The rainbow acted as a bridge to a heavenly kingdom. He was crossing through space from one world to another, from one generation to the next. It seemed that he was going against the current to find out about the past.
Without this rainbow acting as a bridge, one would never be able to reach the other place because it was crossing through time and space.
No matter how powerful one might be, they wouldn't be able to pinpoint the coordinates. There was no sun or moon here. The concept of time did not exist alongside this rainbow either. In this manner, Li Qie kept on going forward for an unknown amount of time. Eventually, he made it to his desired location. It was an island in an unknown space.
A refreshing breeze blew by once he reached the island.
This was a reason for joy and gave off an indescribable feeling as if one finally met an oasis after a long trek in a desert.
It was not large and there was nothing else on it outside of an extraordinary lake.
Standing by the shore to look at the water, he felt that there was a dreamlike beauty to it. It seemed that it wasn't water flowing within. On a more careful observation, the lake contained flowing golden sand. This golden sand was very exquisite and gentle to the touch with great moisture. He blinked once and the water in the lake changed. At this time, golden fishes were swimming like little elves, full of spirit. With their swimming, the entire lake exuded a great amount of spirit energy. Another second passed by and the lake changed again. Now, there were real elves this time. Some were formed by divine swords and others by treasure pagodas or immortal sabers. All were so real yet dreamlike. If others were here to see these transformations, they wouldn't be able to tell which were real and which were fake. Perhaps everything was fake and all part of an illusion. Li Qie, on the other hand, actually knew that everything was real. This was its original state, so no one could discern its authenticity. Li Qie murmured while looking at the lake. Elusive heavenly golden water, after searching for so many moons, who could possibly imagine that it was hidden in a place like this? After the sentimental statement, he slowly took out an item left behind by immortal Emperor Qianli. The elusive heavenly vase. In one particular generation, Li Qie spent a lot of time to find this vase, but he failed. Later on, immortal Emperor Qianli found it for him. The golden water must be stored in the elusive heavenly vase. Other items wouldn't be able to contain it. More importantly, without the vase, one wouldn't be able to truly use the water. Pluff! Li Qie placed the vase in the middle of the lake and allowed it to slowly sink to the bottom. Gulp, guk, guk.
The golden water crazily rushed into the bottomless vase that was expediting the process with an extremely powerful force of absorption.
In a short period of time, the vase swallowed all of the water. One could now see the bottom of the lake. Li Qie shifted his gaze down to an item at the bottom.
It was the size of a thumb and exuded an extraordinary golden brilliance.
Each golden ray was as tangible as strings of golden silk. Moreover, it seemed to have its own life as it creeped around slowly. While looking at it, Li Qie's brows slightly perched. He took a deep breath and said, "Just like the legends. Everything requires time as a witness. Without time, even the golden water won't do. No wonder why the Imperial Lord didn't take it back then." Li Qie held the vase and slightly applied a suctioning force onto the item. It was attached to the bottom of the lake and seemed to be very reluctant to leave. However, before the mighty power of the vase,
It no longer had a choice and was eventually sucked inside. After collecting it, Li Qie patted the vase and said, "A journey of 1,000 miles just to take half a step further. Elusive heavenly mountain, one day, I will get what I want." With that, he put away the vase and left. Chapter 1102. Challenge. Di Wei looked at Li Qie who came out from the cave. His eyes slightly shifted as he stated, "You have really done it. You are indeed with no equal, especially with regards to patience. After hunting from one generation to another, the deed has been done. I will be successful in this generation. I have waited for too long, so it is time for me to reap the rewards." Li Qie grinned. "I also pray for your success. It will herald a new generation that even I cannot imagine, an era that has never been seen before." With that, Di Wei looked at Li Qie deeply and solemnly said, "Because no one has ever done it before, I shall." Li Qie gave a leisurely smile from his heart. "I hope I can see that day." Di Wei smiled back. This was a blessing for him as well. Li Qie sighed secretly. He knew Di Wei had made his choice. In the end he said, "When it is time to go, I hope to see you there." "Maybe." Di Wei smiled but didn't elaborate. "Grandpa Wei, there is a question I'd like to ask you," he said while staring at Di Wei. Di Wei also smiled and replied, "I know what you want to ask. It is about the chosen path of the Imperial Lord, right?" Li Qie said in a carefree manner, "Nothing can hide from your eyes." Di Wei shook his head. "You have always thought about this matter when you were here at the border. It is just that you couldn't see through it." Di Wei lamented softly. "But it is all in the past, just let it go with the wind. Your path and the Imperial Lord's are different. What's the point of knowing? What's the harm of not knowing?" Li Qie didn't ask any further after hearing this answer. He bowed deeply towards Di Wei. "Take care, Grandpa Wei. I hope that we can meet again in an entirely new era." "Take care." Di Wei returned the grand gesture. "Regardless of what happens in the future, there are two things I am proud of in this life. The first is being able to follow the Imperial Lord and the second is knowing someone like you. I have no further pursuits in life except hoping that I can live till that generation where we might be able to meet again." Li Qie nodded his head and left. Di Wei watched his departing shadow until it disappeared from the valley's entrance. Cultivators, what are they truly after? Di Wei lamented. Even if one has eternal life, what else is there besides loneliness at the very end? The moment Li Qie left the valley, the girls who were guarding the perimeter turned excited and ran to see him. Chen Baojiao told him, "Young noble, some people want to fight you." Li Qie paused and looked ahead. He noticed many people were gathered here, but they stood quite far away from the entrance since they didn't dare to come closer. The pair in front of the crowd was Heavenly Emperor Lin and Zhan Shi. At this moment, they stood there calmly. Lin was focused yet carefree while Zhan Shi was as sharp and firm as a javelin. As for the spectators, they stood far away without making too much sound or carelessly commenting. They could only play nice as spectating bystanders. Many stared at Li Qie with fear. It could even be said that those who saw him didn't dare to breathe out loud. Today, who in this world wasn't afraid of fiercest Li Qie? He even dared to kill people from the soaring immortal sect. Was there anything he couldn't do? It seems that the two of you have prepared well. Li Qie glanced at Lin and Zhan Shi with a smile. Lin cupped his fists towards Li Qie and slowly said, "Brother Li, Brother Zhan and I made a promise to battle you. Today, we have come to formally issue the challenge." Despite wanting to challenge Li Qie, Lin didn't have any antagonistic thoughts towards him. It was not a battle born of a grudge. Li Qie looked at Zhan Shi and said, "This is a bit surprising. You two should know very well that even if you fight together, you are still not my match. And yet, you are still here today to challenge me." A cultivator has no fear of battle. Zhan Shi lowered his voice. "Victory and defeat are part of life. Being too afraid to fight is the only true defeat." "Good, well said." Li Qie clapped his hands approvingly and smiled. "I have many enemies, but those who can truly say these words with ease are few in number." Lin took a deep breath and spoke. "Brother Li, our fight this time has nothing to do with feuds or grievances. Victory and defeat doesn't matter either. We know that you are unbeatable, but we want to see your true invincibility this time." "I understand."
Li Qie smiled. You two felt puzzled about your defeat in the previous encounters as you lost too quickly and couldn't even get a feel for my power. Lin nodded in all seriousness. We couldn't see through your strength. No matter what, we want to fight. No matter the result. If we don't fight you, then even if we have higher accomplishments in the future, it would all be for naught. Okay. Li Qie smiled. Your heart is aiming for the Tao, so I shall help you. I won't borrow external powers or Tao and will only use my own power to fight and grant both of you a convincing defeat. Thank you for treating us with respect. The two of them bowed. After hearing the conversation, the onlookers held their breaths. This would be a real fight between cultivators, a pure duel. Li Qie leisurely said, Since you two are ready, pick the time and place. Lin formally stated, Tomorrow at this time, at the sky-raising mountain in the imperial border. We will be waiting for your arrival. All right, I'll be there. Li Qie gently nodded his head and accepted this challenge. Lin didn't say anything else. He and Zhan Shi bowed to say goodbye, then turned away and disappeared into the horizon. A battle between gentlemen. Someone from the previous generation was moved by this. I haven't seen this in a long time. Top geniuses always have some aspects that other people can't match. A paragon commented, Lin is free and unrestrained, Zhan Shi is determined, and Fiercest is straightforward and upright despite his ferocity. They aren't people that we can compare to. The crowd was excited to see this pure fight between cultivators. For the inhabitants of this world, it was easy to find friends who were gentlemen, but much more difficult to have enemies willing to fight with honor. The three had an unreachable style. This was not only the style of geniuses, but also the style of experienced masters. Even an immortal emperor at a young age can't be much better than this. A god monarch spoke with emotions. What a shame that all three of them were born in the same generation and have to be enemies. Otherwise they could have become good friends. Even if they won't become friends, I'm sure they can sympathize and appreciate each other. Another god monarch felt a bit envious. To be able to meet an enemy like this is also a kind of blessing in life. Normally before a battle between geniuses, people would often discuss the outcome. They relished in analyzing who would win. However, no one bothered to do so today. They only talked about the manner of this duel. Some even felt quite envious of Lin and Zhan Shi being able to fight against Fiercest. Humph, a gentleman's duel? Jikong Wudi snorted after hearing this. So what? Someone will die anyway. With that, his eyes turned cold and exposed a frightening murderous intent. The sky-raising mountain was the highest peak in the imperial border. It directly pierced into the sky as if the stars were all revolving around it. Even though the day of the battle had yet to arrive, many cultivators came quite early. 4 miles around the mountain, cultivators and experts were waiting. Some were hovering in the sky while others stood on the mountains. The majority tried to pick good vantage points to watch this rare battle. For this particular battle, the atmosphere was very calm. Despite the great amount of spectators, the scene was very quiet. No one wanted to break this calm atmosphere. Heavenly Emperor Lin and Zhan Shi came early as well. Moreover, each of them carried a wooden coffin along with them. After reaching the top, they placed the coffins beside them. The spectators were shaken at the sight of the coffins. Lin and Zhan Shi are prepared to die in this battle. Someone couldn't help but murmur after seeing this scene. Chapter 1103. Warm up. The atmosphere of this gentlemanly duel suddenly became more dignified after seeing the coffins. Many people felt slightly apprehensive yet excited. What a pity for these two brilliant geniuses. They would shine in any generation and establish some earth-shattering accomplishments. Many people felt sad for the two. In fact, before the fight even began, everyone knew that even though the two were strong and their combined power could beat anyone in the younger generation, this was not the case against Li Qie. They saw Li Qie slaughtering god monarchs like pigs. No matter how strong these two might be, they wouldn't be stronger than god monarchs, especially without imperial weapons. Regardless of whether this was going to be a fight to the death or not, Heavenly Emperor Lin was still carefree and at ease while Zhan Shi was as calm as a mountain. The thought of death did not affect their Tao hearts. In this aspect, both of them were worthy of admiration. It wouldn't be easy to find geniuses like them who would still choose to fight to the death despite knowing they were no match for Li Qie. The world was silent.
Even the spirited spectators who were waiting for the fight didn't speak. Lin and Zhan Shi didn't say anything either. They stood there quietly, waiting for Li Qiye. Moments passed by. Eventually, Li Qiye came in the sky with the girls right behind him. In the blink of an eye, he was standing on the sky-raising mountain. He noticed the two in their coffins and had to say, "It seems that you have made your resolve for this battle." Heavenly Emperor Lin slowly spoke. "I know that Brother Li does not go easy, so survivors are quite rare. Brother Zhan and I also know that we aren't as strong as you, so instead of having to trouble you, we brought our own coffins." Both Zhan Shi and Lin were indifferent to both life and death as well as the outcome of this battle. In their eyes, all that mattered was the supreme battle about to unfold, a battle in which they could exert their greatest efforts. "Very well." Li Qiye nodded. "Geniuses are common, but true heroes are rare. On the long path for the Tao, it is a great joy in life to be able to meet and fight against heroes." Lin responded, "It is our honor to go all out against Brother Li. This battle will leave us no regrets in life." The battle between the three great geniuses of the contemporary was about to begin. No one wanted to miss this. Li Qiye looked at Zhan Shi and Lin and asked, "If so, do you two have anything else to say? If Brother Li doesn't mind, we will try one or two moves by ourselves first before joining forces against you." Zhan Shi spoke with a powerful voice. Li Qiye smiled and said, "I understand, you two want to test yourselves first. Okay, we can consider this a warm-up before the battle then." Zhang. Li Qiye took off his imperial armor and dispersed his momentum. "No external forces or Tao. Today, I will fight you with my own true power." With that, he slowly floated into the sky. Boom! One palace jumped out after another, resulting in 13 palaces lining up. The extremely majestic force of the palaces engulfed the world, instantly causing Li Qiye to become supreme. At this moment, even without the imperial momentum, Li Qiye could still loom above the 9 heavens. This was not everyone's first time seeing his 13 palaces, but they were shocked all the same. A feeling of awe would rise within while looking at the great constructs hanging in the sky. Since the start of time, no one had ever had 13 palaces, but Li Qiye had done so. This achievement alone was more than enough to engrave his name in the annals of history. However, it did not end there. Next, 9 stars rushed into the sky and illuminated its recesses. They turned into a boundless starry sky and poured down their light like waterfalls to protect Li Qiye. 9 stars. Many were astounded to see the sky formed by the 9 stars. However, it didn't end there as another phenomenon appeared with a buzz. A supreme grand Tao rushed upward. It resembled a crescent moon that hovered around Li Qiye. It appeared to be perfect without a single flaw. "Tao slashing sovereign." A god monarch gasped and shouted after seeing the chopped crescent moon. "Damn! 9 mysterious stars and Tao slashing on top of 13 palaces. How are we going to live in the face of such achievements?" A descendant of a sacred ground took a big hit and fell flat on his butt. He murmured while dazed, "Geniuses are only dogs hit compared to fiercest." Other geniuses were out of breath after seeing this. Many were praised as geniuses, and this was a reason for pride while making them complacent at the same time. But today, if other people called them geniuses, they would think of it as humiliating mockery. Compared to Li Qiye, they were not geniuses. They were only the feces left behind by stray dogs. The marvelous 9 stars and Tao slashing were things many geniuses dreamed about, but very few could achieve them. But now, Li Qiye had all of this on top of the unique 13 palaces. A perfect grand Tao. How many people in history have achieved such a state? A god monarch commented with emotions. Li Qiye hovered in the sky and looked at Zhan Shi and Lin. "Who will go first?" The two glanced at each other real quick. Shortly afterward, Lin took a deep breath and rose to the sky. "I will." "Good, I want to see your speed." Li Qiye smirked while looking at Lin. Others couldn't see through his background, but Li Qiye did. Such a matter couldn't elude his eyes. "Excuse me then." He cupped his fists then instantly crossed through space. His speed was too fast, only god monarchs would be able to keep up. As he moved through the sky, countless afterimages were left behind and lingered there for a while. Bang! In an instant, he struck Li Qiye's chest with his knee and sent him flying. In this split second, he used his supreme speed once more to catch up to Li Qiye. Bang! A powerful punch landed on Li Qiye, causing him to fly straight down. Boom!
Li Qia's body descended like a meteor from above. He heavily slammed into the ground, causing rocky debris to go flying while leaving a pit in the ground. People took deep breaths after seeing this. Lin's speed and power were both impeccable. It could even be said that few in the younger generation could match him in these two aspects. Nevertheless, Lin didn't look particularly happy while hovering in the sky. Clatter. Li Qia came out from the gravel and rushed into the air again. Decent speed and sufficient power. He nodded his head. This insipid action was still a great praise to Heavenly Emperor Lin. At this time, the crowd stared at Li Qia and to their astonishment, noticed that he was completely unharmed. He didn't fight back at all and didn't defend himself with any merit laws. He used his flesh to withstand 2 attacks from Lin and ended up unscathed. Even god monarchs were moved. With their bodies alone against Lin's powerful attacks, they couldn't expect to receive no damage like this. How could people not be astounded in the face of a heaven-defying existence like Li Qia? A discerning person murmured, "The mysticisms of 13 palaces, the protection of the 9 stars in the heavens, and the force of Tao slashing. With just these things alone, Li Qia does not need any defensive laws to withstand a fatal blow." Lin couldn't help but sigh gently after seeing this. He quietly retreated back to the sky-raising mountain. At this time, Zhan Shi took a deep breath and rose to stand in front of Li Qia. He was not a man of many words, but while looking at Li Qia's palaces, he still commented, "We cannot achieve in a lifetime what you have already accomplished. The Tao heart is the most essential aspect. With one as fortified as a rock, one will have everything, and this applies perfectly to you. Your Tao heart is more precious than anything else. Countless people would be envious of your indomitable heart." "Thank you for your praise." Zhan Shi slightly bowed. Many people could see that although this was a battle of life and death, these geniuses had the same aspirations and appreciated the other's talents. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.